The ninth month, the 1990s. Somewhere in the vicinity of Australia's Gold Coast, the world resembled a post-apocalyptic future. The sky and sun were nowhere to be seen, and the entire earth was shrouded in clouds of dust. On the ground among the debris of rocks, sand, and rubbish sat a young couple. The girl appeared to be very weak, and the young man was supporting her in his arms. He looked at her with pain in his eyes and begged her to hold on a little longer because help was on its way. The girl, being the leader, understood that time was almost up and asked him to take her teleportation skill for himself. He didn't understand what she meant because they were ordinary police officers who were just doing their job. What teleportation skill? The girl confessed that she had known the whole truth for a long time. She knew who the guy really was. The young man did not allow her to say his name. He did not want it to be spoken aloud, because it was much easier to remain an ordinary person to everyone. The girl accepted this and agreed to his request, hoping that with her teleportation skill, he would be able to do many more useful things not only for himself, but also for others. After these words, strength and life left the fragile girl's body, leaving the guy alone and not giving him a chance to change anything. The young man was so shocked by the girl's death that he couldn't hold back and began to vent his emotions with a piercing scream. With this cry, he not only said goodbye to his deceased partner, but also absorbed her ability to teleport. New abilities filled his body, making the young man more mobile and invulnerable. Who knows, perhaps a great destiny now awaited him. After the process of absorbing the skill was complete, he sat for a long time over the lifeless body of his partner, remembering the past, thinking about the future, and hoping that he could be useful to all of humanity. The last conversations he had with her came to mind. She admitted that she knew everything about his past. But then why did she pretend that nothing was happening? The girl said she understood the essence of the guy, and it was a terrible realization, because in reality he was not human. He was a user of a carnivorous ability. He had the power to absorb the skills of metahumans. After all, his partner was just such a metahuman. The young man thanked her from the bottom of his heart for the teleportation skill she had given him. From now on, he was no longer just a guy, but leader Sun Woo. He stood over the dead girl's body for a while longer, but gradually his silhouette began to blur in space, and it seemed as if he was simply dissolving into thin air. Gradually, he turned into a disembodied entity that melted away and transported itself to its destination. Several decades ago, another ozone hole appeared in the sky above planet Earth. At first, it did not bother humanity much. Ozone holes had surrounded the planet since the mid-20th century. But this time, things went differently. A multitude of creatures burst into the human world from this hole. These creatures did not bring anything good to the population of Earth. As a result, millions of people around the world were either injured or killed. Those who survived became refugees with no homes or families. They wandered the planet and gathered in small groups. At the very beginning of this intervention by cosmic creatures, many highly developed and powerful countries tried to deal with the situation using their military force. They deployed rocket and space forces, sea and river ships, aircraft fleets, and tank divisions. Everything humanity had at its disposal at the time. However, these weapons and all the military might proved insufficient to protect themselves and drive the invaders from the planet. It all ended in a global apocalypse. Cities were destroyed and burned, fields and forests were scorched, crops were destroyed, people were driven from their homes and deprived of the basic necessities of life, food and medicine. Humanity was completely powerless against the monsters that had taken over the planet. The beasts hunted people, not allowing them to stay in any one place. The survivors were forced to hide, avoiding encounters with the creatures and any contact. Hunger and fear reigned everywhere, and for the first time, people felt that the world was truly coming to an end. This continued for 3 long years, but soon mutant humans appeared, who were later called metahumans. They possessed superhuman physical and mental abilities and could kill special monsters that no one else could handle before. Moreover, their numbers were steadily growing. From that moment on, humanity's counterattack began. These people gradually cleared the Earth of the monsters that had arrived. The metahumans united to create safe zones, which came to be known as cities. The people who lived there could once again enjoy life, almost as they had before the monsters arrived. However, these cities remained relatively small areas, surrounded on all sides by deserts and dead territory. There were still many unsafe areas on the planet, called deserts. These territories were also inhabited by people who lived alongside monsters, continued to fight them, feared them, and awaited imminent death. The world was divided into safe and dangerous territories. One such dangerous zone was a desert near Seoul. A group of people was moving through this desert when a stranger appeared out of nowhere and joined them. He said he was an ordinary man named Kim Seong-woo, The guy asked to be taken along because traveling alone was extremely dangerous. He promised to help the group reach their destination. At one point, the group asked how much further they had to go. Instead of answering, the young man suggested that everyone look up and look carefully. The entire ceiling of the cave was covered with the feces of some creatures. The young man said that they had entered the territory of the copper spiders. He explained to the people that 19th rank copper spiders were relatively easy targets for hunting. First, they needed to chop off all the limbs, then cut off the head and take only the body. He further clarified that they should start with the front 2 legs, because that is what the spiders use to attack. Then he warned that they should be extremely careful with the white web that comes out of the copper spiders' mouths during an attack. One strike from such a spider could instantly decapitate a person if they were not careful enough. People didn't really want to listen to the young stranger. They said he shouldn't act like a metahuman. He apologized for his disrespect, but noted that the group claimed they had already defeated an 18th rank bearded salamander. Suddenly, fiery eyes flashed in the darkness, and a stream of poisonous saliva mixed with white web was directed straight at the crowd. One of the speakers was instantly killed by this web, and Sun Wu almost suffered the same fate. He immediately got his bearings and tried to lead the group of people, giving orders for everyone to run and retreat. The people were not very quick, giving the impression that they had never encountered copper spiders before and could not oppose them. The team formed a circle and held up their weapons, swords and spears. The spider, its giant eyes gleaming, watched them from the height of the cave. The people looked at the monstrous spider in fear, unable to believe their eyes that this creature was only of the 19th rank. This spider was a real monster. 3 pairs of eyes glowed in the dark. Sharp teeth covered even sharper fangs, and in front of them stood a pair of giant, deadly claws. The people froze in wild terror and could not even move. Sun Wu realized that these warriors were not warriors at all. At that moment, the monstrous spider opened its huge mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and spat out a portion of poisonous white web. In an instant, this web took the head of one of the men. The others watched in horror. The head of the slain man rolled across the cave floor, causing panic and paralysis among his comrades. Kim Sun-woo shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to organize the survivors and get them to defend themselves. The words of the task distributor flashed through the young man's mind. She claimed that this squad had defeated the salamander. They promised to pay a lot of money for escorting them, but apparently the skill level of this squad was too low. The boy guessed that it was a lie. She said that they were a trained assault squad, but that was far from the truth. The spider moved to another part of the cave and prepared for a new attack. He also realized that what he had before him was just ordinary food. A new batch of poisonous white web splashed onto the group of people. One of the men finally gathered his courage, drew his sword, and tried to fight the monstrous spider. He wanted to defeat the monster with his bare hands, but the moment he touched the web, his body was paralyzed. The spider, paying no attention to anything, continued to attack, killing people one by one. The young man watched the monster's attacks and realized that these people were indeed capable of using electricity. At least in this respect, he had not been deceived. They were metahumans. The electric shock slowed the spider's attack slightly. At that moment, the leader of the group raised his sword and called on his surviving comrades to attack the monster while it was paralyzed by the electric shock. The survivors, as one, got to their feet and attacked the spider. They surrounded it on all sides. The spider was still immobilized by the electricity. The humans seemed to have the upper hand, and for a moment it seemed that they would defeat the monster. Kim Sung-woo shouted that they should cut off its legs first and only then attack its body. He had explained this just a moment ago. Finally, the electricity wore off. The spider lingered for a moment, but soon seemed to come to its senses. In an instant, it jumped to its feet and climbed onto the ceiling. The people stood in confusion, not understanding where it had disappeared to. In the next moment, another man was killed by the blow of its paws. The survivors were enraged by the death of their comrade. One of them, sword in hand, rushed straight at the spider. Facing the monster one-on-one, the man hoped to cut off its head and send the monster to the other world. But the spider was much quicker. In a split second, its claw pierced the man's body. No one even had time to scream when the warrior dropped his sword and life left his body. The spider was in no hurry to pull out its sharp claw, and the man, grabbing it with both hands, tried to inflict at least the slightest damage on the monster. He sent an electric shock through the spider one last time, hoping to disable it. However, the spider had now learned to resist electric shocks. The action proved useless. The man was knocked off his feet and thrown into the far corner of the cave. After flying a considerable distance, he collapsed unconscious. Kim Sung-woo looked at him alone. There was no one else alive nearby. The young man was upset and angry. He understood that now he would have to fight the spider himself. Left alone with the giant copper spider, the young man thought up a plan of action in his head. He had no intention of dying here, which meant he had to win. The spider also carefully scanned its opponent. For it, he was just a lone young man. Easy prey. The boy realized that the entire squad consisted of novices. Now they were all dead, and he was left alone. How did he end up in such a situation? The decisive moment was approaching. The opponents stood facing each other, a young representative of humanity against a copper spider of the 19th rank. Somewhere in the distant desert was Recreation Zone number 17. It resembled a city, small, low-rise houses, shops, and stalls. People rushing about their business, children playing with pebbles. One of the houses housed an inconspicuous organization. It occupied a small wooden building and was no different from the other buildings. A man was talking on the phone. After listening carefully to the assignment, he confirmed that he would definitely send someone there. It was the branch manager of Zone 17, Kim Busick. His secretary, Jamie, was looking at herself in the mirror, like any girl on planet Earth. Suddenly, her activities were interrupted by the arrival of her boss. He gave the order to invite the team of hunters and send them to the exchange point. He explained that it was about restoring the barrier. Lately, this issue had been coming up too often. The branch manager was concerned about something. He couldn't stop thinking about what Beatrice was thinking. Jamie asked the boss who Beatrice was. However, the boss did not elaborate and advised her not to pay attention to his words. After that, Kim Busick asked the secretary about Sun Yu. She replied that the guy was accompanying a team of copper spider hunters. The boss was surprised that they weren't there yet. The boss went to his office, reasoning that the young man was unique, so there was no need to worry about him. He asked the secretary to warn the guy about the preparations as soon as he returned. At that very moment, in the desert, in the lair of the copper spiders, Sun Wu went into the final battle with the monstrous creature. He realized that the team of newbies had let him down. They were all dead, and he was completely alone. He couldn't understand how he had ended up in this situation. The guy understood that he was only supposed to accompany them, but now he would have to defend himself because his mission on planet Earth was very important, and survival was simply necessary. The spider attacked first. It shot a stream of white poisonous web at the young man. The boy took a weapon from under his cloak. It was a pistol, and he aimed it at his enemy. Pulling the trigger, he shot at the monster spider. The spider shook and was disoriented. It was not yet clear whether the weapon was powerful enough to destroy the monster. The last surviving member of the group said that it was all in vain, and that bullets could do nothing to the copper spider. However, in the next moment, something strange began to happen. The bullets that had been fired and hit the spider began to detonate and explode inside the monster. It looked like a bloody mess. The man watched the battle with genuine interest. It was the first time he had seen such a weapon. Did these bullets have cores? The man accused the young man of not using this weapon as soon as people in his group began to die. However, Sun Wu said that they should not have lied about their rank, and then nothing would have happened. The young man said that he had to waste precious bullets on trash like this man. He stood in front of the spider again and addressed the man, calling him a fake metahuman. He showed that even an ordinary person with the right equipment and experience could defeat such a spider. Grabbing a long knife from its sheath, he ran headlong toward the creature. The young man said that he had been a guide on hundreds of expeditions alone. Talking about himself, the guy began to chop off the spider's limbs. Without stopping for a moment, he cut off one leg after another, not giving the monster a chance to recover. Covered in the copper spider's blood, the guy finished it off, realizing that his life depended on it. In the next moment, he jumped at the monster with a knife in his hands, not giving it a chance to get its bearings and harm the guy in any way, not allowing it to spit out its poisonous white web. The guy dealt with his monstrous opponent and continued to explain to the man what he had told him. First cut off the legs, and then it was necessary to cut off the head, said the young man, raising his hands high in which he held his very sharp and long knife. Lowering the weapon with all his might onto the monster's neck, he cut off its head in one motion. Greenish-brown blood spurted in all directions. The spider's head was separated from its body, and the young man was able to breathe out. He breathed a sigh of relief and told the man that he was trembling before a beast that could hardly be called large. Wiping the spider's blood from his face, the boy said that the man would remain a novice for the rest of his life. He realized that the rank given by the people at the exchange point was not real. An 18th rank salamander sheds its skin once a year. Why did you pretend to have defeated it, bringing the shed skin as proof? The man did not answer. He realized that there was no point in denying it. His consciousness was fading, and he could barely hear Sun Wu's words, who called the team quite brave for deceivers. After all, no one ran away when the others began to die, even when their stomachs were pierced. Sun Woo was amazed at how the man grabbed the spider by its sharp front leg and struck it back with an electric shock. Instead of forging ranked documents, it would have been better to spend time training skills. However, now it didn't matter. The whole team was dead. The young man did not want to hear any excuses. He said it was none of his business. He was sure that these people had reasons for doing what they did. The young man asked if the dying man knew the price to be paid for deceiving Noda. The man replied that it was a criminal offense, but the young man had no right to kill him, although he really wanted to do it right now, because the man in his group had put Sun Woo's life in danger. Suddenly, the young man heard a command in his head. Kill him, and take it! The man asked to be killed because he was dying anyway, and it would be difficult for him to wait for Noda to take revenge. The young man stood over the dying man's body and couldn't understand what voice he had just heard. That voice wanted him to kill the man. The young man continued to resist these thoughts. He remembered how he had been given the order to accompany the detachment and receive a lot of money. He strained with all his might to remember whose voice had given him the assignment, because it was now of fundamental importance to him. Finally, the name Jamie popped into his mind. Jamie, the branch manager's secretary. He teleported there immediately and appeared in front of the girl, demanding an explanation as to how she dared to send him on such a mission. Jamie was really scared. She tried to calm the young man down and told him not to get so worked up. He wouldn't let up because she knew what a dangerous mission she had sent him on. The girl accused the branch manager of not being able to tell the difference between shed salamander skin and cut skin, and that she had also been deceived. That they had all been deceived. Sun Woo said that this time he would not pay her part of the money, and from now on he demanded to be informed of all the details about the clients he was to accompany. Jamie tried to say that in that case, they would be breaking Noda's rules. However, the guy was not going to listen to her comments. He demanded that she find a way to get around these restrictions. The girl apologized again and promised that it would not happen again. Sun Woo said he was very tired, and that if it weren't for the branch manager, he would have severed all ties with Zone 17 long ago. Jamie reminded him that even if he didn't want to, these people were very sensitive about guides walking on their territory. It pissed him off that there were metahumans in every barrel. If you're going to die, what difference does it make whether it's at the hands of a monster or a hunter? He remembered how he had just lost his temper and killed one of the metahumans. The guy really wished he had abilities like those liars. He would have found a more effective use for them. The next moment, a flash of his rage lit up the whole room, and someone's powerful hand grabbed him by the throat with a pincer grip, causing asphyxiation. Seconds later, he was dangling high in the air, lifted with a slight movement of the hand, unable to fight off the attack, breathe, or defend himself in any way. Here comes the metahuman for your soul, the guy's voice rang out. He asked if he should kill Sun Woo as he wanted. The young man did not answer, burning his opponent with his gaze. He could not answer. The metaman's hand continued to squeeze his throat, barely allowing him to breathe. The metahuman noted that this young man had a very bold and insolent look in his eyes. Everyone associated with Nod is a representative of the guild and can use its name if necessary, the metaman reminded him. A girl approached him from behind and said that any actions aimed at harming a member of Nod would be interpreted as an attack on Nod itself. This girl was the hunter Park Yun-jung, a meta-woman with enhanced vision of the 17th rank. After the end of the world, Nod was the only guild that continued to fight for the preservation of life in the lands called the deserts. This organization created safe places for humanity to survive and received assignments such as hunting demonic beasts. Park asked if the metahuman was afraid of being punished for killing a normal person. Hunter Kim Sung-ho did not answer her. The next moment, he unclenched his claw-like fingers, and the young man fell to the floor from a great height, bruising his entire back. It took him a long time to clear his throat and catch his breath, and Park asked if he was okay and if he needed help. Park didn't understand the point of behaving like Hunter Kim and making a scene with the young man. The next moment, a man appeared in the doorway. He asked if the young people had finished talking among themselves and if they were ready to listen to something important. He said that the branch manager was waiting for everyone and that Sun Woo was also invited to the meeting. The young man was speechless with surprise. He knew that he was standing before the leader himself, John Chang-soo, and since all the members of the Marlin team were gathered here, it meant that something incredible had happened. The team representatives gathered in the office listened to the branch manager. He said that a request had been received from Kwang Moen to defend the barrier. Sung Woo said that it seemed she had lost consciousness again. Leader Jong confirmed that this was the case. Until she recovered, the team had been asked to act as bait. Hunter Kim said that he himself had not yet participated in such missions, but had heard many stories about similar requests recently. It seemed like she was wearing herself out, and rumor had it that she hadn't even been able to sleep lately. Hunter Kim was outraged. He said they were like slaves. Let these people defend their own lands. The branch manager confirmed that they were desperate, as evidenced by the current conditions offered for the team's services. They promised citizenship in the city as a reward for completing the mission. Citizenship was a very desirable reward for any inhabitant of the planet. Everyone understood that they must be in a desperate situation if they were offering such difficult-to-obtain citizenship as a reward. He volunteered to go and take part in the mission. Leader Cheon confirmed his participation. Hunter Park asked if she would have the opportunity to visit the famous city. If so, she was ready to go. Such a reason seemed ridiculous. Hunter Kim also agreed to participate since citizenship was at stake. Thus, all members of the Marlin team confirmed their desire to participate in the mission. Now it was time to prepare. The meeting was scheduled for tomorrow morning at the Southwest Gate. The young man spent the whole night alone in his room, thinking about the events that were unfolding. He wrote in his diary, recording all the information. It turned out that Quan Muen was one of the largest reconstructed cities after the end of the world. A giant energy barrier had been created at the city's borders to stop all demonic beasts from invading. This barrier had been maintained for several decades by a high-ranking hunter named Beatrice. However, she has recently had health problems, which have affected the quality of the barrier. She needs to fully recover her strength and then return to work. But if a beast attacks during this time, the city will be lost. The residents decided to change their strategy after the tragedies they had experienced. They turned to the people of the desert for help in saving the lives of their own population. The Marlin team settled in the vicinity of the city. They asked their guide, Sun Wu, which route they should take. He said that the environment had changed slightly. They knew that a fifth-rank beast, a bearded gargoyle, had appeared in this area. It would be difficult even for hunters like them. The young man replied that he would choose a route that would help them avoid all demonic beasts above rank 11, because they were metal humans with enhanced physical abilities. He showed on the map where they would go, despite the fact that there were 15th-rank demonic deer beetles in this area. Hunter Kim confirmed that he could handle them easily, so it was decided to go in that direction. The team advanced through the abandoned lands toward the city. Everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, the guide Sun Wu heard something. He raised his hand and stopped the group. The members of the group heard nothing, so they looked at him anxiously. They were counting on their guide. The young man signaled them to remain silent and not make any noise. He crouched down and showed them a strange discovery. It was a footprint. Everyone looked at the footprint with interest and wondered who it belonged to. Perhaps it was the footprint of a demonic beast. Sun Wu said he needed to check something and asked Park to look around using his enhanced vision. The girl immediately began scanning the surroundings, piercing distant spaces with her hypersensitive gaze. The young man directed her attention toward the densest sand clouds, assuming that danger might be lurking there. Pak said she had checked and scanned those clouds and then even looked beyond them, but saw nothing of note. Hunter Kim was losing patience. He thought they were wasting their time. Instead of studying the tracks, they should have moved on. Suddenly, the guide noticed a crowd of hobgoblins behind the clouds. Marlena's group did not know what these creatures were. Sun Wu explained that they had passed through here about 15 minutes ago and had a very keen sense of smell. Although the hobgoblins had initially been moving in the opposite direction, the young man was sure that they had already smelled the humans and were heading towards them. At that moment, Park finally saw them too with her enhanced vision. She confirmed that the young man was not lying. A crowd of goblins was indeed approaching. The team became alarmed. Leader Cheon thanked the guide for noticing the threat in time. Now they had to urgently prepare for the encounter with the goblins, because only 2 members of the group had close combat skills. The leader asked the young man if there was anything nearby that they could use. He said that there was a bridge nearby. The young man then turned to the hunter Kim and asked him to pick up Park and carry him. After all, they had to run at full speed to reach the bridge. Hunter Kim did what the guide asked, but he was really surprised that this newbie was giving him orders. Soon, Pak asked Kim to run even faster, as a dusty and rocky cloud of enemies was already catching up with them. The hobgoblins were approaching. They could be seen even without any special abilities. With each passing moment, the crowd became clearer, and it was already possible to distinguish individual monsters. They were short, nasty creatures, bald, big-eared, with huge, toothy mouths. In the middle of their heads were horn-like growths that resembled a dragon's spine. Hobgoblins were monsters of the 18th rank. They were weaker than copper spiders, but they had a strong sense of belonging. Thanks to this trait, goblins would unite at the slightest sign of danger, and a whole horde was already considered to be of a higher rank. Even experienced hunters had a hard time fighting them in open terrain. Assessing the composition of the team, the young man realized that there was only one melee specialist for every 2 warriors. Even leader Cheon, with his 10th rank, was not strong enough for such a situation. It all seemed too risky, but there was no choice. Finally, they reached a bridge 4 meters wide and about 6 meters long. If the leader and the hunter managed to repel the attack, it would ensure an easy victory, as the crowd of goblins simply would not be able to break through the bridge. However, there was still a problem. The team leader and the hunter Kim had to repel the monster's onslaught right in the center of the bridge. The guide himself was obliged to stay in the rear with the girl. Sun Woo was going to provide support from behind and at the same time look after the hunter park. During the battle, she became a liability that needed protection, and guarding her distracted the fighters from the main battle. It was best not to interfere at all. The young man suggested that the girls stand behind him and not interfere with the warriors fighting. Everyone took their positions, but the guide knew that his plan was unlikely to succeed. Leader Cheon was known everywhere, but the young man was seeing him in action for the first time and did not know how strong he was. As for the hunter Kim, he had only recently joined the team, and his support skills were also a mystery to the guide. However, there was no choice. The team lined up and prepared to face the horde of goblins. As the enemies approached, Leader Cheon took out his axe and used his ability to create a shockwave around himself. This wave knocked down the first row of goblins that were in the area of effect. Hunter Kim was not far behind. He cut the monsters in half with his sword. This was not a difficult task for him, as the young man possessed increased strength and easily dealt with such opponents. Of course, the goblins had the advantage in numbers, but that didn't stop the hunters. They fought selflessly and repelled the attacks of the vicious creatures. Sun Woo and the girl watched the battle. Gradually, the young man began to calm down. Perhaps he had worried for nothing, and the team really did have enough strength to repel the horde's onslaught. The battlefield looked epic. The group leader and Hunter Kim stood tall in the center, and the entire bridge was littered with the bodies and body parts of goblins. The young man and the girl watched the battle with fascination when suddenly a low shadow with an axe in its hands appeared behind Pak. The girl only had time to scream as the vile goblin grabbed her by the hair and threw her to the ground. Hunter Kim turned around at her scream. He asked the guide what had happened and why the girl was screaming, but at that moment, a horde of goblins closed in on him. The hunter was angry at the guy for just giving orders instead of protecting Pak. The situation was heating up. The nasty goblin raised his axe above the hunter's head. At the last moment, the girl jerked away, and the axe only cut off part of her hair. The young man rushed forward and shielded the girl from the enemy. The goblin watched the unexpected outcome of the fight with interest. Sun Woo realized that he couldn't count on the hunter's help. They were busy fighting a crowd of goblins. This meant that he would have to deal with the enemy on his own. The young man stepped in front of the goblin, who was rushing with an axe in his hands, intending to kill the hunter Pak. The guy put up a good fight against the vile creature, but at some point, the goblin knocked him off his feet. The young man fell and lost his weapon. He didn't have time to get up before the goblin was already hovering over his body, raising his axe to bring it down on the young man's neck. At that moment, the hunter Pak did not lose her composure, ran up from behind and stabbed the enemy in the back with a sharp knife, thus saving the guide from certain death. The goblin let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed, dead. The same fate befell most of the horde. The attack was successfully repelled. When the enemy army was defeated, the team members reunited. The hunters rushed to the young man and woman sitting in the middle of the bridge. Sun Woo was in shock. He was kneeling, holding his sword in his hands, unable to calm down after what had happened. He had nearly lost his life. Hunter Kim lashed out at him, saying that it was his job to protect the girl. Park defended the young man, saying that it was Hunter Kim who had missed the goblin. Kim reluctantly agreed, admitting that he had not expected the enemy to appear from the other side. Leader Jong also spoke up on the matter, saying that Sun Woo was right to assign roles. Thanks to this, the warriors were able to repel the attack. It would have been much more difficult to hold the defense alone. Sun Woo was still in shock. His hands were shaking, and he kept replaying what had happened in his head. After all, he wasn't really a warrior. The young man did not blame the hunters for failing to protect the girl, but suggested that they leave as soon as possible. He reassured the team, saying that there were no other demonic beasts nearby, because goblins only settled where there were no creatures stronger than them. The group continued moving toward the city. Time passed and they were still making their way through the deserted territory. At one point, the guide stopped and began to peer into the distance. The group leader asked if they had reached their destination and when that would happen. Without answering the questions and complaints, the young man climbed onto a boulder that stood in their way. The fog and dust cleared, and the guy lowered a ladder for the team, inviting them to climb the wall. Hunter Kim continued to grumble. He didn't like that the journey was taking so long, that they had encountered goblins, and especially that some snot-nosed kid was giving orders. Climbing onto the platform, the team of hunters saw something unexpected and astonishing. Sun Wu explained that they were looking at the dome of the city of Kwangmyeon. They had almost reached their destination. A few hours later, they reached the dome itself. It was a majestic and unusual sight, truly magical. Not every inhabitant of planet Earth had the honor of seeing this wonderful dome up close, a barrier capable of protecting an entire city from monsters. Hunter Park stood, holding her breath, and looked at the dome. She wanted to touch it, but she was afraid of getting hurt. At that moment, the hunter grabbed her by the arm and pushed her into the dome. The girl was very frightened. Kim himself laughed maliciously at his colleague, not realizing that such jokes could be too dangerous. Leader Cheon said that the girl felt no pain from the contact, but that was the main problem with the city. The barrier had indeed kept the demonic beasts at bay for decades and was doing its job perfectly. It could be trusted. The team decided to enter the city and explore it from the inside, rather than remain outside. As soon as the group crossed the barrier, a police representative came out to meet them. He stopped them in a stern voice and demanded documents confirming the identity of the arrivals. Team leader Marlon Chong presented his documents and those of the other members. After verification, the group was sent on to the next stage. There, each of the attendees was given a bracelet to wear on their wrist. This was a mandatory step in identifying visitors to the city. Hunter Park examined the bracelet with girlish curiosity. She noticed the core inside and decided that the decoration looked very cute. A police representative warned that the barrier would be deactivated the next day at 7 in the morning. They would be provided with temporary accommodation in a public training facility. In addition, after sunset, it was forbidden to leave the rooms, as the city's residents feared the presence of strangers from the desert. Hunter Kim asked what would happen to them if they broke the city rules. The police chief replied briefly, "Violators would lose a hand and the bracelet would explode if anyone tried to remove it by force. Therefore, everyone had to be careful." After all the instructions had been given and announced, the group was finally allowed into the city center. Sun Wu thought that if the barrier was created to protect against beasts, then all these police measures were completely useless. They only symbolized the refusal to accept people from the desert. Hunter Park was the first to leave the police station building and looked around. What she saw made an indelible impression on her. The whole group stood with their mouths open in amazement. Only the leader remained calm, for he had already been to this city. "Welcome to the city," read the sign at the exit of the police station. Before them was a real city, one of millions that once existed on Earth. Everyone was fascinated by what they saw. They had walked only a few meters, and it was as if they had entered a completely different world. The leader confirmed that he had experienced the same feeling when he first visited here. He asked Sun if he was going to leave right away and what his plans were. The young man replied that he would first like to walk around the city and look for something useful. At that point, the group parted ways. They all wished each other luck and good experiences, then went off to explore the unusual surroundings. Sun walked around the city and couldn't stop being amazed. There was a peaceful atmosphere here, and at some point it became hard to believe that another world existed, a harsh and dangerous one. He noticed a sign for a store called Antique House. The guy decided to go inside and see what was for sale. He opened the door, but before he could enter, a customer came out, her hands full of boxes. The young man couldn't see the girl because the boxes completely covered her face, but he noticed that the hem of her jacket fluttered and a piece of paper flew out of her pocket. The young man crouched down and picked up the card. It turned out to be a personalized pass. While he was thinking about calling out to the girl and returning her lost item, she had already disappeared from view. After wandering around the store, the young man went to the cash register to pay for his purchases. In his basket were diving masks and snorkels. The salesperson looked at the selected items with surprise. He asked the young man what he needed the goggles for, but the guy did not go into details. Then the salesperson warned that the store only accepted payment in cores and did not accept metal money. At that moment, the young man's gaze fell on an unfamiliar object in the display case, and he asked the salesman what it was. The salesman explained that it was a magic bomb. If you pulled the pin, it would explode like a flashbang grenade. Sun Wu couldn't stop being amazed by this city. He was struck by the fact that such things were sold to the townspeople. The merchant explained that it was not a lethal device, so it was not considered a weapon. But if it exploded right next to a person, they could be blinded for a while. The young man asked where such a thing could be used, The salesman didn't know how to answer, but said that since there was demand for it, he sold it. At that moment, the shop doors flew open with a shout, and a disheveled woman appeared in the doorway. Her hair was sticking out in all directions. Sweat was streaming down her face. Her cheeks were red, her glasses were crooked, and her clothes were untidy. The girl asked if anyone had seen her access card. At that moment, the young man realized that this was the girl he had met at the store entrance. He hadn't been able to see her face because of the boxes, but he was the one who had found the card. The girl rushed to the young man with sincere gratitude. She asked where he had found the card and showered her savior with words of thanks and admiration. When she calmed down a little, the girl introduced herself. Her name was Marie from the Research and Development Department, and she was a senior researcher. She also said that, judging by his clothes, the guy was from the desert, and it seemed that a metahuman had provided him with individual assistance. Sun Woo said he was not a metahuman, which aroused Marie's great interest. She held the guy's hand and began to scan him. She checked his power type, visual type, and auditory type, but couldn't understand anything. The young man pulled his hand away from her grip. He didn't like any of this. Then she began to apologize and admitted that she was surprised that he had no abilities. Marie said it was very strange because she could sense a signal, and it indicated that the guy was a metahuman. The young man had no answer to this question. He only knew that he was an ordinary person, a desert dweller. Marie thought about it. It all seemed very strange to her because she didn't sense any abilities in the young man. Suddenly, she remembered that she was late, apologized, said goodbye to everyone present, and ran away. Sun Woo was confused and bewildered after meeting the girl. There was no reason not to believe her words, but they sounded very strange. In the end, he was in a store in a beautiful magical city, so he added a magic grenade to his purchases. Lying in his room, he couldn't stop thinking about what Marie had told him. Was he human? More than anything else in the world, he wanted to become a meta-human. He was constantly looking for signs of awakening and methods to become one. But so far, his dream had not come true. He accepted reality and decided to devote himself to his work as a guide. And then, just when he had almost given up and stopped dreaming, he suddenly became what he had always dreamed of being. The next morning, crowds of people, and not only people, stood in front of the city. Everyone knew that the barrier would be deactivated in the near future, which meant that it would be possible to get inside. Hunters and police officers prepared to meet those who wanted to enter the city. As soon as the barrier was removed, frenzied crowds of desert dwellers rushed to tear the city apart. They ran with wild cries, sweeping away everything in their path. In addition to the people from the desert, creatures also entered the city with them. Giant, monstrous wasps capable of biting off and breaking off people's heads with their paws while flying. Team leader Chong ordered everyone to run and save themselves. The group rushed to escape, trying not to fall victim to the giant wasps and bandits. Those who did not manage to escape were killed on the spot. The attackers left no one alive and showed no mercy. At one point, one of the city's residents decided to break out to escape the crowd and the swarm of monstrous wasps. He said that his citizenship didn't matter. He just wanted to escape. However, no matter how much he protested, the police did not let him leave the city. The next moment, he was killed by a monstrous wasp sting. The members of Marlin's group continued to run without looking back. Leader Cheon led his comrades, not allowing them to stop and think. At that moment, Sun Woo realized that they had not been called because the hunters in the city were weak, but so that they could be used as bait for the monsters. Before their eyes, as well as those of the townspeople, the giant wasps left no one a chance. The town only needed bait to distract the beasts while the barrier was disabled. Hunter Park, with her unique vision, saw a herd of beasts in the northwest and another in the south. Danger was approaching from other directions as well. It was clear that there was nowhere to run. At that moment, the guide stopped the whole group and announced that he had a plan. The girl said she saw hordes of 9th-rank raptors, so there was no point in running. No one would survive. Hunter Kim, despite his unique physical strength, did not know how to fight such monsters. He was discouraged and upset. The guide confirmed that a single raptor was rated as 9th rank. Even one was enough to wipe out the horde of hobgoblins they had dealt with the day before. It became clear that they would achieve nothing if they started fighting the monsters. When the group had no more ideas on how to survive, Sun Woo came to the rescue. He handed his friends the masks and snorkels he had bought the day before and explained how they could hide. They found the nearest lake swamp, put on their masks and snorkels, and submerged themselves in the water to become invisible to the monsters. After that, the whole team lay at the bottom of the lake, discussing and thinking about what was happening. They understood that the trained people from the city would deal with the raptors, but the mercenaries from the desert would fall victim to them. When the danger had passed, a gruesome sight met the team's eyes. The entire area was littered with the bodies of dead mercenaries and desert people. Sun Yu warned the team that it was safe to come out. Although they had survived, no one felt joy or happiness. The hunters were also very upset. They realized that they had encountered a crowd of raptors, and most of the authors were probably already dead. The young man suggested following the raptors' trail. They were so aggressive that there would be no other animals in their path, which meant the group would be able to move safely. The leader suggested finding shelter where they could wait, gather their thoughts, and decide what to do in this situation. As night fell, they made their way into an abandoned building. There was no one inside. The friends lit a fire and sat around it to warm themselves and dry their clothes. It was unclear when all this would end. The leader said that last time it took several hours, so it would take at least that long now. Their task was to wait for the signal. Various disturbing thoughts swirled in the guy's head. He thought about the people left to die, about the city left without a barrier, and about his team in danger. Suddenly, something caught the young man's attention. He heard some kind of vibrating sound. Team leader Chong asked the young man what he had seen. The young man had no answer. He just sensed danger approaching. It was very suspicious. All of their senses were heightened. The team members, along with their leader, kept a constant watch on the darkness of the night. It was very quiet around them, so it seemed that their fears were unfounded, but the young man's inner intuition told him otherwise. All the members of the group stood at attention, facing the window. They didn't understand why, but they felt they had to trust the young man's intuition. The next moment, two glowing objects appeared outside the window. The group leader ordered the young man and woman to hide behind him, while the hunter Kim went out to meet the approaching object. Sun Woo continued to stare until he could make out the monster that had found them. It turned out to be a giant black mantis, one of the most vile and dangerous creatures. The group leader couldn't understand why the boy was so shocked by the sight of the mantis. The young man replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but he knew of a flying demonic beast similar to a mantis, 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. However, the young man did not know the strengths and weaknesses of this monster and did not know how to destroy it. He did not even know the monster's rank, so he suggested that the group retreat. The leader said he would fight the mantis, and then its rank and abilities would become clear. However, the young man understood that an unknown rank did not mean weakness. The creature had entered the raptor's territory. This meant that the mantis was at least 9th rank. At that moment, the monster appeared before the group in all its glory. It noticed the people and began to move in their direction. Leader Cheon gave the order for everyone to take up combat positions and cover each other. The entire group took up combat positions, but it seemed completely useless in the current situation. Hunter Kim said that it was too dark here, and he couldn't see the monster. He didn't know where the mantis would fly from. The group leader tried to calm the young man down and prevent him from panicking. Sun Woo asked the girl to look around and determine where the mantis was hiding and from which side it would attack. All sides were examined by Park's unique gaze. She searched everywhere but could not find the area where the mantis was hiding. It was very suspicious. The group froze in anticipation. At that moment, the guide heard a sound approaching. By tracing the source, it was possible to determine from which side the giant creature was approaching. If everyone stays calm and reacts in time, the young man thought, when the silhouette of a monstrous mantis appeared right behind him. It was unclear how the creature had gotten behind him, but the young man did not lose his composure. He managed to grab his sword and partially repel the monster's attack. However, he still didn't have enough strength to harm or repel the blow, so in the next moment he was thrown onto his back, losing his weapon. At that moment, the hunter pack also saw the mantis and tried to warn the young man. The boy was confused. He had just gotten up and couldn't find his sword in the dark when the giant mantis appeared above his head again. The group leader Chong also sprang into action. He had already seen the attacker and rushed into battle with it. The giant mantis's next blow struck leader Cheon's axe. The group commander put up a worthy fight against the monster, ordering the others to leave while he stayed behind to fight. In the next move, leader Cheon repelled another attack from the monster. Sun Woo managed to escape from the scene of the battle. He no longer had a weapon, so only his legs could save him. He joined his comrades. The group was at a disadvantage. Unlike the monster, they couldn't see anything in the darkness. How they needed light. The young man watched anxiously as the group leader fought one-on-one with the monster. At that moment, he had an idea. He took a light and noise magic grenade he had bought in a store the day before out of his pocket and threw it to the leader. The grenade lit up the entire room, and Hunter Cheon finally saw his opponent. Hunter Kim was also able to orient himself in the space and immediately rushed to the commander's aid. Commander Cheon's face contorted in pain. He shouted for the young man not to move or come closer. At the last moment, Hunter Kim stopped, and the group leader went out to fight the giant mantis one-on-one. The young man agreed that the leader was right. If they swung their weapons in a place with limited lighting and space, they could only do harm. In the current situation, it was the best decision. However, the leader could have problems in the fight with the mantis. In fact, he couldn't even defeat the raptor, and the black mantis was stronger, most likely by a lot. But even worse was that the mantis was very intelligent. While the young man was thinking about this, Leader Cheon took a stance and prepared to fight the monstrous creature. The mantis was also ready. It raised all its legs as high as possible and prepared to attack. After waiting a little longer, both opponents rushed towards each other. Until the very end, it was unclear who would win. In the first minutes of the fight, it seemed that Leader Cheon was doing an excellent job and was blocking all of the mantis's attacks. However, as we remember, the monster was not only strong, but also very intelligent. The mantis distracted its opponent by making extraneous noise and took advantage of the moment to strike. Leader Cheon was able to take advantage of the situation, stood over the monster, and raised his weapon, intending to send it to hell. However, he failed to carry out his intention because the cunning and intelligent mantis blocked his attack. Hunter Kim saw that the captain was losing ground. Before the eyes of the team, their leader was losing the battle. The captain himself understood that unless something supernatural happened and he managed to come up with some kind of trick, the battle would be lost, and the mantis would deal with the entire team in a matter of moments. Hunter Kim was not known for his composure, patience, or intelligence, so without hesitation, he rushed forward and put his weapon in front of him, trying to protect the captain. Strength alone was not enough to overcome such a cunning and powerful opponent as the Black Mantis. He easily threw the young man to the far side of the room, after which Kim knocked him out, losing consciousness. Having neutralized one of his opponents, the Mantis strengthened his position and continued the fight with the group's leader, Chan. The Predator's next blow struck the captain. The beast's sharp claw pierced the shoulder of the man, who had already lost much of his strength in the fight. Without noticing how it happened, the captain found himself impaled on the mantis's paw like a kebab on a skewer. Practically losing consciousness in such an unequal battle, Leader Chan agreed that the battle was uneven and that the opponents could not fight each other on equal terms. The mantis, without losing speed, knocked out the two strongest and most capable warriors of the group, without losing any of its strength and power. Guides Sun Wu and Hunter Park were left alone with the monster. They were not capable of close combat, untrained and untested for such a task. The young man realized that there were no options left. Now it was their turn to face the mantis on the battlefield. Based on what he had seen, the young man realized that it was at least a fifth-ranked beast, and he had no hope of defeating such a predator. Clutching his blade in his hand, the young man continued to analyze his opponent. He realized that the mantis's main weapon was its front legs, which were very strong. There was almost no chance of cutting them off. He had to find the monster's weak spot. What could it be? The head, the eyes, the neck, or maybe the chest? The guy continued to think hard, holding the blade with both hands and realizing that he had almost no chance of survival. And so he had nothing to lose. He had to go all in. At that moment, the giant black mantis rose on its hind legs and straightened up. Its size was terrifying, but right in front of the guy's eyes was the part connecting its legs and torso. Perhaps this was the monster's weak spot. Unable to test his assumption, the young man realized that this was his only chance. Gathering all his strength and gripping his blade tightly, the young man jumped on the monster and thrust the tip of his weapon into the planned spot. At first, nothing happened, and the boy thought he had been wrong in his assumptions. However, a few seconds later, the giant mantis staggered and lost its balance. As it fell, it caught the young man and threw him to the ground. It seemed that nothing could change the outcome of this battle. The young man lay motionless on the ground, with no weapon in his hands, while the monstrous creature loomed over him, its front paws on either side of the young man's head. The monster wasn't just looking at its prey. There seemed to be intelligence flashing in its eyes, laughing and rejoicing at the impending murder of a human being. The young man closed his eyes, saying goodbye to life. He understood that even if the team leader had failed, he would have no chance against this monster. The mantis lowered its ugly head closer and closer to the young man. The outcome was clear. Suddenly, some sounds came from afar. The giant black mantis pricked up its antennae and froze, listening to them. The monster listened to the sound for a while longer. It turned out that it was able to react not only to movement, but also to sound waves. It is unknown what the giant creature heard. However, in the next moment, it jumped to its feet and disappeared at tremendous speed in an unknown direction. The young man was lying there, alive but half dead. He couldn't believe he had survived. didn't understand where Bogomol had gone or what had happened. At that moment, the hunter pack jumped up to the young man. She asked him how he was feeling and inquired how she could help. Sun Wu did not understand why the mantis had simply left. Perhaps it considered the young man too weak an opponent, not even worthy of death. The young man also did not understand what the strange beeping sound was that echoed through the space. He had never heard it before. Perhaps it was a way for demonic beasts to communicate. Be that as it may, the boy had survived this battle and had to pull himself together and think about the most important thing: his mission. The rest would become clear in time. At that moment, the bracelets on his hands indicated that the city's defense plan had been activated again. In the heat of battle, they hadn't noticed how long ago the bracelets had started glowing, and perhaps the signal the mantis had heard was evidence that the barrier was activated again. This meant that the people needed to return immediately before the bracelets on their wrists exploded. The girl asked what they should do with the rest of the group, since the leader and the hunter Kim were seriously injured and unable to walk. The young man checked the wounded. It turned out that the leader's heart was not damaged. He had only lost consciousness and was still alive, so there was a chance to save him. The young man picked up the captain's immobile body and threw it over his shoulder. He asked the girl to help the hunter Kim because they needed to get back to the city very quickly to take the wounded to the hospital. The group had very little time. They had survived the battle, but now their lives depended on how quickly they could get to the city. Meanwhile, in the city, the cleanup and restoration of order continued. The bodies of the dead hunters were being removed from all the courtyards and streets. According to police estimates, there were 58 dead, 17 wounded, and 11 missing. Suddenly, the police noticed some strange movement near the energy barrier. They left the bodies of the dead and looked closely at the horizon. At that moment, someone passed through the barrier. It was Marlin's team. Guide Sun Wu carried the leader's lifeless body in his arms, while Hunter Park supported Hunter Kim. After all the horror they had experienced, the corridors and wards of the city hospital were a sight for sore eyes and a balm for the heart. Team leader Zhang lay in bed. Hunter Park fed him with a spoon, explaining that he needed to eat everything so he could recover as quickly as possible. She took on the role of a nurse and grumbled, warning that soon he would taste her fist instead of food, and even his role as team leader would not save him. The rest of the group were also in the ward when the door swung open and an unfamiliar man appeared in the doorway. He introduced himself as the deputy director of the city administration, Bei Jinsen. After everyone had been introduced, he wished all the members of the group a speedy recovery and said that his healing abilities were very strong. The group leader asked what the city administration had come to them about. Bei Jinsen said that he could not answer the captain's question in front of everyone and asked the team members to leave the room for a moment. Puzzled, everyone went out into the corridor, discussing possible options. They assumed that the most likely topic of discussion would be remuneration, which meant that they would be granted citizenship. The guide listened to the guy's chatter. Hunter Kim said that he was born to be a rich boy who knew no hardship, and he didn't understand how he had survived in these terrible deserts. The young man was not so naive. He understood that a representative of the city administration would not come personally to talk to a desert dweller. Something was wrong. Bei Jinsen admired the strength and courage of the whole group. He said it was a miracle that all the team members had survived the terrible night. The captain honestly admitted that it was all thanks to their guide, who, being an ordinary person, had helped them survive. The captain analyzed the past events and confirmed that he still did not understand and could not believe that they had made it. It seemed like a fairy tale. After that, the administration representative admitted that although everyone was happy about the team's return, they were in a difficult position because they had not expected such an outcome. The following words provoked an unpleasant reaction from the captain. In anger, he threw a chair and ended the audience with Bei Jinsen. When the guys returned, the captain told them the essence of the problem. Hunter Kim was the most dissatisfied and angry. He said that he was not ready to accept that they were only given 2 places for citizenship. Not only that, but these 2 places were given to the guide Sun Wu and the far-sighted Hunter Park. The captain tried to calm the young man down. He said that it was the city administration's decision and that there was no choice. But to Kim, the captain's words seemed meaningless. He continued to rage and shout, accusing the captain of betrayal. If the captain wanted to sacrifice his right to citizenship, that was his personal business. But he was not going to give up because he was strong and worthy of it. What angered him most was the fact that the choice had fallen on the young man, because he was not even the right person, but a simple and insignificant inhabitant of the desert. The captain tried to calm Kim down, but that only made things worse. He spewed hatred and curses and was most outraged by the fact that the man had been granted citizenship. The situation became tense. No one had the strength to listen to the curses. The captain simply shut him up. Hunter Kim did not calm down. He could not accept this fact. He then began to accuse the captain of making a personal decision because he simply wanted to save the lives of these weaklings, the girls and the guide. The captain indirectly confirmed his opinion, saying that in return, the two of them would get all the remaining rewards and still have a chance to obtain citizenship. His words further enraged Kim. He didn't want any rewards because he understood that death could come at any moment in the desert. He wanted citizenship and to live a quiet, peaceful life in the city. After an enraged Kim left the hospital room, the captain turned to the young man and said that he had no doubt that they were alive only thanks to him, and therefore he asked him to accept citizenship without remorse and not to pay attention to his comrades' anger and words. The young man confirmed that he would gratefully accept citizenship. The young man knew that he had accepted the assignment precisely for the opportunity to obtain citizenship and had no intention of refusing it. However, he understood that there was a huge problem. The hunter, Kim, would not accept it. The captain tried to calm him down, saying that Kim was a good guy, just a little hot-tempered. However, his words did not sound reassuring. Night fell. The hospital corridors were empty. Silence and tranquility enveloped all the rooms. It was quiet in the ward too. Everyone was fast asleep, enjoying a deep, restorative sleep. Suddenly, Sun-woo woke up. Through the partition, he saw Hunter Kim getting out of bed. The guy walked over to the group leader's bed and pulled a knife out of its sheath. In the next moment, the angry guy raised his hand with the blade over the sleeping captain's body. No miracle happened. The group leader, Jong, woke up from the excruciating pain that pierced his body, and blood flowed from his throat. Summoning all his strength, he managed to grab the attacker by the throat and squeeze it tightly, while the killer's hand continued to hold the knife in the captain's body. The captain couldn't believe that his comrade had done such a thing, and the hunter Kim continued to accuse his boss of betrayal. Sun-woo lay there, afraid to move, listening to what was happening behind the partition. The hunter said that he would never return to the desert and was sure that such a creature without abilities had no right to live before him. At some point, the hunter realized that his actions had awakened the others. He approached the guide's bed and decided to deal with him as he deserved. Pulling back the blanket, the killer realized that the young man had escaped. At that moment, a magic grenade flew to his feet. There was an explosion, and the light and sound wave knocked the villain out for a while. Bleeding profusely, he stood crouched and could not open his eyes because he was blinded and deafened by the explosion. Sun-woo knew that this was his only chance. Gathering all his strength, he rushed at his opponent. With a knife in his hands, he jumped on the hunter from behind, pinning his head between his knees. In the next moment, the knife pierced the guy's neck and sank in so deep that blood began to flow from the enemy. Suddenly, voices rang out in the young man's head. They told him to kill and take the abilities. Kill and take. The boy froze in surprise. He heard the voice that had sounded in the desert again, which meant that he hadn't imagined it last time. The hunter Kim took advantage of the young man's confusion and slammed him against the wall with all his might. Using his enhanced physical abilities, Kim was going to break the insolent man's neck. He couldn't stand this insolent upstart who had taken away his right to citizenship. However, the wound inflicted by the young man proved fatal. Blood pulsed and flowed from the hunter's neck. Both participants in the fight realized that the wound was fatal. Hunter Kim continued to bleed in rage, calling the young man a loser with no abilities. In the grand scheme of things, his words were irrelevant, because a few seconds later he fell dead in the middle of the room, having lost a huge amount of blood. Sun-woo watched what was happening. He couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that he had killed a meta-human. Suddenly, his body was affected by some kind of force. The guy felt vibrations coming from his hand. It just couldn't be. Was this awakening? The awakening of meta-abilities in an ordinary person? The young man understood that he couldn't stay in the room because it would be proof of his involvement in the death of his colleagues. He threw away the knife he had used to wound the hunter, Kim. The guy sat there deep in thought, a million thoughts racing through his head about where to go, where to run, what to do, where to hide. At that moment, he heard a voice calling him. It was the group leader. He called the guy by name and tried to say something to him. The young man woke up sitting on a chair. A bright light was shining in his face. The deputy director of the city administration was standing next to him, and the silhouettes of the judges were visible in the distance. The guy didn't know who was hiding behind those partitions. The young man was warned that he was being interrogated and that he should tell the truth. It turned out that security guards had gone to the ward the previous morning. After hearing someone scream and entering the room, they found the scene of a murder. There was one witness and 3 victims in the ward. The incident occurred several hours before the bodies were discovered in the middle of the night. Hunter Kim died of arterial bleeding, and Hunter Jong also suffered fatal injuries and died of blood loss. The only witness, Hunter Park, was ruled out as a suspect after her alibi and evidence were checked. Mr. Song-woo was found unconscious with bruises and contusions all over his body. He was the only one who could testify. The young man had been the team's guide for 3 years and had twice been called upon to defend the city as a person without abilities. B. Jinsen asked the young man if he agreed with all this information. The young man confirmed that this was indeed the case. This was followed by questions about what had happened that night, and he was asked to tell the truth. The young man said that in the middle of the night, an intruder broke into the ward. Unfortunately, it was very dark, and the young man was under the influence of medication, so he was unable to see the attacker who broke into the ward and killed the hunters. This information did not quite match the picture, so B. Jinsen doubted the young man's honesty. One of the participants in the trial, a senator, said that this incident was related to people from the desert, and there was no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Why didn't this version suit him? The senator suggested that the deputy director of the city administration leave the unknown attacker as the culprit and increase patrols in the city. However, B. Jinsen was not satisfied. He found it strange that despite the huge amount of blood in the room, there were absolutely no traces in the corridor, and the killer should have left traces at the scene of the crime. This cast doubt on the story told by the young man. In this regard, the deputy director believed that the young man had given false testimony to cover up his crime. The young man had no choice. He had to defend himself, so he asked to speak since he was now a suspect. The boy said that he was indeed just a city dweller with no abilities, and he agreed that he was not strong enough to fight 2 metahumans with physical enhancements. Moreover, the young man had only just received his citizenship the day before, so he clearly couldn't risk his life foolishly against 2 people. B. Jinsen confirmed that his words sounded logical. Marlin's team was an assault squad, and it was unlikely that they could be easily killed. Perhaps this action was committed by another metahuman who wanted to become a citizen. In addition, traces of a fierce struggle were found. And if Sun-woo was a criminal, he should have had much more serious injuries inflicted on him by the hunters in response. Scenes from the night flashed through the young man's mind. He had indeed been severely beaten. His body would not have been able to withstand it if he had not survived the awakening. The senator clarified, if that was the case, why wouldn't the deputy director of the city administration close the case right now? He replied that it was all true unless Sun-woo was a metahuman. Therefore, B. Jinsen wanted to check something. A witness was invited. The young man couldn't understand or imagine who it could be, because apart from Marlin's team, there was no one else in the hospital ward. The door swung open and an unknown person appeared in the doorway. The deputy director of the city administration asked him to introduce himself. It turned out to be a researcher from the city's research and development department, Marie. She said that she determines the characteristics of metahumans' powers when she assigns them tasks. She had the ability to determine whether a person belonged to the metahumans. She was called in because of her abilities to confirm the words of the young man who claimed he was not a metahuman. The young man confirmed that he was an ordinary guy and did not possess any of the abilities or qualities of a metahuman. The deputy director of administration asked Marie to stand in front of the young man. B. Jinsen said that there were known cases when a metahuman awakened during their lifetime, despite initially being an ordinary person. If it turned out that the young man had recently acquired abilities, then he would become a suspect. Marie stood in front of the boy sitting on the chair, looked at him, and began to assess him. The young man remembered how Marie had once offered to help a guy in a store, thinking he was a metahuman. He also remembered how surprised she was when he told her he was an ordinary person from the desert. Even then, she didn't understand how that could be. In order to determine the young man's status, she needed to confirm or refute her assumption. She stretched out her hands and froze in anticipation. Taking the guy by the hands, the girl began the process of energetically scanning her partner. She entered his consciousness and saw the events of the previous night. The leader had summoned the young man to him. Dying from blood loss, the group commander told the young man to run away before the hunter, Kim, killed him. The young man was shocked that the commander did not realize that the hunter was already dead and was trying to help the guy survive this state. After life left the leader's body, the young man rushed sincerely to him to try to revive him. However, at that moment, something incomprehensible happened. Some kind of energy entered his consciousness. The young man felt a strong pulsation in his head, just like when he woke up in the desert. The young man felt very ill. His head was splitting, his eyes could not see anything, his body was aching. It was something different and very strong. In the next moment, some kind of energy explosion occurred inside the guy. causing him to lose consciousness. After that, he remembered nothing, because he was lying, like his dead comrades, on the floor of the ward amid blood in the aftermath of the fight. Marie read all this in the guy's mind with horror. She moved away from him and announced that she had finished the scan. The deputy director of administration asked her to announce the result. The girl, addressing everyone present, witnesses and judges, announced that Sun Woo was not a metahuman. These words greatly surprised B. Jinsen. Marie confidently confirmed that he was definitely an ordinary person. The young man understood that Marie was well aware that he was awakened. He did not understand why she had defended him and lied under oath. The judges were eager to end the interrogation. They suggested releasing Marie as the results of her work were clear to everyone. The girl said goodbye to those present and left the room. The judges proposed to consider this case as one in which someone who had not obtained citizenship had attempted to kill those who had. The judge suggested that all metahumans who had not obtained citizenship be classified as suspects and investigated. The deputy director of the administration asked what the judges had decided to do with Sun Woo. In turn, the young man said that he was renouncing his citizenship and would return to the desert. The city administration did not insist on this, so the young man's decision seemed strange. He said that from the very beginning, he believed that Leader Jong and Hunter Park were worthy of citizenship. The surprised judges asked the young man why he was giving up his right to residency, since he had gone through serious trials and it was unknown when he would next have the opportunity to obtain it. The young man replied that if everything had happened because of citizenship, he would remain a suspect in the murder of his comrades, with whom he had spent 3 years side by side. Moreover, he did not want to receive something that had exposed him to danger from an unknown criminal. Therefore, it was logical to renounce his citizenship so as not to attract the attention of either the police or the criminals. The hearing was adjourned, and after a while he was released from the courtroom. He warmly said goodbye to the Hunter Park, wishing her all the best in her new life. The young man himself set off in an unknown direction. Soon he heard someone calling his name. It was Marie. The girl said she was very happy for the young man and that the judges had not realized he was a metahuman, so now he could leave the city in peace. Sun Woo thought she knew the truth about him, but he still couldn't understand what her plans were and why she hadn't told the tribunal anything. He confessed to the girl that he believed he had awakened because of that incident. He was referring to the murder in the hospital ward. The girl said she didn't think he had deliberately killed his comrades, but rather that it had been impossible to do otherwise. Marie continued to surprise the guy, so he asked her directly why she hadn't told the judges the truth if she knew it. It turned out that the research assistant was interested in his abilities. She leaned toward the guy as if sniffing him and said that what she sensed from him was something new and exciting. She believed that the young man was emitting completely different signals than other metahumans. It turns out that people are divided into 6 categories. Most people fall into one of 6 categories: physical enhancement, supernatural powers, magical technology, evil taming, psychopathy, and magic. But there are also individuals who are not like everyone else. Senator Beatrice from the city of Kwanmun was one of them. These metahumans cannot be classified, and they give off different signals. The young man asked if the senator really had no supernatural powers. Marie said that her ability to create a barrier around the city was her superpower. But Senator Beatrice was the only one who could maintain a barrier several kilometers in size. Marie asked the young man if he had experienced any strange sensations during his awakening. Images of what had happened to him flashed before his eyes. When he didn't understand where he was or how he had performed certain actions, Sleep admitted that he periodically heard an unfamiliar voice in his head. Marie reassured him, saying that metahumans often hear commands in their heads. She asked the guy what the voice said. However, he did not tell her because he did not fully trust her. Although she behaved in a friendly manner, it was unclear what she had in mind. The girl did not press him, although she noted that it was strange and could not be so, but immediately confirmed that she sensed a certain feeling from the guy. He seemed to be emitting a different signal, not like that of other metal people. Senator Beatrice had the same signal. The young man couldn't understand whether this was good or bad. He didn't know what to do with this information and his knowledge about himself. He thought that his abilities most likely worked as an amplifier, but Marie said that Senator Beatrice emitted the same signal. It was very strange. Marie reassured the young man, saying that no one expected such power from him, since he had only just awakened. The catastrophe associated with the appearance of demonic beasts nearly plunged humanity into the abyss. But it was able to survive thanks to the appearance of metal humans, who created cities and were able to build a normal human life within them. Humanity was reborn thanks to the metahumans. Marie was curious from a scientific point of view to know what would happen if all these people came together. But for now, she is very concerned about one question. How much longer can Senator Beatrice hold out? For the past few decades, she has sacrificed her health to maintain the barrier on her own. There are rumors that she hardly sleeps. The young man realized that the information about Senator Beatrice's health was true. By maintaining the protective barrier around the city, she had literally put her health on the line. Marie confirmed that the senator was doing everything possible and using her last ounce of strength to protect the townspeople. Sun had to decide for himself whether to believe the girl or not, but her ability to identify metahumans confirmed his feeling. She was sure that the young man was an unusual metahuman with great potential, just like Senator Beatrice, and that he had the power to end the battle against the demonic beasts and possibly even save humanity. The boy listened to Marie, said goodbye to her, and set off on a solo journey to reflect on recent events. The deaths of 2 people, the trial, the double awakening, and the words calling for the killing of metahumans echoed in his head. His head was about to explode from everything that had happened, and now the salvation of humanity. Starting with the opening of the gates that released the beasts, and ending with the almost complete destruction of humanity, which happened just a few decades ago. Those who survived and settled in the desert dream of only one thing: survival. All that matters to the young man is not salvation. Not salvation, but survival. During the return to the desert, only the strongest survive. Those who do not know their own strength perish. They perish at the hands of beasts or humans. Therefore, as a new metahuman, he must determine the nature of his powers. Therefore, the young man went to Mokden, an abandoned city, to test his strength and find out his level. It is the best place for newly awakened ones to train. The boy stopped near house number 5. A growl came from the darkness. Soon 2 bright red burning eyes flashed in the darkness, and someone's giant muzzle peered out from under the gate. The young man realized that he had reached his destination and encountered a demonic beast. Of course, the encounter happened much earlier than he had expected, but so be it. The demonic beast turned out to be a poisonous cat of the 16th rank. The next second, the predatory creature pounced on the young man. The guy managed to react and crouch down. The cat's jump did not bring the desired result. Multicolored magic stones scattered on the asphalt. They were explosive cores. The demonic cat, growling and baring its teeth, prepared to launch another attack. The boy took a defensive stance, considering his options. He didn't have to wait long. The vile creature, opening its mouth wide, lunged at the young man. However, he managed to jump out of the way, and the animal sank its teeth into a car parked nearby. The young man realized that he couldn't just leave the street. First, he had to deal with the cat. At that moment, his gaze fell on the ventilation hatch cover. Summoning all his strength and activating his abilities, the young man tore the cover out of the asphalt. Standing in front of the demonic animal, he used the heavy steel disc as a shield. The demonic cat's next attack was repelled by the manhole cover. All the poison aimed at the young man was thrown back. The boy continued to repel the attack, using the manhole cover not only for protection, but also as a weapon. He hurled the disc shield at the head of the monstrous creature. Spinning in place, he accelerated the disc and, putting all his strength into it, aimed it at the beast's body. The monstrous cat barely noticed several such attacks, but it was clear that the beast's strength was also running out. The guy's next attack ended with him sticking the disc into the creature's open mouth. This action had the desired effect. The animal was finally killed. The young man was victorious. The huge, monstrous, demonic cat lay at his feet, its mouth open and its tongue hanging out. The young man was finally able to catch his breath. He noted with relief that his opponent was dead and caught his breath for the first time in a long time. The young man took his favorite knife from its sheath and cut open the belly of the dead animal. Purple blood spilled onto the asphalt. The guy pulled back the skin and muscles of the dead animal. The inner cavity of the body was filled with intestines, and between them were stored excellent 16th rank cores. Taking one of the cores, the young man examined it, turned it around, assessed its strength and power, and was very pleased with its quality. After that, he gutted the demonic cat, tied a knot like a bag, and stuffed the cores inside the intestines. Since he had killed a poisonous cat, he was now a 16th rank metahuman. The young man was pleased with the events that had taken place. His first battle had been successful, and his catch had turned out to be very decent. The boy continued his journey through the abandoned city. It was very painful and sad to look at these empty, dilapidated houses, abandoned by people. The young man noticed that, apart from its ruined appearance, the city struck him with its unreal and strange silence. In one of the courtyards, he saw a pool of blood spreading across the yard. The blood was still fresh and warm. It had not yet clotted. However, there were no corpses to be seen anywhere. The young man stood near the puddle and looked around, trying to catch any movement or noise. It was unclear whose hands had committed this murder. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from behind the half-broken door of the barn. The young man pulled the knife from its sheath and went to investigate. Bursting into the room, the young man found only a group of frightened children hiding behind boxes and barrels. Son asked them who they were, what they were doing there, and why they were alone. The next moment, a stranger appeared behind him. It was a creature wearing a metal helmet and goggles, its neck wrapped in a scarf, and it was impossible to determine its age or gender. The stranger rushed to attack the young man with a knife. The boy also had a knife and managed to jump back before the stranger's attack was completed. The rivals stood facing each other, hesitating to start a conversation. A moment later, the stranger jumped at the young man, and Sun had no doubt they wanted to destroy him. Gathering and activating his strength, the young man threw the stranger into the far corner of the room. It seemed that Sun had dealt with this enemy rather quickly. However, the stranger's hand pointed a gun at the young man, and he was asked to put down his weapon and raise his hands. Frightened children ran up to the man with the gun. It was clear that they knew each other, and the young man was ordered to slowly turn toward the wall. The young man tried to negotiate. He offered to put down his weapon and talk honestly, introduced himself, and said that his name was Sun and that he was a representative of Nod. The name Nod, uttered by the young man, had an effect, because the man with the gun immediately froze in place. Sun said he had no intention of harming these people. He was just passing by. The man with the gun replied that it didn't matter to him. It didn't matter whether the young man was from Nod or not. He ordered him to put everything he had on the ground and leave. The guy tried to psychologically pressure the man. He asked if he was really going to rob a metahuman from Nod. The man with the gun doubted that the guy was really a metahuman, but the young man suggested they test it out. The next moment, he simply struck the wall next to him with all his might, leaving a huge hole where he had hit it. The man with the gun knew that Nod was the last law of the desert, and this would seriously harm one of its representatives. The guy went on to explain that Nodi doesn't rob or take jobs for a reasonable price. He tried to convince the guy with the gun of his good intentions. The guy then quoted one of the main rules of Nod. If someone from Nod is harmed, Nod will take revenge. He also said that the man with the gun would not be able to shoot anyway. This confidence greatly surprised the stranger. Sun claimed that the gun uses firepower and fires using nuclear energy. Considering that each shot consumes nuclear energy, the cost of a shot is very high, so no one would shoot just like that. The man with the gun said he believed the young man and would let him go, but in return he demanded the cores. Sun said he wanted to rest for a few days and then hit the road, and that the cores would be collateral that would be returned to him in the future. The young man was not worried that the bullets would be in his opponent's possession, because he could take back their power at any moment. With these words, he threw the bag of guts, full of bullets, at the man. The man with the pistol said that the young man was wrong about one thing and pulled the trigger. He fired. Each shot did indeed consume valuable resources, but he could fire as many shots as he wanted as long as he had bullets. On the wall next to the hole left by the young man's fist, there was a huge smoking hole left by the pistol. The young man agreed that the technology that increases the efficiency of the core's energy allows it to be used multiple times. It was a magical technology, the likes of which he had never seen before. Finally, the man took off his helmet and introduced himself. His name was Aaron. He was a very young guy, almost a child. He asked the young man to follow him. The group headed for the base. Sun led the way, followed by Aaron with his pistol, and curious boys brought up the rear. They were already on the 40th floor. Their legs were tired, so Sun asked why they lived so high up. Aaron replied that if they were only dealing with animals, they would live lower down. But being at a height was an advantage against people. In other words, there were some other evil killers here. Soon they reached the base. The young man found himself in an ordinary house where women, children, and old women sat together, going about their business as if in peacetime. One of the girls, a blonde with a shaved head, was holding a crossbow. Aaron approached the girl, apparently the leader of the group, and began whispering something to her. At that moment, she was carefully studying the guest. She was the leader of the Mokdona Range Shelter. She said that in other times she would have treated the guest better, but now they had to make do with what they had. The young man noticed that there was an alarm system installed here. Reyna said that they were currently at war with the killers, which was why they were short on supplies. The killers were not demonic beasts, enemies of humans in the desert. There were also killers who had forgotten their human nature and begun hunting humans. Of course, killers who disrupt the order in the desert are a headache for the Nod. So the young man understood them and offered a deal. Reyna confirmed that they were indeed in a difficult and desperate situation. However, she knew that the Nodi always demanded something in return, but she was willing to listen to the young man's proposal. He said that he would like to understand the situation first and then discuss the details of the deal. He was interested in where the killers lived and how many of them there were. He was told that the killers were located in the center of the driver's license testing center. There were about 10 of them, which wasn't that many. Sun was surprised that only 10 people posed a problem for them. Besides, they had an alarm system in place. The leader of the shelter confirmed that they had already killed many, but had also lost many supporters. The guy was surprised that there were so many killers. Where did they get food for so many people? The answer shocked him. It turned out that the killers were cannibals. However, Reina said that the killers' cannibalism was not the most frightening problem. The main problem with the killers was the meta-humans who had gone over to the side of the villains. They were skilled in close combat. The residents of the shelter noted that ordinary human killers are mostly quite weak. Only their leader poses a significant challenge. Sun sincerely sympathized with the people. He said that he would like to take part in the mission to eliminate the killers and would prefer to deal with it himself. The residents said they would be very grateful to him. However, unfortunately, they had nothing to repay him for his help and kindness. But the young man already had a wish. He wanted to meet the local magic technician. This request greatly surprised the residents of the shelter, but they decided that why not? Accompanied by the leader and Aaron, the young man went to the workshop. The sight of the workshop surprised him greatly. It was a real magical workshop, filled with all kinds of drawings, tools, and parts. But what surprised the young man most was the chief mechanic, a charming red-haired girl named Minnie. The young man looked at the magical technician with interest. He did not expect him to be so young. Minnie, in turn, complained that the work was not progressing very quickly because she did not have any nuclei. The leader of the shelter introduced the technician to the young man, saying that this person from Naudi wanted to help them and had a request specifically for Minnie. The young man looked at the unusual things on the table with surprise. He asked if she made these devices herself. The girl confirmed this, although she said that they weren't very cool. Sun realized that the technician was very modest because she made artifacts of this level in such poor conditions. He asked permission to examine and evaluate the inventions. The girl allowed him to do so and began to comment on and explain each item that Sun picked up. His attention was drawn to a strange artifact lying on the table. It was some kind of mixture of a knife and a propeller. The girl said it was a melodic blade. The young man had never heard of such a weapon before, so he examined it with interest. Minnie admitted that there was a small problem with it. To increase its power and heat, she had attached a core to the sword for protection. To achieve the desired power, she needed more cores than expected. But if she used more cores, the balance would be disrupted. The young man thought it would be nice to use it simply as a sword, but its cutting properties were not even as good as a kitchen knife, the girl replied. However, the guy stood his ground. He said that he really liked this artifact, the melodic sword, and asked the technician to sell him the weapon. Technician Minnie did not want to sell failed products. She allowed him to simply take the melodious sword and use it, if he could manage to do so at all. At that moment, the young man took the cores out of the bag and said that he was going to take the artifact as payment for the deal. However, seeing the perfection of this sword, he did not want to just take it. The technician, the leader of the shelter, and Aaron could barely keep their jaws from dropping at the sight of so many wonderful, multicolored cores. He said he was impressed by the technician's talent and asked the girl not to stop experimenting with these cores. Minnie couldn't agree to accept such a huge amount of precious stones from a stranger. However, he convinced her. At one point, the young people were passing the cores to each other and their hands touched. At the moment of contact, the young man felt as if new knowledge and information were pouring into his head. Graphs, diagrams, drawings, ideas, and new inventions. He realized that this was how magical technology worked. This process was interrupted by Aaron, who thought that the young man was holding his girlfriend's hand for too long. At that moment, the same terrible voice rang out in Sun's head, demanding that he kill and take away all the power and information. The boy dropped his weapon, moved away from the girl, and grabbed his hair. Reina and Minnie watched the young man in surprise. They thought he had overused the magical technology and suggested he take a break. The leader of the shelter even tried to joke with him to somehow soften the negative impressions. They suggested he sing a lullaby, but that only made him angrier. In the middle of the night, the young man lay on his bed and recalled the events of the day. He was very upset by the voice urging him to kill. He had once heard that after awakening, this inner voice should disappear. But it seemed to him that the voice was only getting stronger. He couldn't understand what was happening. The faces of the people he had killed appeared before his eyes. Technician Minnie could also suffer because the voice in the young man's head demanded that he kill and take away their power, all their knowledge. That option did not suit him. The next day began with a search for the killers. Sun and Aaron looked at their base through binoculars. The young man explained to the metahuman that they were nearby and worried that everything would go well. Aaron said that among these killers at the base there must be a metahuman, their boss. The guy didn't know what abilities he had because he had only met him once and escaped. However, he remembered that this metahuman was very strong physically and very fast. The young man knew that he had offered the deal not out of kindness or pity, but because he wanted to test his abilities. He laid out his weapon. It was a sniper rifle that Minnie had finished inventing just the night before. Using electromagnetic energy in the barrel, it loads and fires nuclear cartridges. This weapon has almost zero noise and good combat power. Due to a shortage of nuclei, she was unable to complete it. But according to Minnie, thanks to the young man's nuclei, she was able to finish the development. Sun said he sincerely hoped the rifle would be useful. Aaron said that he trusted Minnie's technical abilities and was therefore confident that the weapon would not fail. Sun also hoped that the sword he had chosen in the workshop would do its job. He was going to use it even though the technician Minnie was not sure about the result. He took out the core and said that with this filling, he wouldn't have to worry about it. Aaron confirmed that he had never seen such a small and clean core before. It was among the developments of the city of Kwanmore, where nuclear energy compression technology existed. Provided that the cores could be compressed, it would be possible to combine at least 10 of them into a single core. The story of such a miracle impressed the boy. He had never been to a city, having been born and raised in an orphanage. He had heard that it used to be a city too. He was too young when Mokdong was part of a city known as Seoul, but because of the demonic beasts, almost nothing remained. It used to be a huge city with a population of 10 million. The boy dreamed of living in such a city, but in his case, these thoughts remained only dreams. At some point, Sun remembered the hunter Kim, who said he would never return to the desert and would always live in the city. It was time to end these conversations and start taking action. So the young man said he was going to check how good this sword was in action. Before leaving, he picked up a brick, threw it into the air, and cut it with his sword as if it were a piece of butter. Aranu was very pleased with the result. So the boys decided that they were done with their preparations for the day. The sortie was planned for the evening, and they went to rest until nightfall. When darkness fell, the accomplices met again by the window. They discussed what was happening outside. The plan was that as soon as Sun approached the entrance, Aaron would take out the guards on the tower. At that time, no one was asleep at the assassin's base. 2 guards stood on guard in the courtyard, and 1 was in the tower with a spotlight. Despite their vigilance, Sun was able to get close to one of the assassins and hold his knife to his throat, warning him not to make a sound. Before the villain could even touch his weapon, a stream of blood spurted from his chest and spread across the asphalt. The guard on the tower turned the spotlight to the side and saw the body of his comrade lying in a pool of blood. An order was immediately given, and all members of the gang were awakened and called to arms. The main villain, the boss of the gang of killers, a metahuman, also woke up. He asked what was going on. At that moment, the young man was already moving through the building. Another killer was quietly stabbed to death. The young man looked at the body of his enemy and thought that it was always easy for a metahuman to kill a person without abilities. He understood that this was not the first time he had killed, but he did not want to get used to this feeling. For a moment, a breeze blew nearby, and the young man heard a slight noise. He immediately guessed that the gang leader, a metahuman, had come out to meet him. However, he did it very quickly and carefully. The young man didn't even sense his presence. The boy remembered Aaron's warning that the boss was very fast. However, this did not help him at all, because he did not even have time to take a defensive stance before he was thrown back by his opponent and landed on his back. The huge, strong metahuman stood over the young man and asked who he was. The boy had no intention of answering his questions and tried to reach for his magic sword. While the meta-boss lost his vigilance and examined the young man, trying to recognize him as one of the shelter's residents, Sun became active. Gathering his strength, he threw the villain hanging over him with all his might, and the villain flew across the corridor, hitting the opposite wall. After that, the villain realized that he was also dealing with a metahuman. He was very curious to see how it would all end, so he suggested going outside and not holding back. Going outside turned out to be quite simple. With a slight movement of his hand, he threw Sun out of the window of the house. Binoculars watched the events unfold. He saw that the young man was not yet winning. The next second, a huge megaboss jumped out of the window of the same house and attacked the young man. However, the young man had enough speed and reaction time to move aside and avoid being crushed by the powerful force at that moment. By this time, the remaining members of the gang had run out into the yard and rushed to help their boss. Sun activated all his inner abilities and prepared to fight like a true metahuman. Eren realized that his moment of glory had come and fired. The villains scattered but remained unharmed. They were too fast and the young man was unable to hit them. The boss of the killers said that the sniper was in the building to the west and ordered his subordinates to go there and deal with him. Eren saw a crowd of assassins approaching him. They were meta, albeit weak, but it was becoming difficult for him. The fight between Sun and the meta boss was in full swing. Both opponents were using their inner powers without restraint. The assassin boss laughed at the young man because he thought he was too slow. He picked up a tire with his foot and threw it at the guy. The young man had enough strength and speed to cut the tire in midair. However, in the next moment, the boss of the killers flew at him. The mega monster flipped in the air at lightning speed and managed to kick the young man in the stomach. The guy realized that he could not yet fully use his powers. The villain guessed that he had only recently awakened. The boss of the assassins offered the young man to join the gang, and then he would teach him how to fight. The young man said he didn't want to rob people in the desert. At that moment, voices reappeared in his head, begging him to kill the young man right then and there. The young man's words did not upset the boss in the least. He just laughed and said that they would have very tasty meat for dinner today. In the next second, both rivals rushed at each other with all their might. There was a powerful collision, and the winner was unknown. The remaining bandits had already reached the building where Eren was hiding. They were climbing the stairs pretty quickly, getting ready to deal with their easy prey, when one of the gangsters' feet caught on a wire stretched across the steps. It was young Aran's trap. He had tried so hard to set it up that he really hoped the bandits would fall for it and activate all the traps. The killer boss continued to strike, his speed so high that the young man did not even have time to react. The young man managed to run to the side, gather all his energy, and prepare to defend himself. He understood that he needed to calm down because his opponent was extremely experienced in combat. In addition, the young man had very little experience in battles with metahumans, although he had previously encountered a huge number of demonic beasts. Looking into the face of the approaching killer, Sun Yu thought that he could be imagined not as a human, but as a demonic creature. He decided to classify his opponent as a demonic beast in human form and calmly analyze his behavior. He just had to discard all his preconceptions about how people usually behave, because there was very little left of the human in the boss. Eren climbed onto the roof of the skyscraper and prepared to shoot. He barricaded the attic door with boards. Using the optical sight on his sniper rifle, the young man watched the battle between the metahumans, waiting for the boss to appear from behind the wall. At the scene of the fight, everything was going as usual. The boss still outmatched the young man in strength and speed, not allowing him to respond to attacks. Sun Yu continued to analyze his opponent, hoping to uncover his weaknesses. His strengths were obvious: speed and power. The opponent once again destroyed the wall behind which the young man was trying to hide, and this did not cause the villain any difficulty. The young man noted that the boss's distinctive features were his speed and powerful kicks. But were his legs the only thing he was strong at? The young man decided to test a sudden thought. What if he closed the distance? As absurd as it seemed, by closing the distance, the guy was able to dodge the next blow. At this stage of the fight, it didn't help much because the blows were coming at tremendous speed. But the young man was able to lure the attacker out from behind the wall, and Aran immediately took advantage of the situation. He opened fire with his sniper rifle at the killer boss, even though there was no question of hitting the target yet. However, it turned out that the shooter was able to wound the villain. He clamped his hand over the wound and, stopping the bleeding, thought about his next move. The boss assassin understood that in this situation, his main weapon was speed. He jumped out of cover and ran. The boss assassin decided to interrupt his fight with Sun Yu and deal with the shooter, postponing the main course until later so he could have a snack first. Eren saw the fleeing enemy and opened fire on him. The meta boss had good reason for his increased speed. He managed to dodge the bullets simply by running away from them. Eren realized that his firing speed and power were insufficient, and the core's energy was running out. At that moment, the killer boss got ready, accelerated, and made a swift and dizzying climb up the wall of the building. He literally flew into the air and landed on the roof of the skyscraper right in front of his opponent. The boy was shocked by his enemy's physical abilities. He did not expect him to be able to jump to him. There was no time left to shoot, so he covered himself with his rifle as a shield. The killer boss kicked the rifle out of the young man's hands and threw him aside. However, the boy did not give up. Flying over the roof, he grabbed a crossbow from behind his back and prepared to shoot. The boss assassin showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he spoke to the boy and asked him which orphanage he was from. Continuing to question the young man, The meta-assassin easily and playfully tilted his head, and the crossbow bolt flew past. This happened repeatedly. All the bolts fired by the boy flew past because his opponent was faster. At one point, their fight reached the point of absurdity. The boss came up close to the archer and, continuing to smile, looked him in the eyes. The young man shot at point-blank range, but that didn't help either. The arrow was caught by hand a few centimeters from the villain's face. The boss easily and playfully broke the fingers of the metal crossbow bolt, saying that such a toy was powerless against him. The boy was stunned, but he was not lacking in courage and bravery. He struck his opponent in the face with all the strength of his childish hands. The meta-killer approached the young man, grabbed him, and threw him face down on the ground. Ignoring the boy's screams, cries, and insults, the boss began to cut the clothes on his back with a crossbow bolt. The villain gloated and enjoyed himself. He liked the cries of his victim. He said that a good dinner is not complete without pleasant music. The boy continued to insult and beg him to just kill him, but the villain confirmed that he was not going to kill him right away. He wanted his food to stay fresh for a long time. The louder the boy screamed and insulted him, the more the cannibal anticipated a delicious dinner. Suddenly, his attention was distracted by the noise and rumbling coming from behind the closed attic door. Something was clearly happening there. The next moment, the door gave way and swung open, and Sonyu appeared in the doorway. The boy quickly glanced at what was happening, noticed that Eren was still alive and resisting, and realized that their lives depended on his actions. He reassured the boy, saying he would save him, and prepared the magic sword he had received from the technician Minnie the day before. When asked where he had been for so long, the young man replied that it had taken him a little longer to climb because of obstacles that had suddenly appeared on the stairs. These obstacles and the debris scattered across the steps turned out to be the killer boss's associates. He was not at all upset about the loss of his subordinates, considering them to be idiots who were easy to find, and he did not intend to miss them. At that moment, Eren attacked him from behind and stabbed him in the neck with a knife. These actions were akin to a mosquito bite, but the element of surprise worked. The boy was so angry and ready for battle that he was almost unaware of what was happening and did not have time to fully comprehend the situation and become frightened. Sonyu took advantage of this. He activated all his abilities and rushed at his opponent at full speed, remembering that the boss preferred to keep his distance. Approaching the killer, the young man cut his opponent's leg with a magic sword. The sword was very sharp, and the cannibal's leg flew off to the side, causing him unbearable pain. Sonyu had no intention of pitying his enemy or stopping. He laughed, saying that he was very sorry that his boss's beloved leg was no longer with him. In the next moment, the magic sword went to work again. This time, the body of the killer boss was cut in half by the magic sword. There was no longer any need to fear the villain. At that moment, a voice sounded in the young man's head again. "Kill the metahuman and take his power." Waves of power and strength pierced the young man's body, and he could no longer control himself. When he woke up, the young man found himself in an unfamiliar place. He had no idea what had happened before that. He had lost consciousness again after killing the metahuman. Eren approached him and greeted him, saying that when the young man suddenly passed out, it scared him very much. He took him off the roof and brought him with him. Sonyu watched the boy with interest. He understood that he had a lot of energy, despite his weak appearance. After all, he had carried him from the roof. Eren said that they were at the assassin's base and that he had found many useful things that could be used at the shelter. Food, gasoline, weapons. He loaded all of this into a truck that he had also found at the assassin's base. It turned out that Iran knew how to drive a car, because he had already had to do it several times. Fortunately, the car started, and the young man, beaming with delight, looked like a child who had been given a New Year's present. His friend started the car and even managed to turn on the radio. It worked, playing a song by the band Idol, which had been popular shortly before the cataclysm. Sonyu felt nostalgic listening to the familiar and beloved song. He thought sadly about the times when life was simpler and more understandable. They were driving home as victors, having received trophies and listening to wonderful music. It was almost a happy moment, suddenly interrupted. In the distance, a red signal flare sent from the shelter flashed. Eren said it was their shelter's alarm signal, and the color of the flare meant that something bad had happened. At the shelter, one of the women who monitored the area around the building ran into the room in alarm and addressed the leader. She said that suddenly the demonic beast began to flee, as if from an earthquake. Everyone rushed to the roof to assess the situation, and it turned out that the beasts were not running towards them. It was a pack of demonic wolves, looking as if they were terribly frightened and fleeing for their lives, while looking back up at the roof. Raising her binoculars to the sky, Reino saw the most terrifying nightmare of her life. It was not just a demonic beast. It was a demonic creature that had disappeared many years ago. The girls did not understand what had happened, because this creature should not have been in their area. Its appearance resembled that of a demon. It was capable of destroying an entire country's army with a flap of its wing. It was an S-rank demonic beast that would never be forgotten by the people who had survived the cataclysm. This monster was called Belkist. It was something between a bat and a demon, a huge creature with titanic strength, and with an axe in its paws, it prepared to attack. The car with the guys was speeding through the streets of the city. Sonyu asked Aran to stop for a moment. The guy said that if the creature was of medium rank, he could handle it. But if the signal was red, it meant that a high-ranking demonic beast was approaching. In that case, they would have to run without looking back, because the signal warned of the approach of a disaster-level monster. Disaster-level beasts were creatures that humans could not handle. Sonyu said that the signal was not issued for them to return, but quite the opposite. The young man tried to reason with the boy, saying that they needed to leave because there was nothing they could do, and they would only die in vain. At that moment, a pack of predatory demonic wolves appeared before them. The beasts also sensed the approach of the enemy, an animal of disaster rank, and tried to save themselves by leaving the area. In a matter of seconds, they managed to overturn the truck, paying no attention to the people inside. They had no time for hunting now. They had to save their lives. Sonyu got out of the car. It was unclear how much time had passed and where Aaron was. The guy strained his strength and tried to turn the truck over. He succeeded. He was strong enough to overcome such an obstacle. A few minutes later, he was already sitting behind the wheel of the car. The guy understood that his survival was the highest priority, so he mentally apologized to Aaron and drove away from the region. Although Sonyu's actions were completely logical and justified, he needed to inform his boss. Thoughts of the people left behind at the shelter haunted him. At that moment, Aaron was running at full speed to his current home because the only people close to him, his friends and neighbors, were still there. When he arrived at the shelter, he saw scenes of terrible devastation. All the women, old people, and children had been killed, and the building had been destroyed. The young man was ready to scream with rage and helplessness. But amid all the noise, he heard someone moaning. On the roof of the building, he found the leader of the shelter, Reino. She was lying there, bleeding to death, living out her last moments. The boy rushed to her, crying out, begging her not to die and promising to bring help and save her life. As he tried to stop Reino's bleeding, cheer her up, and come up with a plan, a huge shadow loomed over the young man. Turning around, he saw Belkist, a huge demon, powerful and muscular. His body looked demonic, with huge muscular legs, powerful arms, and a head with glowing eyes. Wings were attached to his arms, and his limbs ended in sharp claws. The creature looked at the boy, radiating vibrations, feeling neither pity for the human being nor any other feelings. The boy was spellbound. He looked humbly at the demon and barely managed to whisper the word, salvation. It was clear that the young man was living his last seconds. The monster leaned almost close to him, when suddenly a signal sounded. This signal instantly caught Belkist's attention. He jumped away from the boy and rushed to the hole. A few seconds later, the flying devil disappeared over the horizon, taking advantage of the hole in the sky. Aaron burst into tears, overwhelmed by shock, not understanding what had happened or why he had survived. After that, he rushed to Reino, but her strength had already left her, and she died. The young man closed her eyes and said goodbye to one of his most beloved people. He was very bitter that he had not been able to defeat the villain and avenge the deaths of all the inhabitants of the orphanage. He cried his fill over the woman's body and set off to explore and find anything useful. The young man walked, lighting his way with a flashlight, and saw that everything, absolutely everything, had been destroyed. Some people were missing, including Minnie, the orphanage's mechanic. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to a refrigerator standing tilted in the middle of the rubbish. Strangely, the food inside had been thrown away. The young man opened the refrigerator door and, to his delight, found Minnie alive and unharmed inside. The girl threw herself into the young man's arms with tears of joy. She was happy that he had survived and found her. After the friends mourned over the bodies of the dead, Aaron picked up the girl and set off with her in search of a new home. From the dark basement, they saw a truck, and Sonyu was standing safe and sound next to it. The guy said he was glad to see them alive. He asked if anyone else was still alive in the shelter and was very upset to learn that only Aaron and Minai had survived. Aaron began to tell them what had happened, the horror reflected on his face. He said he had seen the monsters up close, but for some reason, the monster passed by after examining the boy. Sonyu remembered that the same thing had happened to him when he encountered the black mantis. The young man asked the boys where they were going and what they were going to do. They had no answers to these questions. Then he asked if Aaron wanted to try to become a guide. Aaron was so surprised that he was speechless. But the young man continued, saying that upon his return to Knot, he was going to assemble his own team of hunters and was currently recruiting people. Many will use magical technology to create equipment, and you will be a guide in my team, Sun Yu suggested. Of course, Aaron hesitated a little because he wasn't sure of his abilities and capabilities. But the thought of going to Knot was simply amazing. So within a few minutes, the friends were racing toward a bright future in a truck. Minnie agreed to go anywhere with her friends. She studied everything around her with genuine interest and constantly asked questions about what she saw. On the way, they came across an energy conversion plant that collected coal emissions and turned them into energy. Minnie asked them to explain things in simple terms because she was little and didn't understand everything. She was amazed at how cool it was to convert waste into energy and asked to stay there to look around. She was like a little kid. Sun Yu agreed to stop and show the kids around. Zone 17 was very close by, so he decided to distract the children a little from the horror they had been living in before. Soon the whole group was standing in front of a model of the dome, with Minnie spraying words of admiration and delight. The next moment, she put her hands on the device and was flooded with information. Sun Yu guessed that she was able to understand the principles of mechanical process in an instant. It was a wonderful skill of magical technology. He explained that this place had been abandoned because it had fallen into ruin, and the branch manager had planted wild grass and restored the field to its original state. Suddenly, Aaron interrupted the young man's story, saying that he heard something strange. It turned out to be an ordinary wild deer walking across the field. The young man immediately took out his crossbow and shot at the animal to get dinner. Unfortunately, the shot missed. The boy was upset, like a real child. He said that the arrow had been deflected by the wind, and now they would be left without food. Then Sun Yu took matters into his own hands. He activated his powers and rushed towards the animal with a knife in his hands. In less than a second, his knife pierced the deer's body. He hoisted the huge carcass onto his shoulders and went to his friends. The guys were simply amazed at such speed. They couldn't understand how he managed to kill the animal so quickly. Aaron thought for a moment. His friend's lightning-fast movement reminded him of something. Sun Yu put his hand on the boy's head and asked him not to worry. He promised to explain everything when the opportunity arose, but asked the boy to keep it a secret. The young man understood that the boy had probably guessed. The killer's ability to run faster now belonged to him too. Finally, the guy understood what his ability was. He absorbed other people's skills and made them his own. A truly absurd skill. At that moment, Minnie's attention was drawn to the windmills. She saw such a marvel of technology for the first time and was genuinely amazed by it. Sun Yu realized how talented she was and how lucky it was that Minnie had survived. The girl immediately asked if she could meet the person in charge of the windmills. He decided it was time to end the tour, promised to introduce the girl to all the people she was interested in, and suggested they hurry to Zone 17. Soon the group arrived at a huge abandoned stadium. Sun Yu said they had arrived. He told the kids that before the disaster, there had been a stadium here where sporting events were held. Before settling in, they had to stop by the reception desk. They were greeted by the same cheerful Jane, the branch manager's secretary. She greeted the guide and asked who the children he had brought with him were. Jane then called her boss and reported that Sun Wu had returned with 2 children. At least he had returned safe and sound. Jane said that Park, the hunter, had called and told them everything that had happened, and they were already aware of the team's misfortune. She confirmed that the branch manager was in shock after hearing the news of the leader's death. Jane also said that the murder weapon had been found, but no fingerprints were found on it, so the criminal had yet to be caught. The young man was covered in sweat from the tension. He understood that if no fingerprints were found, it meant that Marie had a hand in it. Jane continued to press the young man. She said that if he had left the city of Kwangmuen so long ago, it was unclear where he had been, so they assumed that he had also been killed. Sun Wu said that he had some business to attend to, and that he had met the children involved in these events. After that, the guy suggested that Jane go to another room to discuss something. Jane was angry with the young man because she thought he was pretending that nothing had happened and that everything was fine. The guy didn't understand what she wanted from him. He was alive, and the others had done their job. Jane was indignant and said that he must have some important information if he was so impenetrable. Finally, they were alone, and the girl demanded that he tell her the truth and explain his behavior. The guy asked her if she knew about the McDonagh shelter. He said it had been destroyed and all the survivors there had been killed. The girl cynically replied that such shelters were constantly being destroyed. There was nothing important about it. However, the young man's next words made an impression on her. He said that Belkist had destroyed the shelter. She couldn't believe what she was hearing because Belkist had never been seen on the Korean peninsula since the disaster. Her disbelief and skepticism literally enraged the young man. He shouted that he was absolutely certain. Except for him and those two children, all the people had died and been killed. Jane continued to clarify. Of course, the Nods were annoying groups of killers, but it turned out that Belkist had eaten them in the end. Although in reality this was not the case, he slightly adjusted the truth, but continued to stick to his line and said that Belkist disappeared into the portal after the shelter was destroyed. Jane agreed that the people from the shelter were unlucky, but on the other hand, it was good that even more people hadn't died. The young man continued. He had information about Belkist's behavior patterns, which was very valuable because even hypotheses from survivors of encounters with the beast were highly prized. The guy said that Belkist uses body temperature to track people's locations. Jane demanded evidence to support this theory. The young man said that the children had hidden in the refrigerator, which is how they survived. Jane confirmed that this was extremely useful information for fighting Belkist in the future, and Sunwoo demanded a good price for it. It is known that information of this kind is worth at least. The young man replied that instead of nukes, he would like to receive information. He wants to find a solo meta-human capable of leading a team. Jane wondered why he wasn't trying to find a new team that needed a guide. The young man tried not to tell the whole truth and simply get the necessary information from the secretary. But to stop further arguments, he simply admitted that he had awakened. He said he had become a meta-human, and only she and the branch manager knew about it. This news literally stunned Jane. She congratulated the guy. After that, she tried to find out what his ability was. The young man replied that he was able to strengthen his body to about the 15th rank. The girl congratulated the young man on becoming a meta-human, but she realized that they had lost their best guide. Finally, she understood why he wanted to create a team with her. The young man confirmed her guess and said that he was going to take the children with him. Jane was shocked. First, the branch's best team had died, and now the guide had returned alive and awakened. And he wanted to become the leader of the new team. Well, there was hope that the branch manager would finally be relieved of some of his burden. At that moment, he himself appeared, Kim Busik. He confirmed that the world was indeed changing rapidly, and even friends who seemed to be together forever were now apart. However, he could not be happy that one of the youngest members of his team had finally grown up. Kim Busik joked that he would ask the young man not to cause him any trouble. But seriously, he was genuinely happy for the guy that he had returned safe and sound, and moreover, awakened. Manager Kim asked if the young man wanted to continue hiding his identity and not reveal that he had become a meta-human. The young man confirmed his desire. The attitude towards meta-humans at the head office was very loyal, so the boss did not understand why he wanted to keep this information secret from Nod. The branch manager asked if the young man intended to remain loyal to Nod. The young man replied that Nod had never been his idol. He had always admired the manager's intelligence and professional qualities above all else. Kim Busik asked him to tell him about the two children, what he was going to do with them, and what he needed them for. The young man said that he wanted them to become part of his team. He would train one of them to be a guide and a fighter. The boy was very talented, but the young girl, who looks just like a child, is a completely different case. She would work as a magic technician. The branch manager was delighted. He hadn't hoped that anyone would be able to find such a person. It turned out that Sun Woo would take the girl into his team so that Nod would not use her in the production of offensive artifacts. The guy confirmed his intentions and said that his team could continue to receive assignments from Nod. But personally, he would like to deal with assignments to eliminate killers. It turned out that he wanted to hunt not monsters but people. The world was changing too rapidly, and that was the harsh truth of life. After that, the young man turned to Jamie's secretary and asked her to gather all the residents of Zone 17. Soon, the courtyard of the ruined former stadium was filled with crowds of residents. They were asked to line up and approach the former guide one by one. He would place his hands on the shoulders of the person who approached him, scan their inner essence, then thank them for their time, say goodbye, and move on to the next person. At some point, discontent arose in the crowd. People shouted that something was wrong and they didn't understand why they had been called here. Jamie tried to calm the crowd. The next person to come forward was a red-haired beauty. Impatient, she pushed aside the men standing in front of her and demanded that the young man hurry up. The young man apologized for his rudeness, took her by the hands, and felt something strange. At that moment, he let go of her hand, but an electric shock ran between them. The girl also realized that something had happened and asked him about it. Sun Woo guessed that this girl was a meta-human, but he wasn't sure of his guess. He asked her to give him her hand again. The girl was not shy and was surprised. She had also felt strange sensations. As they held hands again, Sun Woo heard a voice in his head. The voice demanded that he kill the girl and take her power for himself. The girl thought that the guy had fallen in love with her and was acting strangely, as if he was trying to hit on her. The young man spoke. He asked if the beauty was interested in hunting demonic beasts or if she had already done so. The girl, who was indeed stunning, had no idea what he meant. She took his words as flirting and said that although he was cute, he was flirting stupidly. The young man was sure that he had heard that voice correctly, which meant that he was dealing with a metahuman. However, her behavior seemed very strange, and he decided to say goodbye to her. He thought that this way he would be able to find another person for the team, but he realized that he had wasted his time. So he turned to all the remaining applicants, thanked them, and asked them to leave. The beauty was furious. She complained to the young man that he had made everyone waste their precious time and hadn't even given a reason. The young man realized that she had too little experience. She did not think about her position at all and crossed boundaries, so he reminded her that she was showing disrespect to a member of the Nodi. He tried to calm her down, saying that in order to survive in the desert, it was very important to know your place. The girl was surprised that such a young boy was associated with the Nod, but then her friends called out to her. It turned out that she was a member of the gang of the hunter Kang Hyun-soo. More precisely, she was his wife. The young man knew that he had long since been expelled from the Nagda, but as it turned out, the branch manager had left him in Zone 17. The boy complained about his boss's unwarranted mercy, while the group continued to make demands. One of the gangsters began to aggressively confront the young man. He grabbed him by his clothes and demanded an explanation about their sister. The young man was upset. He didn't want to get involved in a fight. He didn't understand why these people were crossing boundaries. The next second, an arrow pierced the attacker's arm, spraying blood on those around him. The crowd saw the young boys appear, and the teenager loudly announced that he would kill anyone who dared to touch their boss. Alarmed, Sun Woo and Secretary Jamie looked at the children in surprise. The crowd also saw that they were just little brats and demanded that they be brought down immediately and dealt with. Two musclemen rushed after the boys, but at the last moment, an arrow stuck in the asphalt blocked their path. They realized that it was not just an arrow, but an arrow with a poisoned tip, and chose to run away. They returned to the redhead, pretending to be wounded. However, she did not believe them and said it was just a toy. The gang demanded an explanation with profanity and threats. Even if the children really did have arrows with heads, it was unlikely that they would fire them in the very center of the settlement. The children looked at each other and did not admit where they had gotten such strange weapons. The gang stood with their mouths open, trying to make sense of what they had seen. The next moment, the children continued to have fun. One of the kids took out a grenade launcher crossbow loaded with a powerful projectile and said that now they would test its quality. The red-haired beauty turned out to be not so stupid. She threatened the little girl that next time she would deal with her personally. After that, she ordered her assistants to return. The group retreated, and the girl was indignant that she didn't understand what she would get if she beat up these uneducated desert idiots. Secretary Jamie realized that the redhead seemed to know that she was not just a desert dweller. At that moment, smiling and happy children greeted Sun Woo. The guy realized that a difficult path lay ahead of him. He had no idea that these little ones would cause so many problems. Secretary Jamie told her boss about the incident and asked for his opinion. What was the young man really trying to find? Kim Busik replied that he was most likely looking for useful metahumans to join his team. The girl confirmed that he had also asked her about such people. She didn't understand how he could tell metahumans apart from ordinary people. The boss said that such people could sense each other, and Sun Woo had come up with the idea of using his ability to identify the people he needed. Jamie said that they shouldn't have invited the red-haired Shin Yoon-hee. The thing is, she has a nasty personality and lives outside of battles. Kim Busik said that everyone has their own path, and perhaps she never had a chance to realize her talent, or perhaps she is hiding her incredible skills. The branch manager concluded the conversation by saying that since Song Woo had returned as a metahuman, he should be helped and begin preparing for the next stage. After some time, the newly appointed boss Sun Woo, along with his team, Aaron and Min, went out into the desert. He asked the girl if she had prepared the flag. The young man hoped they wouldn't have to use it, but asked the girl not to hesitate if it was suddenly needed. There were still many questions on the topic. Whether she knew how to use a bazooka correctly, whether she had calculated the radius, and so on. These questions made the girl laugh. Soon, several silhouettes on the horizon caught the group's attention. Everyone was on alert. Sun Woo hoped that his secretary Jamie hadn't told anyone about the training location, and he himself hadn't told anyone either. The strangers were getting closer, and the group wondered who they could be. Aaron suggested that it might be the red-haired city girl and her gang. Sun Woo finally got a good look at the newcomers and said he'd never seen them before. The strangers were also surprised to meet such a strange company. The two groups of hunters stopped at a distance from each other. Sun Woo asked them to introduce themselves before moving on. One of the newcomers replied that he could not do so because they were on a secret mission. He asked if the man with the children was a new team from Zone 17. Sun Woo was genuinely surprised. He didn't understand how they knew this or who they were. The strangers continued to mock the group, saying that he was very tense. At that moment, Aaron stepped forward and asked them to hold their tongues and watch their words. Otherwise, he would rip them out of the strangers' mouths in the next second. It was very comical to hear such threats from such a young boy. The stranger began to examine his opponent and noticed that he had very unusual arrowheads. He had never seen such technology before. Aaron held out his hand with the knife and warned that if the man tried to touch someone else's weapon, he would be punished. His threats sounded quite solid, albeit funny, so the stranger retreated and suggested continuing the discussion amicably. Sun Woo understood that he was losing because his subordinates were very young and weak in combat skills. He continued to study the strangers and noticed that the girl looked like the leader. That meant she was stronger than the big guy with the huge swords behind him. It was clear that these were unusual people. At that moment, one of the strangers spoke up. He suggested that, judging by the team's reaction, Kim Busik had not told them anything. He said that they were a hidden team from Zone 17. Sun Woo realized that the branch manager was very cunning and that there were other hidden teams besides him. The stranger suggested that he should not be surprised, because the manager's job was to do everything possible to keep the secret team secret. At that moment, the girl introduced herself. She was a hunter named Kwon Sena. The big guy's name was Kim Hyun. He only speaks when someone else starts a conversation with him. The third member of the group was the leader, Lee Jae-seon. Their team was called Code Blue. The young man knew that Code Blue was a situation where a doctor needed help to save the lives of patients. It was a very strange name for a team. In turn, the young man introduced himself. He said his name was Sun Woo, and he was the leader of the Fat team. This name also surprised the strangers. The young man did not explain to them that it came from the word devourer, which was his skill. After that, the team members discussed each other a little more and decided not to quarrel. The leader and the bully laughed at their name because it was even a medical term. It's good when you can turn problems into jokes. The young man told the leader the name of his team and said that it was clearly better than Marlin. Kim Busik said that it was very strange that the guy chose that name again. He explained that a normal person as a guide and a magical technologist was not the most balanced combination. He needed someone who specialized in close combat. He promised to ask Jamie to look for candidates for the team, but it would be difficult because the metahumans had already been assigned to teams. The young man said he would be grateful if they could find someone trustworthy. The manager also said that the refuge in Bucheon would disappear in a month. A talented metahuman would be found there, whom he intended to invite to join the team. The young man did not understand where the manager got this information. How could he know the future? Perhaps it was his skill. Kim Busik laughed and said that if he had such a skill, he would never send his subordinates to their probable death. After that, he asked if the young man was going to train children. He also added that he was worried that the young man's awakening would be delayed, but now he was happy that the guy could move forward. The young man felt as if the manager knew about his awakening in advance. He spoke very vaguely, but it was clear that he knew more than he was saying. Kim Busik hoped that the young man would build a good team and use this opportunity to strengthen himself again. It was all very strange. The secret team, the manager who knew everything in advance, and the word again being said several times. What did it mean? In the end, leader Lee Jae-seon admitted that they had simply come to help with training. But if they didn't convince them that the team was capable within a day, they would simply absorb them. Sun Woo didn't quite understand what the manager was planning, but decided not to give up on his intentions and took advantage of his rare ability. The guys realized that there would be a real fight between them now, so they decided to discuss the punishment that would follow in case of defeat. When all the rules were laid out, the young man suggested that the Blue Code group evaluate the skills that the guys had already managed to train. Aaron took a small bottle out of his pocket and poured a pink liquid onto the ground. A terrible stench spread around. The Code Blue team held their noses. Aaron was surprised that they reacted to the smell of the demonic beast's rotting flesh as if they had never smelled it before. After that, the observers stepped aside and the Pausier team got ready. A few seconds later, it felt as if the ground was shaking from within, and particles of sand and stones appeared in the air. The Pausier team took up a fighting stance. They realized that it was approaching. The observers still did not understand what was happening. They thought someone was chasing the group. Sun Woo took up a defensive position and activated his hidden inner abilities. In the next second, the ground opened up where the pink slime had been spilled, and it appeared before the stunned spectators. It was a giant demonic worm of enormous length and thickness, its head crowned with a mouth with many tentacles. When it fully emerged from the ground, the young man's size seemed insignificant compared to the creature. The young man stood in a defensive stance with his sword in his hands. He knew that the ugly worm could attack in two ways. It could break through the ground and swallow up targets on the surface, or it could jump into the air and devour its targets upon landing, then retreat underground. Therefore, the young man's speed was his main weapon. To win, he had to kill the worm before it returned underground. It had to be cut along its arch, which is what the guy tried to do with his first attack. However, the cut caused the giant creature almost no discomfort, and it tried to devour the young man again. Running away at breakneck speed, Sun Woo called his assistant Aaron and gave him the command to act. The boy stood at the ready, holding a crossbow in his hands and, upon receiving the order, fired an arrow straight at the worm. The fantastic creature screeched in pain. A huge hole gaped in its back. The observers watched the battle with interest. They were amazed by the new weapon, for someone had placed explosive energy inside the arrow. Sun Woo wasted no time and rushed into the attack, activating all his abilities. Aaron also continued to shoot at the creature without pause, not letting it go underground. The monstrous creature was wounded. Everyone noted Aaron's talent. The battle continued. It was clear that such minor attacks only grazed the worm and could not cause it any real harm. It seemed that the time had come to use Minnie's abilities. She had to prepare for her attack. The group of observers watched the battle with great interest. They were amazed by the youth and skills of the kids, as well as the weapons used in the battle. Minnie took out a gun that looked like a toy. She narrowed her eyes and fired at the giant worm. The projectile flew out of the child's weapon with such force that the girl was thrown back by the blast wave. The hit did not go unnoticed by the worm. It was practically torn in half, and it seemed that the children were winning. But Sun Woo guessed that the worm was not dead and ordered the boy to shoot the crossbow again. After a few more shots and hits, the monstrous creature disappeared underground. Sun stood near the pit, upset that the worm, a strong and aggressive demonic beast, had escaped. He did not notice that the ground behind him had begun to move. At the last moment, he sensed the creature's approach with his abilities and managed to warn the children. However, the worm changed direction and attacked Minnie. The girl was sitting on the ground and did not have time to react. At that moment, Sun Yu ran up and literally knocked her down with a shock wave. The angry worm, having failed to catch its prey, rose above the ground again to its full gigantic height. When it rose completely, it turned out that there was a bomb inside the creature, which Minnie had left on the ground instead of herself. The girl waited a moment and pressed the detonator. There was a powerful explosion that tore the giant worm's body into many pieces. The observers were amazed. They couldn't stop wondering where the young guys got such powerful weapons. He leaped toward the dying creature with his sword at tremendous speed. He plunged his magic sword into its body and began to cut, not understanding why the worm was still alive. But then the huge monster began to writhe in death throes, and it became clear to everyone that it would take the young man with it. Horror was reflected on everyone's faces. The boys were frightened and in tears, and the Blue Code team was also very worried about the young man. So, completely by accident, Sun Woo found himself inside the giant worm. He understood that the creature was dying, as its entire body was covered in wounds, and these were its last movements before death. However, the young man could go to the other world with it. In the next second, he managed to activate the power in his leg. After that, the young man's entire body gained strength and increased his physical abilities many times over. Leader Lee tried to save the young man. He asked everyone to stop just watching and crying and help him find Sun Woo's body under the rubble. Hunter Quan said that children did not possess strengthening abilities. They could not help him. It was clear that if the worm dragged the boy deep underground, he would suffocate there. They had to dig through the soft earth where the worm was moving and try to find their friend. Suddenly, little Minnie saw some slight movement in the ground in the distance. Everyone rushed to that spot, and the leader, Lee, was able to pull the barely alive Sun Woo out from under the ground by his hand. He came to his senses from coughing and thanked everyone for their help. Before his eyes was the skill he had activated underground. If not for that, he would not have survived. The young man's sensations were quite unusual. Nothing like this had ever happened to his body before. He was unable to analyze the situation properly because the Hunter Quan rushed at him recklessly, accusing him of making everyone nervous. The young man apologized and, as an apology, showed her his trophies, the core he had taken from the worm. Aaron was very happy because today they managed to stock up on energy cores. The leader of the Blue Coat group continued to be indignant. With their weak power, they had to choose a demonic beast of the appropriate caliber, otherwise they would simply die in the next training session. After that, he began to find out where these guys got such strange artifacts. They had to admit that the little girl Minnie, among other things, was also a magical technologist. Sun Woo said that he didn't want others to know about the magical technologist, and he hoped that Leader Lee wouldn't tell anyone. Leader Lee, in turn, understood that since magical technologists were rare, Nod would try to take him away. After that, Aaron was introduced. He is an archer, and a very good one at that. Next came questions directly to Sun Woo himself, but he could not answer them because he did not want to reveal his abilities. Leader Lee said that one of the skills was very similar to the abilities of the deceased Commander Cheon. There was some truth in this. Speed and power were also borrowed from the boss of the assassins, and this made up Sun Woo's abilities. The members of Team Code Blue did not know that there were people who possessed several skills at once. They had never heard of one body having many different abilities. The next second, another vibration interrupted the conversation. It was clear that this was another ugly worm. It was rapidly approaching the people underground. Perhaps this worm was from the same egg, and it too needed to be killed. Leader Lee did not expect Sun Woo to be ready to fight the worm again, as he had not yet regained his strength. Then the young man suggested that they fight together, because they would gratefully accept help from their new friends. Team Code Blue took up defensive positions and activated their abilities. The giant beast was approaching underground. The team leader called on all members to be ready for the attack, but to everyone's horror, this worm was even bigger than the previous one. It was about to dive into the ground before attacking. Sun Woo realized that now was the best time to attack. He jumped at the giant worm and cut it with his sword. Leader Lee rushed to his aid. In his hands was not just a sword, but a moon-colored sword, the dream of any warrior. The monstrous creature was cut in half. The entire Poser team stood with their eyes wide open. They did not understand the power stored in the sword. Perhaps this artifact only looked like a sword, but was actually a gun, and it seemed as if the energy of the core had shot out of it. The young man knew that it all happened in a second, just like the skill he used. Neither his energy nor the sword's power were caused by a core similar to the one in that weapon. Most likely the power came from the metahuman himself, that is, the Leader Lee. The worm, though cut in half, was still causing trouble. The bruiser tried to prevent it from going underground with his swords. The bruiser continued to hold the creature down, while the others tried to extract the precious cores from it. In the next moment, Leader Lee used his powers again with his sword. The explosive sword did its job. The worm's body shattered into many pieces. The young man realized that Leader Lee was on a completely different level compared to him. Satisfied with his work, he walked toward the group, holding his weapon on his shoulder. The worm continued to explode, and at one point a huge mass of green slime burst out of it and hit Leader Lee. He fell to the ground, threw down his sword, and began to scream hysterically and cry for help. Sun Woo and Aaron rushed to him. These were parasites of the ugly worm. They had to be removed as soon as possible before they devoured the man. The young man, stunned, looked at Leader. He had killed the huge worm like a true professional, but had made a rookie mistake. All hunters are always told that before killing an ugly worm, you must get rid of its parasites. Sun Woo began to call on the other team members to help him. However, the big guy refused, saying that he didn't like small bugs. Leader Lee was already practically poisoned by these parasites, but his team made a strange impression. Hunter Sina was also in no hurry to help her commander. The next moment, Leader Lee turned to Sina and said that he would leave them to her. The girl did not agree, so he promised to double her special meals. Sina said that the meals were not suitable for her. If she ate a lot, she would gain weight. The situation was taking an increasingly strange turn. The bargaining between the members of the Code Blue team continued. The girl remained adamant, while Leader Lee shouted and begged for help. Finally, Sina took pity on the commander and asked everyone to step aside. After everyone had dispersed, she stretched out her arms and began to create some kind of energy ring around herself. It was directed at her sick comrade. Sun Woo realized that the girl was a metahuman with healing abilities. What's more, she could use her powers from a distance. He had never heard of such a team before. Soon her actions had an effect, and all the parasites left the commander's body. Sun Woo didn't even try to figure it out for long. He immediately asked them what was really going on. Commander Lee said that they had made up the whole story from beginning to end. It turned out that everything had been planned from the moment the ugly worm appeared. Of course, he almost died because of the parasites, but that made it even more interesting. The young man pretended not to be surprised. He was interested in what attack Leader Lee had used with his sword. He was very surprised that the guys knew nothing about core energy. It turned out they would have a lot to learn. But it was okay. Even though things didn't go according to plan, they passed the test and from now on would be students of the Code Blue group. Sun Woo was very happy to learn something new, so he said he was ready to listen to their instructions. First, they decided to explain the theory. It turned out that there was no one in the world who could defeat Sen in controlling core energy. Since the boy is not a metahuman, high-level training would be useless for him, and it is too early for a magical engineer to learn such things. But if Sun Woo wants to participate in real battles, he needs basic close combat skills. Once he has acquired these skills, he will be able to move on. But the girl doesn't need to be taught combat. Leader Lee immediately began the lessons. He said that all metahumans are divided into categories. There are 6 categories: physical enhancement, supernatural powers, magic, magical technology, psychopathy, and evil taming. These are the most common categories of metahuman abilities. They are called internal traits. The core energy that every metahuman possesses varies depending on their unique characteristics. Therefore, some people receive physical enhancement, while others receive, for example, fire abilities. Unique traits can be completely different, and one must learn to control them and activate them at the right time. If Sun Woo does not undergo transformation, he will not be able to emit pure core energy. The same was true for the Moonlight Sword and the Explosive Sword. The metahuman collects pure energy in the sword and then releases it. These common traits are striking, but there is another reason why they are important. They directly affect the growth of a person's internal energy core. If you know how to use common features, you can significantly increase your own energy. When we talk about growth, we usually think about gaining experience or improving skills, but the capacity of the core itself can also increase through the use of common features. He realized that he could combine the energy of all the abilities he had absorbed. If he continued to absorb abilities, he would be able to grow faster, several times faster. After that, the mentor suggested moving on to practice and gave him his first task, to concentrate and hit the car body with all his strength. The young man activated the energy forces in his fist. Then he approached and struck the body. The mentors said that this was not what they expected to see. Sina set out to explain to the young man. When he felt the energy in his hand, he should not think of it as muscle strength. Instead, he should think of the energy moving toward his fingertips. That is, as if from outside his hand, he should gather energy at his fingertips and then direct it into the strike. The young man tried again. He concentrated, gathered energy at his fingertips, and imagined it flying. Then he waved his hand toward the machine, sending a powerful wave toward the target. The result greatly surprised and pleased the mentors. A hole was punched in the center of the car. Leader Lee believed that the young man should seriously consider going to the main office of the NUD. The fact is that their training program is very worthwhile, and judging by the young man's abilities, this training would greatly strengthen him. Of course, Zone 17 would be better off if the young man stayed, but if personal growth was important to him, then he should consider this opportunity. The branch manager would not be very happy about this. The thing is, he also despises the head office. After that, it was decided to stop talking and move on to the next step. Sun Woo found himself alone in the abandoned city. He practiced the Moonlight Sword Strike. After that, it was time for the Shockwave Sword. It wasn't perfect, but the results were getting better and better each time. After finishing another training session, the young man returned to the office. There he found little Minnie alone. She said that Aaron had been acting strangely lately. He was constantly going somewhere, and no one knew what he was doing. She was afraid that he would get himself into trouble. At that moment, there was a noise in the hallway, and someone very fast rushed past the door. The young man went out into the hallway but saw no one. There was a note hanging on the door. In some unknown and dark place, Aaron was lying on the floor with his hands and feet tied and his mouth taped shut, and above him stood some unfamiliar men. The leader of the group sat in a chair and said that if they didn't want to lose their friend, they had to come. Jenny, the secretary, brought the young man to the right address. After that, he sent her home, saying that he would figure it out himself. The boy entered the hangar and stood before the strangers. He saw Aaron kneeling with his hands and feet tied and a group of bandits. The robbers immediately made it clear that if Sun Woo did not listen to them, his little friend would suffer. The leader said he wanted revenge for how they had treated his red-haired girlfriend recently, so he had caught Aaron and called the young man in for a talk. Sun Woo demanded that the boy be released and was immediately punched in the face. In response, the bandits spat on him. The young man did not understand. Was this really a power? To spit poison? Suddenly, a voice inside him demanded that he kill his enemy. Why doesn't he show his true self? Then no one will ever mess with him or dare to mess with him. Trying not to react to the voice inside him, Sun Woo stopped the gangster's blow by grabbing his arm. With his left hand, he held his opponent's fist and asked him very politely to stop. The gang leader still didn't understand who he was dealing with. He thought that this simple little guide wanted to die. The young man's patience was running out. He decided to listen to his inner voice and make an example of this villain to the rest. However, something strange happened suddenly. Aaron lunged at his older comrade. Thanks to this, Sunwoo released the bandit's fist and immediately received a blow to the face in return. The next moment, he knelt down, bowed, and apologized to the hunter. The leader said that his girlfriend was not very offended, and that if they behaved themselves in the future, there would be no problems between them. After that, continuing to apologize and bow, Sunwoo and Aaron left the room. The bandits couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't understand why their leader was letting these kids go, but the leader was not only strong, but also smart enough to understand that if the little boy hadn't stopped the young man, the gangster would have lost his arm. He was just a guide, but with enormous strength. Sunwoo sincerely thanked the boy for stopping him, otherwise he would have caused trouble. Aaron thanked the young man and said that he had taught him to make rational decisions in any situation. They went home, and Sunwoo asked how it happened that the gangsters had captured him. The boy said that he had accidentally wandered into their territory because he was the only member of the poacher team who had no special abilities, so he was worried that he would soon be kicked out. Sunwoo reassured him, saying that he just needed to develop his abilities. But the boy disagreed. He understood that such a meta-human did not need ballast, and after they met even stronger ones, they would not need him. He understood that Sunwoo was hiding his abilities from the others. But Aaron had no special abilities. He had to learn to play different roles. Aaron did not know that Sunwoo had been an ordinary person until recently. He really wanted to share this with the boy and reassure him. But he remembered Leader Lee's warning. Don't trust anyone, because no one is who they seem to be. The boys returned to the office, continuing to discuss ordinary people and metahumans. Sunwoo wanted to talk to the branch manager and ask him to get rid of Young-soo. At that moment, he saw the hunter Gromala Hyun. He didn't expect to see him at all. Wasn't he on a mission? And where were the rest of his team? Gromila Hyun said that something had happened. The guy said that they had been attacked while carrying out their tasks. Sunwoo was very surprised because this team's rank was very high. Who would dare attack them? Gromila Hyun explained that they had received an assignment from the branch manager. It was an operation called Hunt for the Killers. The young man remembered how he himself had discussed this assignment with Kim Busik. He said that one of the commanders of the attacking squad had fought against his subordinates and killed them. It was unclear why the feud between them had started. The manager asked if Sunwoo would carry out this assignment. He refused because there was not enough information in the file. The abilities and capabilities of metahumans were unclear, and he did not have enough experience for such a serious task. The manager supported him. He agreed that the guys needed more training before taking on such serious assignments and said he would give the assignment to someone else. Even the manager thought the assignment was very suspicious. No one could have imagined that it would go to the Code Blue team. It turned out that they had accepted the task 4 days ago and set out to complete it. As usual, Gromala Hyun led the group. Leader Lee and Shauna moved forward together. Leader Lee said that he once knew Maiden, the commander who was killed. They met at the NATA training center. He was a kind, decent, and experienced person. Sena did not understand why she was hearing about him for the first time. The fact was that the commander was part of a covert attack team. Sena continued to investigate. It was important for her to know why such a good man ended up in the desert in a covert team. Leader Lee said that Zone 14 had sent its people, but they had been defeated, and now the task had fallen to them. If Team Code Blue failed, they would have to announce a public investigation, but they wanted to turn a blind eye to the metahumans' activities until the very last moment. Because every manager hides their warriors in order to secretly assemble an attack squad away from others. Sena realized that if the regional authorities found out about the dead squad, they would be accused of treason. At that moment, Gromila Hyun gave a signal. He had found traces of the killers. It was decided to go to the tallest building to observe the surroundings from there. They spent almost 4 days in this ruined house. The killers did not appear during this time, but as soon as Sena began to complain that no one had shown up for a long time, a shadow was spotted. A shadow was spotted. Finally, one of the killers appeared on the streets of the city. The squad moved down from the roof of the house and lay in wait. Leader Lee suggested that they first study the strangers and choose the right moment to attack. They tracked the hooded man for some time. When the moment seemed right, they attacked him and took him prisoner. The team took the prisoner to one of the rooms, sat him on a table, tied his hands and feet, and began interrogating him. Gromila Hyun stood guard while Leader Lee and Sena asked questions. Lee threatened the stranger with a knife and said that if he screamed or misbehaved, he would be punished. Then he asked the stranger where their hideout was. There was no answer. Instead, the stranger asked, "Did they come from the No-D headquarters?" Commander Lee was very surprised by this behavior. After that, he asked why they had betrayed Maiden. The stranger again asked about the headquarters. He was interested in where this soldier had come from. The stranger realized that Kim Busik had sent the group, which greatly surprised Commander Lee. The stranger knew too much. The prisoner asked another question about who he was and why he was asking stupid questions. And then something strange happened. The stranger began to scan Lee, staring at him intently. After that, the commander turned around and looked like a different person. Gromila Hyun immediately understood everything. He shouted at the top of his lungs for Sina to leave. But it was too late. Commander Lee stabbed the girl in the stomach with a knife. Gromila Hyun said that Leader Lee's eyes looked strange. They were lifeless and unfocused, and they emitted a strange glow. He also said that in addition to this, he had a strange feeling, like a premonition. He warned Sion of the danger, and after that, Leader Lee stabbed her with his sword. In the next moment, the commander jumped at Hyun. However, Hyun was strong enough to parry this first blow. After that, Leader Lee attacked his partner again with his sword in his hands. Gromila realized that this was not his friend, so he prepared for a real fight. While Leader Lee stood with his sword in his hand, the big guy jumped up to the ceiling with all his might. In the next moment, the opponents met, their swords crossed. Neither of them gave way to the other. However, Gromila felt that Leader was acting flawlessly. The fight continued, but the young man already knew that his strength was running out. With the next blow, the commander threw the young man through the wall into the street, and he landed in the middle of the asphalt. At that moment, Sina came to, healed herself, and turned to the leader, trying to bring him to his senses. However, he was about to kill her again. At the last moment, the masked stranger stopped him, ordering him to grab the girl because healers were very rare. After tying up the girl, the stranger and Leader Lee approached to deal with Gromil. However, he had disappeared without a trace. He had managed to escape. Arin was angry with Gromil. He said that he had run away, allowing his comrades to remain brainwashed. Sun Woo disagreed with the boy and explained that Yoon had done a great job with the puppeteer. If he hadn't left, he would have ended up under the control of a third party too. It turns out that there are metahumans with psychopathic abilities. They are capable of taking control of other people's minds. The boy understood that they needed to save their mentors. Although he was annoyed by Chief Lee, he understood and helped with training, and they were a team. Sun Woo understood that the boy was wrong, because the most important thing for a guide is to protect his team and not put them in danger in order to save other people. But in this situation, Sun Woo also understood that they had to save Code Blue. Besides, it was very beneficial for them personally. If the members of the Code Blue team fell under someone's control, they would become a serious threat in the future. Therefore, they needed to save their mentors, if only so that no one would know about their team. It was decided to go on a rescue mission early the next morning. Two fairly strong teams had already fallen apart in Zone 17, so they had to be on their guard, but it was unclear how long they would be able to hold out. A group of rescuers led by Gromila Hyun set out to find their mentors. Arin walked in the group carrying some strange and unfamiliar box on his back. He did not explain to Gromila what was inside the box. Sun Woo thought about the difficult battles that lay ahead of him. He remembered his training with Leader Lee. He didn't succeed at everything, but his mentors supported him and offered to let him try the task again. At one point, he uttered the word Svensik, the sword of moonlight. The young man found it very funny. However, the next time, the force of the blow was significantly stronger. The boy did not understand what the difference was. Then his mentor Lee explained that when they used a shout during an attack, the result was more powerful. But it wasn't even about the shout itself. It was important to shout the right word. The fact is that there are verbal commands. When fighting high-ranking demonic beasts, you need to think of the core as an extension of your body. But in emergency situations, this is practically impossible. It turns out that the process is simplified when verbal commands are used. First, you need to decide on the method of using energy, and then give this method a name. And every time you use the skill, you need to shout out that name to increase the effectiveness of the attack. As funny as it looked from the outside, Leader Lee reassured the young man. Over time, he would not even notice that he was shouting the word Sventik. Such thoughts and memories filled the young man's head as he walked to take part in another very difficult task. Besides, he understood that Leader Lee was necessary for him because he could help him develop. Instead of handing him over to the killers, it was better to keep him among his mentors. At that moment, Gromila Hyun gave a signal. Soon they arrived at their destination. The hall where the events described earlier had unfolded. The comrades searched the entire room for clues, but of course found nothing except a couple of drops of blood. It seemed that the time had come to open the box. Aaron dabbed the dried blood with a stick. He let the contents of his box smell the stick, then opened it and let it out. It turned out to be a 20th ranked demonic striped rat. Sun Woo said that he and the hunter Hyun would follow the rat, while Minnie and the boy would follow quietly behind them. The demonic rat caught the scent and rushed through the streets of the ruined city. Hyun and Sun Woo were now worried about losing sight of it and ran after it headlong. After a few minutes, the rat stopped. The young man put his hand on the wall of the building and tried to listen. He wasn't sure, but usually a black striped mouse doesn't lose its prey. This demonic beast is used for tracking. It has an incredibly keen sense of smell, so they had most likely found their target. His comrades prepared themselves and activated their skills and abilities, and they rushed at full speed to surround the room and prevent the villain from escaping. Running around the perimeter of the building, they encountered no one. There were also no traces. They met again in one place and saw a black-striped rat, their guide. A horrific scene unfolded before them. A mountain of gnawed corpses lay in the middle of the room, and the rat was finishing off one of the strangers. Sun Woo examined the bodies and said with relief that the group leader and the hunter, Siona, were not among them. Grumila Hyun checked the bodies and made sure that these were the very people who had captured his comrades. Grumila said that the puppeteer was not among the bodies and that they had been torn apart by a demonic beast. The young man looked at the bloodstains and realized that this was not the work of a demonic beast. The traces were very clean, left by first-class killers. Who could have done such a thing? Grumila Hyun looked at the bodies of the dead and couldn't understand who could have done such a thing. Most likely it was high-ranking metahumans. He added that the manager, in addition to the task of capturing the killers, had given them another assignment. They had to find a metahuman named Lexi, a blonde, and bring her back alive. This information greatly surprised Sun Woo. Not only were different zones playing a double game with the help of hidden groups, but the manager was also asking them to bring in a person about whom practically nothing was known. It seemed that the puppeteer had fled, deciding that he couldn't cope with his new pursuers, but since the blood was fresh, he couldn't have gone far. Hyun suggested checking suspicious places. The group consisting of Hyun, Sun Woo, and the children searched the city. Their attention was drawn to the subway entrance. If the subway was deep, it was likely full of demonic beasts. However, Aaron managed to notice human footprints there, which seemed suspicious. A place where pursuers would not go had to be both dangerous and safe. Despite the chase, the puppeteer had to take this into account. Grumila Hyun immediately decided to go there, because his main task was to save the team members, Senu and leader Lee. Sun Woo didn't want to rush. He suggested surveying the place and trying to lure out the puppeteer. After that, he turned to Min and asked if she was ready. The girl was happy that her moment of glory had finally arrived. After rummaging through her bags for a while, she assembled a powerful bazooka that looked very reliable. However, the question remained, would it be powerful enough? Aaron suggested firing it to attract the puppeteer's attention with the noise. But the girl reassured her companions, saying that if it were a normal magic projectile, she would be worried, but the projectile she had created would react to the signal and explode into a multitude of magical charges. No matter how deep the enemy was hiding, he would not be able to escape. The team approved Minnie's plan, and everyone got ready. A powerful explosion lit up the surroundings. The projectile flew into the subway entrance at tremendous speed. All that remained was to wait. Sun Woo and Hyun got ready. Now it was up to them. The plan worked, and a man appeared on the subway steps. He was stunned and did not understand what was happening. Hyun recognized him as the puppeteer. The guys rushed to attack. Sun Woo activated his abilities and rushed at full speed toward the enemy. The puppeteer came to his senses and activated his magnetic gaze, but the young man was ready. Without opening his eyes to avoid being affected, the young man knocked out his opponent. The puppeteer did not understand what had happened. His eyes were blinded. Sun Woo stood next to him with his sword. Then the young man cut his hamstrings so that his opponent could not move. His comrades realized that the puppeteer had been neutralized. He could not control minds, nor could he move. They left him with the children so that they could watch over him and destroy him immediately if necessary. After that, Sun Woo and Hyun rushed into the subway to find their friends as quickly as possible. Running in, they slowed down because a stranger came towards them. He was very physically strong, and his eyes were covered by dark glasses. Behind him stood a very aggressive-looking girl with a huge sword. Black glasses also hid her eyes. The strangers immediately realized that the boys had come to free their friends. The body of Sena was slung over the shoulder of another warrior. Soon, the fourth member of the group appeared. She immediately recognized the attackers as the boys from the 17th zone. Thus, the young man was faced with the entire team of rivals who were holding their friends captive. Sun Woo immediately noticed that the strangers knew them personally. It remained to be seen what was really going on. It was too risky to start a fight with these opponents. Absolutely nothing was known about them. Perhaps they were the ones who had destroyed the killers, which meant they were quite strong and it would not be easy. Sun Woo holstered his weapon and said that they were hunters from Zone 17 and that there must have been some kind of mistake. The red-haired girl was indignant that several teams should not be sent on the same mission. She understood that anything could happen. The young man didn't know if she was telling the truth or if they were provoking them to reveal themselves. Sun Woo said he wasn't hiding anything from the strangers and asked which zone they belonged to. The strangers weren't going to reveal that. Then the young man asked them to hand over his wounded comrades and suggested that they part ways amicably. They replied that he still did not seem to understand the situation he was in. The redhead added that they would take Sun Woo's leader, mission, and comrades. Hyun continued to insist that they return his team members. At that moment, Leader Lee, barely able to stand, also asked the strangers to release Sion. Apparently, this wasn't the first time he had done this, and he had simply worn them down. Hunter Hun couldn't take it anymore and rushed at his opponents. Sun Woo realized that there was no way to resolve the situation peacefully. He also pulled a sword from behind his back and called his young assistants for support. They reacted instantly and took up attacking positions, preparing their weapons. In the next moment, 2 volleys were fired, but the result was disappointing. The strangers were able to create a field around themselves without even trying very hard. The young man realized that it would not be easy. He activated his powers and rushed at the strangers with his sword. But at that moment, his leg was tied with a rope. The red-haired stranger held a whip in her hands, which she used to knock the young man off his feet. He freed himself from the rope and activated his sword, using the spell Svensic Sword Crescent. This also proved to be futile, because in the next second, the stranger's whip knocked the sword out of the young man's hands. The boy was left without a weapon, and the children immediately came to his aid, firing their weapons. Protective fields formed over the strangers again and did not harm them. However, the unfamiliar team still noticed that these children were using weapons made from nuclear warheads. In addition, they were distracted and the guide had disappeared somewhere. Sun Woo took advantage of the situation and got close to one of the strangers, holding Sion in his arms. The young man activated his arm and slammed it into the stranger's face with all his might. The stranger realized that he really wanted to take the girl away. The next moment, he threw Sion in the direction of the young man. Sun Woo caught his colleague. The stranger activated his core shield to block further attacks. The children, standing aside from the battle, continued to help their mentor as best they could. Minnie used her device once again. The force of the explosion was so strong that the subway was blown to pieces. At the last moment, Yu managed to create a protective shield and, covering Sana with his body, kept her and himself alive. The rivals suffered minor injuries from the flying debris. The situation reached a stalemate. The red-haired opponent, brushing off dust and stones, took off her glasses, and the young man recognized her. She had participated in his selection of metahumans. It was Shin Yoon-hee. He remembered how he had tested her and the scandal that had erupted as a result. The girl laughed at him for taking so long to recognize her. The next moment, another explosion distracted the strangers, and Song-woo vanished into thin air. He was rushing at tremendous speed with the lifeless Sina on his shoulders, wondering what was going on. Why was Shin Yoon-hee here? Of course, they weren't going to let him leave just like that. It was very difficult to fight while carrying another person in his arms. The one-eyed stranger caught up with the guy and knocked him out with a powerful blow. The young man and his burden were immobilized. Next in line were the children, who were also caught. Hyun was still fighting, but it was clear that the situation was hopeless. Sun Woo was trying to analyze the situation when he noticed Leader Lee's sword. He lunged forward, grabbed it, and activated it, but was unable to use it. The red-haired hunter was surprised that he still did not understand what was happening. He needed to think about his situation. After all, he was smart enough to know that to survive in the desert, you had to observe what was going on around you, not rush headlong into danger. The guy realized she was right and raised his hands, announcing that he was giving up. The big guy Hyun also joined his friend. At that moment, the one-eyed hunter arrived with the immobilized children. It was unclear how he had managed to capture them. Sun Woo said that they had no intention of attacking an unfamiliar group. They only wanted to get their comrades back. The one-eyed warrior said that if they weren't strong enough, they should negotiate rather than risk death. Finally, the strangers introduced themselves. They were an inspection team sent by Zone 17, acting on behalf of the NOD headquarters. The one-eyed man was the leader of the ghost team, Maeda Toshiro. The big guy was called Jack Jr., and the unfamiliar girl was Lee Sanhwa. Sunwoo was outraged that they were spies and said he didn't want anything to do with them. Their task was to study the nod departments. Each department had to register and report information about its metahumans. The young man realized that they were subhuman because he reacted to Shin Yun-hee. All zones are controlled by Nod, and until headquarters makes a decision, the entire team must be put to sleep. Shin Yun-hee used her hand to put them to sleep. She said that it was impossible to let the children go, but that they would be safe and treated with care. As he fell asleep, the young man remembered how Leader Lee had warned him not to trust Nod under any circumstances. They select talented young children from the desert, train them, and force them to chase away demonic beasts. The young man did not understand why they did this, since they themselves were capable of dealing with all the beasts in the desert. Leader Lee said that more people awaken in dangerous conditions, so the government deliberately does not create safe zones in the desert so that young talents can awaken. It turned out that if they followed their plan, there would be no meta-humans left in the desert. They would all die. Leader Lee repeatedly reminded the young man not to trust the Nun. The further memories that came to Sun Woo's mind were completely incomprehensible. He remembered an unfamiliar man appearing before him and introducing himself as Kim Busik. At that time, the boy was 5 years old and lived alone in the desert. The stranger said he would make him the best Nod guide and offered to help him reach unprecedented heights. And now years had passed. The young man had grown up and woke up in an unfamiliar place with his hands and feet bound. The stranger apologized for keeping him waiting so long. In such a dormant state, a lot of work had simply piled up. He introduced himself as Risky Lee, acting on behalf of the Nod headquarters. He said he was not going to kill the young man, even though Nod punishes those who go against them, and the young man had a collar with a nuclear bomb around his neck. Risky Lee confirmed that this approach was necessary to maintain order, but that Nod had no personal issues with him. He also reported that punishment had already been meted out to the branch manager. The crime of creating private military groups by secretly hiring metahumans cannot be called a minor one. Therefore, everyone has been punished. However, this does not necessarily mean murder. The young man asked if the team leader, Lee Jasin, was alive. His crimes were very serious for Nod. He was a highly trained metahuman, but he joined the anti-Noid forces of his own free will. It turned out that he had been released 4 days ago, but he was not released just like that. It was clear that sooner or later the desert would destroy him. It turned out that Leader Lee had lost his abilities because the puppet master had been manipulating his brain for a very long time. Sun Woo could barely contain his indignation and anger. How was it possible that the manager and leader of the group had been treated this way? Risky Lee did not comment on the guy's reaction and said that there was an important reason why they had met. Lee had originally held the position of instructor at the Nod Training Center, so when the young man was finally released, he no longer understood how much time he had spent in isolation. The bright sunlight blinded his tired, exhausted body. His friends Gramila and little Aaron were waiting for him outside. There was no limit to his joy. He had been so worried and thought that something irreparable had happened to his mentor. The team members watched this scene with interest. They understood that if the guy went against the Nod, he would end up like the other rebels. In addition, it turned out that Sun Woo had only been released for 15 days. His comrades told the young man the news. It turned out that the hunter, Sina, would receive treatment from Nod, and Amin would stay with her while she recovered. Sun Woo learned that Iran had not received an invitation from the instructor, most likely because he had no abilities. He was just a kid. Soon the group split up. Sun Woo gave Aaron and the hunter Hyun a task. He wanted them to find someone. After that, the guide went alone to the 17th section. It was unrecognizable. The office was completely destroyed. Everything was overturned and damaged. The young man realized that the situation was bad, but not as terrible as it turned out to be. The entire area was destroyed, with no survivors. He ran through the building, hoping to find the manager. Suddenly, some sounds reached his ears. He ran into the room and found manager Kim Busik and Jenny. Kim Busik was lying covered with a blood-soaked blanket. The secretary was caring for him. The manager was delighted to see the young man alive. Unfortunately, he could not greet his beloved student and shake his hand. Lifting the blanket, the young man saw the horrific truth. It turned out that the people from Nod had done something terrible to the manager. They had cut off his arms and legs. The young man could not calmly digest this information. Anger tore his heart apart. However, the manager said that this was the price he had to pay for his misdeed. The young man couldn't get over his grief. At one point, he remembered that he felt Kim Busik could predict the future. Why did he create a secret team and go against Nod? The manager replied that it was time to tell the truth before it was too late. He asked Jaime to leave them alone. Then he began his story, asking the young man to listen very carefully. It turned out that his ability had nothing to do with predicting the future. In fact, his ability was memory. He remembers things that other people don't remember. He said that humanity had died out, meaning that the world was not someone's dream or fantasy. Once upon a time, humanity died out. The manager remembered this because he remembered what had happened to him in his past lives. Having died once, he was living the same life again. This information amazed the guy. He had never heard of such an ability. That is, there was no prediction, and everything he told the guy had simply already been lived through in a previous life. It was very convenient. With this ability, the manager could know where the demonic beast would appear. But each life still had differences, and the more changes there were in the present, the more the future changed. At some point, life would break away from the past. Kim Busik became a branch manager and took the boy with him, although he was supposed to stay in the administrative office of Kwang Muyan, where he had worked in his previous lives. The future had changed. That much was clear. But uniting metahumans to create a military force was considered treason. So why did the manager allow the young man to create a secret team and even get involved himself? Kim Busik said he did it to prove that it was wrong. In his past life, he rose to high positions thanks to his ability, lived a prosperous life, and did not think about the desert at all. He wanted to believe that life in the city would be the same as it was before the disaster, which, according to his memories, was supposed to happen in 5 years. However, humanity began to die out, and all kinds of creatures flooded the planet. The most dangerous creatures, Belkis, Malbus, and Salios, rarely showed themselves, but suddenly they appeared simultaneously and targeted this world. Nod was unable to stop them. Noodi was supposed to deal with the demonic beasts the moment they appeared, but the organization ignored this. They tried to protect the metahumans, but disaster struck. Humanity died out. When Kim Busik was reborn, he retained his memories of the city and wanted to prevent the catastrophe, but he could no longer trust Nod. He met Beatrice and joined forces with her. They decided to create an alliance against Nod and began recruiting people. This is how the 14th, 17th, and 19th zones were created. The main goal of this plan was to prioritize the gathering of the 9 keys, a team capable of defeating the named demonic beasts. They were exceptional metahumans whom he had personally seen in battle while living his past lives. The manager planned to share information with these keys and give them the location of the demonic beasts so that they could deal with the creatures. But a problem arose in the Nod, which caught them for organizing a secret team. After that, assassins were hired to deal with the conspirators. One of the keys, the blonde Lexi, was sent to the 14th zone, but it turned out that there was a spy inside the team. This spy was the puppeteer. He manipulated the metahumans, killed the group's commander, and took Lexi and other powerful people with him. In connection with these events, Sun Wu caught their eye. The young man already knew what would happen next, and now everything depended on him. He could rise up against Nod or prevent disaster by convincing Nod to listen. Whichever path he chose, one thing had to be remembered. There would only be hope for victory if the number of creatures was reduced before the final battle. The choice fell on Sun Wu because he possessed the ability to absorb and had unlimited potential. During the final battle in Kim Busik's past life, it was Sun Wu who inflicted the most damage on the demonic beasts. After all, he is not just a metahuman, he is the heart of the 9 keys. Kim Busik searched for him for a very long time. He wandered the desert for a very long time until he found this lonely, abandoned boy, took him in, and taught him everything. Sun Wu replied that if his manager entrusted him with all his expectations and hopes, he would accept his decision. Kim Busik said that he was going to give the young man the ability to unlock the full potential of his devouring ability as a farewell gift. He asked for a box to be brought from under the table. Inside was an ability that could unlock the boy's potential. It was a knife. The manager asked him to swallow his ability and all the information about his past and present life. It was the best way for them to survive the final battle. The young man was furious. The manager was asking him to kill the person closest to him on this planet. The manager said that the keys he had already found were Beatrice, Sina, Lexi, and Gavul. While there were 5 of them, he had to find the remaining keys using the manager's memory and become stronger. A voice appeared inside the young man's head, urging him to kill the manager and take his power. He really didn't want to do it, but he understood that there was no way out. The manager did not want to go through life again and experience pain, bitterness, and disappointment every time. He asked the boy to spare him and end this horror. Images of their life together flashed before his eyes when the young Kim Busik helped the boy's son. After that, he lowered the knife. The young man stood for a while longer next to the lifeless body of his older friend. The absorption was successful, and the manager's abilities were transferred to the young man. When the young man regained consciousness after losing it, it was as if Kim Basik had taken up residence in his head. But soon he remembered everything, thanked Kim on behalf of all humanity, and set off to carry out his mission. An unpleasant surprise awaited him on the street. His secretary, Ginny, had been captured by a gang of local hooligans. Gramila, whom the young man had already dealt with once, stepped forward. It was the hunter Kang Hyun-soo. He offered the young man to join their gang and work together, attacking people. His gang decided to take control of Zone 17 and offered Nod a deal. After removing Kim Busik, Kang Hyun-soo would set up a new exchange center there. If they were going to survive in the desert, they needed a good guide, so he promised that they would treat the young man well. After Song-woo rejected the offer, the blackmail began. He was told that Jenny would be released if he helped. Sung-woo agreed and asked Jenny to wait for him inside. The gangsters then said they had a little surprise for the young man and Nod. This surprise turned out to be a man crucified on a cross. The gangsters were going to use him as a bargaining chip to give to Nod. It was Lee Ji-sung. The gangsters were sure that Lee Ji-sung's head would make them all their past crimes forgiven. Nod might forgive them, but Sun-woo had no intention of forgiving them. He knew that while other superhumans were protecting humanity and fighting monsters, the gang was doing disgusting things. The bandit grabbed the young man by the chest and began shaking him, threatening that soon there would be nothing left of him. Soon Sun-woo felt something that amused him greatly. It turned out that the branch manager had not told him the whole truth. It turned out that he could absorb the abilities not only of the dead, but also, the young man looked at his opponent and thanked him for his kindness. In the next moment, tension flared between them, and the young man began the process of absorbing the ability. The young man did not let go of him and took everything that could be useful to him. The guy stated that it was just a 15th rank enhancement and nothing special. The bandit realized that something strange had just happened to him, but he decided to teach this young upstart a lesson. Pulling his sword from its sheath, he swung, but at that moment his legs buckled and he fell. The young man informed his opponent that he had lost his abilities and now found it difficult to lift the sword he held in his hands due to his enhanced physical form. The villain did not believe it. He raised his sword again and swung it once more. But in the next moment, he received a blow to the jaw from Sun Yu. As a result of this blow, the leader was completely knocked out. His friends were stunned by what they saw, and they decided to avenge their boss and surrounded the young man. Their leader was defeated, but they still did not understand the situation they were in. However, now the young man could take advantage of this. He tried to summon his past abilities, if only out of curiosity. He succeeded, and as a result, all the energy inside him came together. However, the young man noticed that there was a strange black aura around him. He had never heard of such a thing. A few moments later, he realized that these were tentacles. The group that appeared nearby became a good training ground for the young man. However, as a result, he felt that he had expended too much energy. This skill was extremely energy intensive and could not be used often. This time, the leader woke up. The young man took out his sword and pierced his opponent's body with his inner abilities. The young man thought that if he didn't kill him, he would only be able to take some of his skills. But if he killed him, he would be able to take everything with his devouring ability. He understood why the manager had asked him to kill him first. He was a good teacher. It was a pity that he had managed to tell him so little during his lifetime. The next day, a pickaxe and shovel became his assistants in burying the manager's body. Jaime said that the manager had given her several tasks. The evacuated people would soon return, and the exchange center would be noisy again. Sun-woo was going to complete the task the manager had assigned him because even more difficult tasks awaited him ahead. First, he needed to meet with the senator. When the police wouldn't let the guy into the city, he called on an old acquaintance, Marie, an employee of the research department, for help. She recognized the guy and warned him that the senator was unlikely to agree to meet with him. The young man apologized for calling Marie because he had her business card. Marie said she could feel that Sun Yu's energy had become much stronger since their last meeting. She felt like she might lose consciousness, and it seemed that several types of energy were mixed together in the young man. She could already sense him without touching him. Her rank had also increased. She asked about the different types of energy. Was it true or was it just her imagination? After all, there were no people with such abilities. The young man did not try to convince her otherwise, but he did not allow her to touch him. On the way to the senator, the girl warned him not to tell anyone about this meeting, because the senator's meeting with outsiders would be perceived by some as an undesirable attempt to change the foundations. Soon they arrived, and Marie led the young man into Senator Beatrice's office. She was a very beautiful young woman with tubes attached to her back, pumping protective forces out of her. The young man greeted the senator, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The senator replied that it was a pleasure to meet him for the first time. Marie listened to these greetings and realized that something strange was going on. Beatrice immediately guessed that the young man had absorbed Kim Busik's ability. Judging by his manner of speech, he was most likely already dead. The girl remembered how many years ago the young Kim Busik had asked her for help. Sun Woo confirmed his loyalty to Kim Busik's plan and said that they would continue his work. Beatrice thanked the young man for continuing what the manager had started. He asked how long she could continue doing this, sitting in the city and defending it at the cost of her life. In the near future, the day would come when the people of Wangmuyan would no longer need a senator, or when her protection would no longer be enough. The young man did not understand whether she was referring to the past battle or the time when he would join her in the Keys, and until then she would continue her work. Because thanks to this occupation, she now feels that she is useful, even if people are not grateful. The guy understood. Beatrice was still true to her idea, and until he called her, she would go about her business. She asked if he would bring Zima to her and if he himself was going to return to Nod. Because the girl wanted to use their infrastructure, it was important to build an independent squad that could fight the demonic beasts, and now was not the time to choose between the team and Nod. The manager did as he saw fit, and the guy was ready to act on his own. If necessary, he would gladly become either a pig or a loyal dog of Nod, but he would suck them dry. He also advised the girl to get more rest, sleep, and eat well, so that she would have enough strength to wait for the final battle. After visiting Senator Beatrice, the young man returned to his friends. Gramila Hyun passed the time with Aaron. They thought about what the future held for them without the branch manager or Lee. Gramila Hyun was in a state of shock. Lee was his teacher and friend, but he was dead and a bleak future lay ahead. That's it. He said that Nod had made him an offer. They were interested in recruiting metal people from the desert into their army. He confirmed that he was going to join their headquarters. Sun Woo said that for his own purposes, he was also ready to join them, but was still thinking about what to do. The thing was, he was worried about Iran, who was not a metahuman and could not join Nod's army. Simply leaving him in the desert would be a huge loss. In addition, he was constantly thinking about what Posier's team should do at the critical moment to win. The guy did not reveal the essence of the task entrusted to him by the manager, but made it clear to Hyuk that he would do anything to ensure its successful completion. Gromila Hyuk said that Leader Lee believed that if Hunter's son continued to grow at the same pace, he would most likely live up to the branch manager's expectations. After that, Hyuk asked the young man to join the Posier team and participate in the task entrusted to him by the manager. Sun Woo understood that even though the 8 keys were strong, it would be very difficult to complete the mission on their own, and he needed as many allies as possible. Therefore, Hyuk's request was granted. Sun Woo tried to change the subject and said that he was counting on Aaron to bring good news. The young man appeared at that moment and confirmed that he had completed his part of the task perfectly. The next day, the three of them stood near the high wall of another half-ruined city. They were figuring out how to get inside and hoped that the boy had not made a mistake and had correctly found the location of the woman. It was quite a large place for a refuge. The barrier was also good, but it was still a desert. The fence blocked low-level monsters, but others would cause difficulties. It was interesting how they had managed to survive. They decided it was only thanks to one of the 8 keys, winter. There was no point in waiting, so they decided to go inside, and Sun Woo decided to test his new abilities. He raised his hands, gathered energy, and jumped to the top of the fence in one leap. He stood at the top, waving his sword. In this way, he wanted to attract the guards and see how they would react to the intrusion and what they were capable of. After that, the young man activated his protective layer and jumped off the fence. It was unclear why these people immediately opened fire without checking and finding out who had come to them. They reacted in such a way that they deserved to be answered in kind. Finally, Aaron could teach them a lesson by launching his favorite arrows into their territory. However, in response to his arrow, a hail of arrows rained down from behind the fence. The team did not expect this turn of events. After surviving the hail of arrows, it was time to neutralize the city's defenders. Aaron was instructed not to kill. The boy did an excellent job of carrying out his assignment, knocking out the defenders without taking their lives. Sun Woo recalled how the boy called explosions art. Soon the city's defenders realized that they were being attacked by metal people, and the city's residents had no chance of winning, so they resorted to another plan. Representatives of the local population, led by the city's leader, came out to meet them. She apologized for the rudeness her people had shown when meeting strangers. The young man noted that as soon as they showed their strength, the townspeople yielded to them, so he in turn apologized for coming without warning and asked for an audience with the leader. Accompanied by the mayor and several townspeople, the team went to a quieter place for negotiations. On the way, they came across a group of rather strange people. They were sitting or lying on the ground, emaciated and zombified, most likely frightened by hunger and helpless. Sunwoo was surprised because even for a desert, life here should be more stable, safe, and peaceful. The leader brought refreshments and served the table herself in front of the uninvited guests. She introduced herself. Her name was Yeon Eun-suk, and she looked after the city. The young man said he was looking for a meta-human named Kim Gyo-wol, about 21 years old, athletic build with dark skin. He was sure the girl was here. Ms. Jung was genuinely surprised by his knowledge. She did not understand how he knew about Gyo-wol. The young man said that they were hunters associated with Nod, and they had many eyes and a lot of information. In addition, every meta-human must register with Nod, and Gyo-wol had not done so. After saying this, the young man placed a bag on the table in front of the city guardian. It contained wonderful cannonballs that could be useful to the city's inhabitants for defense. The young man pushed the cannonballs closer and said that Nod was very generous and had many more like them. However, Ms. Cheon did not want to give up Kim Gyo-wol because the girl was the leader of the city's only combat unit of hunters, and without her, the city would perish. Sunwoo said that she only needed to register with Nod, record her details, and confirm her skills, and it was not certain that he would take her with him. These words calmed Mrs. Cheon a little, and she promised to talk to the girl. After that, Mrs. Jong left the guests, and they remained in the room to wait for their meeting with Gyo-wol. They were brought alcohol as a gift, which was a very scarce commodity after the disaster. Suddenly, Sunwoo realized that real alcohol couldn't be found in such a poor and deserted city, so it couldn't be real. The young man forcefully knocked the cups out of his companion's hands. They scattered across the floor and broke. Sunwoo tried to analyze the drink. It was not poison, but dog blood. The well-known creature called a garg is an animal similar to a dog. Its blood is very toxic and causes hallucinations. The blood is taken from the garg, filtered and fermented to produce a drink similar to alcohol. But it cannot be drunk like ordinary alcohol, because over time the poison will accumulate in the body and the dose will become lethal. The young man realized that the atmosphere in the shelter was strange. The half-dead people at the entrance had probably been drinking dog blood. It was unclear who had introduced them to this drink. Suddenly there was a rustle, and a girl appeared in the doorway. Her gaze did not bode well. The guy looked at her as if spellbound. He understood that she would hit him if he did or said something wrong. Suddenly, memories from the manager's past lives began to surface. In these visions, the girl was very desperate. She exuded confidence and unscrupulousness. She easily coped with the tasks set before her, whether it was defeating a demonic crocodile. The young man went out into the courtyard, where Gavul was waiting for him in a fighting stance. The other residents also poured into the courtyard. Sunwoo was very happy to see her and thought she was cute, albeit too wild. She didn't understand why he was staring at her and smiling like an idiot. She didn't know if he really came from Noda, so she just wanted to beat him up and chase him away. She didn't want to listen to anything he had to say and was sure that she would defeat the stranger anyway. The young man took a glowing capsule out of his pocket, tossed it in his palm, and threw it in the direction of the girl. The next moment, she was lying in the middle of the courtyard, knocked down by a powerful force. This energy strike, which he had learned from Leader Lee, proved to be very effective. That was the end of their first encounter. The team woke up the next day in the room assigned to them. Aaron was surprised that the guy did not want to forcibly take the girl away. Sunwoo said that he simply knew how bloodthirsty and aggressive she was. But yesterday's performance showed that Sunwoo was strong and that the girl could learn a lot from him. That should interest her. The big guy Hyun understood that the girl was the only meta-human in this city, and if they took her away, the city would fall under the onslaught of demonic beasts and killers. Aaron immediately remembered images from his past. When he left his friends to hide his tears, Sunwoo guessed what the boy was thinking. Sunwoo remembered a conversation with the manager, who said that in any case this city would fall in a month, and that there was a talented meta-human with close combat skills in it who needed to be recruited to the team. Therefore, there was little time left, and they could wait for the city to fall and then take Gyo-wol with them. In one of the courtyards, people were trying to plan their actions in case of an attack by demonic insect-like beasts, which had recently become a real problem. The beast attacked and looked like a giant bee, using its poisonous sting to attack. 2 days later, the stung people died. Gevil thought that perhaps the representatives of Noda would help her rid the city of these creatures. It was known that demonic insect-type beasts were weak to fire, so it was necessary to prepare strong armor and set them on fire. At that moment, Sunwoo intervened in the conversation. He said that insects were indeed weak to fire, but the killer bees living in the ruins were resistant to fire. They would fly even with their bodies covered in fire, but there was an even more important detail. One killer bee is equal in strength to a 17th rank monster, and ordinary people are forbidden from hunting such monsters. It turned out that the city's fighting squad could do nothing against the colony of killer bees. At that moment, an angry Gyovel jumped up and said that she would not give up her territory just like that. The young man offered a solution. Only 2 metahumans, he and the girl, would go into battle with the demonic wasps. The local men began to shout that they did not need help and that they had been doing just fine until now. But Gyovel was smart enough to understand that Sun Woo was right. She disbanded the entire squad and agreed to the stranger's proposal. After the proposal was accepted, the girl demanded that they stop talking and go into battle immediately. She believed that in return for his help, she would not have to leave with him. When everything was settled, the 2 metahumans went hunting. Sun Woo said that a group of demonic beasts usually consists of several thousand individuals, but killer bees live only in nests of 100 bees. They had to attack where the wings attached to the body, because the rest of the body was as strong as steel. If a metahuman was stung 3 times, they would die. After that, the guy said they needed to drink some alcohol to knock the bees out. The bees secrete a poison that is almost like real alcohol, and then the poison's strength weakens. The girl was delighted that they would have a feast later. Talking like this, the partners soon arrived at their destination. Before their eyes stood a huge nest of killer bees. It was taller than a 3-story building. Only 2 bees were on guard. The rest seemed to be resting, and it seemed that the best opportunity for an attack had arrived. The guy said he would strike them with a powerful blow to reduce their numbers, and then Gil would join in. Summoning all his strength, Sun Woo cut the huge nest in half with a sword strike. It shattered into pieces and bees flew in all directions, along with their eggs. These demonic creatures looked monstrous, huge in size with stingers, claws, antennae, and large wings. Their buzzing created such a roar that it seemed as if their eardrums were about to burst. Having provoked the creatures in this way, the pair of metahumans prepared for a battle that promised to be difficult. The plan was to chop the flying creatures left and right. Gyovel instinctively surrounded herself with energy as soon as the battle began. Her energy took the form of a lioness, which was always very mesmerizing. Like Beatrice's barrier and the Devourer's skill, the girl's skill was unique and defied classification. Using the wild beast power, she soared upward. She grabbed the flying creature by the waist and broke its body. The remains of the bees flew down, and the next bee fell victim in the next few minutes. Sun Woo watched the battle with genuine interest. He understood that with her current skills, the girl must be about the same rank as leader Cheon, or even stronger. The young man left the girl to deal with the bees and flew off to see what was happening inside. Suddenly, the young man realized that he was surrounded on all sides by vile creatures. There was nothing left to do but activate his tentacle mode. As always, this option worked perfectly, but the guy lost a lot of energy. Once again, he was convinced that he needed to use his abilities wisely. But now was not the time to worry about that. The young man had a magic sword in reserve. With the sword, the young man began to chop down the demonic creatures, and so far, everything was going well. The next moment, he noticed that Gyovel had a problem. A bee had almost eaten her hand. Gyovel had been poisoned and felt her body becoming paralyzed. Sun Woo understood that she was not yet experienced enough to deal with the problem. He told her to activate her internal energy control. It turned out that she had never heard such words before and knew nothing about internal energy. Following the young man's instructions, she simply pulled the bee's stinger out of her leg, cut open the wound, and poured the antidote into it. Sun Woo continued to watch the girl. He didn't know whether to take her to Nod or train her himself. The difference between them was that he had experience from his past life, and his body remembered the training, while Kim Gyeol only had her instincts. One thing was clear: she would not be able to fight high-ranking demonic beasts. He realized that at the moment, the girl was only participating in the battle in the process of healing. Therefore, he needed to attack all the bees at once. But the biggest problem was the queen bee. She was hiding in the darkness inside the cave, looking for an opportunity to attack. The young man understood that if he used his tentacles again, he would lose energy and would not be able to deal with the queen. However, he decided to think about this problem later. After dealing with the main swarm, Sun Woo made sure he had a third of his strength left, which should be enough against the queen. Gyoel already admired the guy deep down. He had torn her leg and allowed the wound to heal. The girl felt that she was beginning to like the guy, and it annoyed her. Leaving Gyoel to heal her wounds, the guy went deep into the cave to find the queen bee. The most dangerous thing was that he had little energy left. and he could still encounter a regular bee guarding the queen and waste his strength on it. The boy shot a beam of energy from his hand to illuminate the darkness and check if there were any ordinary bees left. It seemed that no one was left. He decided not to wait for their return and rushed to find the queen. Flying out of the dark corridor of the cave, the young man came upon honeycombs. And there before him was the queen bee. There were no soldiers around her. She was disgusting and huge. Seeing him, the queen bee began to spray her venom. In a matter of seconds, the young man used his energy shield, but it was useless. With his magic sword, the young man tried to attack the queen bee. He also used the verbal command Svensik Sword of the Half Moon. It seemed that the bee would not last long. After several attacks, it exploded. The young man released energy and launched it around himself. Now it was possible to say goodbye to all the bee eggs. They burned alive. Meanwhile, Sun Wu examined the queen bee's abdomen. There he found not only golden eggs and cores, but also something more interesting and useful. It was the crystal of the queen of killer bees, a real treasure. It could only be used once, but it instantly replenished energy reserves. The job was done. The city was saved. The killer bees were destroyed, including their queen and eggs. Therefore, the city's residents could expect safety in the near future. After the bees were dealt with, the young man helped Gavul. She felt like a failure because her skills did not match her talent. She even dared to ask him to share the trophy cores because she needed to take care of the townspeople. Sun Wu suggested taking everything and making alcohol. He didn't need anything himself. He wanted to hear the real reason why the girl couldn't leave this shelter. Soon they approached her house and she suddenly invited him in. Entering the gloomy room, the guy couldn't understand why it was so dark and smelled so bad. It wasn't just the smell of a dirty room, but the smell of rotting bodies. Viavul decided to tell him the whole truth. It wasn't a secret, but she didn't want the other residents of the shelter to discuss it. On the bed under the blanket lay some kind of creature tied to the furniture with ropes. As it turned out, it was not a simple creature or a zombie. It was Gevul's younger brother, addicted to gargoyle blood. It was because of him that the girl didn't want to leave the city. Sun Wu tried to calm her down, saying that she was giving up her future because of her sense of responsibility to her family, and that this was not entirely right. However, the truth was even more painful. It turned out that it was Gevul who brought alcohol to the shelter, and because of her, all the problems arose. She learned how to make the drink and brought the recipe to the city. Then people started turning into zombies, including her own brother. She had to stay and atone for her sins until her death. He reread the notes that the branch manager had left him about Gevul. She was the only survivor from an unknown shelter. She was found with numerous serious injuries inflicted by demonic beasts. Nod saved her. After recovering, she joined Nod's military forces. Judging by her current condition, after her recovery, she became like a novice who did not really know how to use her powers. At the moment, Sienna, Lexi, and Minnie are under Nod's supervision, and Gevul needs proper training. He had to assemble a team. To catch the tigers, it was necessary to enter their lair. Therefore, it seemed that the young men could not do without Nod. His companions, who had returned from the courtyard, caught the young man in the midst of these thoughts. They were covered in snow, which was falling as if it were winter. Aaron said that he had inspected the roads near the town and assessed the strength of the local inhabitants. Sun Wu turned to his companions. He said that this place would soon become a war zone. In 4 days, a horde of orcs would invade. Sun Wu did not want to explain where he got this information. In the grand scheme of things, it was completely irrelevant. A horde of orcs passing through the northern zones would soon arrive here. It would consist of several dozen individuals, as well as a third-rank orc king, a demonic beast stronger than any encountered before. It was clear that such creatures were no match for our team. They would escape if they could avoid a confrontation, but the question arose about the local residents. It is clear that a third of them have been poisoned by the blood of the gargoyles and will soon die. There is no time to train the rest to be hunters, and if the orcs come here, Gevul will not abandon his fellow citizens. In such a situation, it will be practically impossible to take her away just like that. She will not go with them. But Gid had a plan, which he explained to his companions. The big guy Hyun wasn't too happy with this plan. Little Aaron suggested moving the people to another zone and asking Gevul to go with them in return. But that was impossible because the inhabitants had settled outside the Noda zones, and the desert could not accept them. In addition, many of them were dependent on Garg blood, and no one would let them in. It was clear that, with their current strength, the team would not be able to stand up to the orcs. There was no point in putting their lives in danger, but if it was impossible to change the outcome, it was better to choose the lesser of two evils. Of course, they should not ignore the deaths of others for the sake of their goal. That was very much in Noda's style. After the memories of his past life returned, the young man developed a strong sense of duty to destroy the demonic beasts. He said that in his plan, Gevel would play the role of a powerful weapon. The team's goal was not to save the town, but to find the necessary members. Therefore, they should not forget the main reason for their presence there. But Sun Woo believed that Gromala Hyun did not see the importance of destroying the demonic beasts, but only insisted on saving people's lives. Therefore, Hyun was instructed to make every effort to save Gevel's life. Little Aaron realized that he was not included in the guide's plan. The young man invited his younger comrade to talk in private and explained his vision to him. He said that they had reached the point where they had to part ways. He sent Aaron back to Zone 17. The young man did not want to part with his friend, but he could not allow the boy to be killed because he was an ordinary person and could not be left here during the battle with the orcs. Aaron listened to his older comrade's advice with dignity, without arguing or crying. Sun Woo added that Jamie, the secretary, was currently rebuilding Zone 17 and would need a good guide like the boy. Much more was said that night in private, but when Sun Woo woke up in the morning, Aaron was not in the room. The boy had left, and it was a relief. Suddenly, a noise of unknown origin reached Gita. He rushed to the roof of the tallest building and found Hyun there. Looking at the cloud of dust on the horizon, the young man realized that the enemy was approaching. It turned out that the horde of orcs had sped up and reached the town faster than planned. It was a detachment of huge deadly creatures, consisting of muscles and horns. On a throne carried by 8 orcs sat their king, a huge muscular creature with a head crowned with horns and shoulders covered with sharp stone spikes. An alarm was sounded in the town. Everyone knew that an attack was imminent, and the inhabitants were told to hide because they could not survive this battle. She tied her brother to the bed with strong ropes, even though he tried to escape. She explained that there was no other way out and that he just needed to stay quiet until the monster passed by. Although both understood that the orcs would not leave just like that, and the final battle of the inhabitants began. Soon one of her subordinates ran up to the girl. He said that Lady Chong was holding the defense near the south wall, but it was very difficult for her. There were no guests in the rooms. They said they were from Noda, but at the moment when they were needed, they left the city. It was clear that 3 people, even if one of them was not a metahuman, could not stand against a horde of orcs, so there was no point in taking offense at the guests. They had finished their business when they killed the bees, so it was necessary to negotiate with them rather than throw a party. This conversation was overheard by Gromala Hyun, who of course did not leave the town, but simply stood ready to meet the enemies and carry out the actions plan. Gavel took on the defense of the eastern wall. She stood in front of it and gathered her strength. Gathering momentum, the girl reached the height of the wall in one leap and stood unyielding before the horde of orcs. Sun Woo and Hyun watched the demonic beasts. They did not usually form hordes, but this did not apply to orcs. Both men were concerned about Aaron's fate. They hoped that he had managed to reach the 17th zone. Although they had spent little time together, the boy had learned a lot. Sun Woo dreamed that the boy would also awaken. He hoped that the boy was safe and would help the exchange center. But it was time to get to work. Sun Woo handed Hyun a vial of lethal pheromone from insect-like monsters. He had to spray the contents every 10 minutes to mask his scent and protect himself from them. Watching what was happening in the city through binoculars, the guys were convinced that their assumptions were correct. They saw the demonic creatures destroy the inhabitants of the shelter with a flick of their wrists. Soon the same fate befell Ms. Jong and her other subordinates. Although the hunter Hyun wanted to rush to Ms. Cheon's aid, his main task was to save the key. Hyun watched as Gavel coped thanks to her skills and abilities. The eastern side was holding on somehow, but everyone else had already fallen. Demonic orcs were created by nature as killing machines. Without any emotions or feelings, they lived by killing everything around them. Gavel put up serious resistance, activating all her powers in the fight against the monsters. The girl struck these boulders with tremendous force, but they did not even seem to feel her presence. She threw herself at them, biting into their bodies, throwing stones and fire. It cannot be said that her actions were in vain. She was slowly advancing, but then the moment came when the king of the orcs appeared before her. Hyun noticed this and warned Gid via radio. It was time to move on to Plan B. Sun Woo jumped out of ambush, activated his abilities, and rushed onto the battlefield. Gavel tried to resist, but even she realized the futility of her actions. After receiving a huge number of blows from the Orc King, the girl found herself face to face with him. She lay on the ground, pinned down by another attack, while the huge demonic monster loomed over her. And just as the Orc King raised his weapon to finish off his opponent, Gromala Hyun appeared before him, shielding the girl with his body. According to the plan they had discussed the day before, Hyun was not supposed to let Gavel meet the Orc King. While Gavel fought the ordinary orcs, Hun used pheromones to hide his presence, And then he had to drag the girl away from the scene as quickly as possible. He had to use his physical strength to prevent the orc soldiers from catching up with him. But if she met the orc king, she could die. And that was the worst-case scenario. So plan B was as follows. Hyun had to distract the orc king for a minute, and during that time, Sunwoo would reach them using his leg strength. Sunwoo tried very hard to get there because, in the worst-case scenario, it would be very difficult to save the girl. Hyun, the big guy, thought it would be sad if they couldn't save the shelter's inhabitants. But it turned out that it was good if you survived yourself rather than saving someone else. The Orc King was titanically strong. He hadn't landed a single blow yet, but he was barely standing. He knew that if his opponent's attack succeeded, he would die. At that moment, everything lit up, and Sun Woo arrived at the battlefield. He punched the Orc King with all his might, causing only a look of surprise on the creature's face. This was enough to distract the creature from Hyun and the girl, and Sun Woo gave the order to run. Now the young man was left alone with this killing machine. Sun Woo realized that the warm-up was over and the real battle was about to begin. The Orc King, like any demonic monster, felt absolutely no emotion and only grunted as he looked at his opponent. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to an orc with some kind of strange device in his hands. It turned out to be an orc mage. There is only one orc mage in each group of orcs, and no one knows how powerful he is. His powers are connected to spiritual forces, so there is a high probability that he uses hypnosis. Orcs on demonic wolves also appeared on the battlefield. Orc hunters. The young man did not expect there to be orc hunters as well. He had not read about them in the manager's memoirs. He had to keep them in place until he was sure he had run far enough. Sun Woo started the battle. His opponent was very strong, so the young man couldn't control how things were going with the girl and couldn't help them. Sun Woo ran at full speed through the streets of the city. The girl behind him showed almost no signs of life. Perhaps he should have helped her, but there was no time for that. Sun Woo promised that they would meet at the meeting point in half an hour. The big guy Hyun was heading there when new opponents appeared in front of him. They were orc hunters riding giant wolves. He ran as fast as he could, but he was clearly losing in this chase because he was carrying a load. And the speed of the demonic wolves was many times greater than his own. He knew he couldn't outrun them, so he would have to fight back and battle two mid-level monsters alone. Practically impossible. As he ran for his life, the boy felt an explosion behind him, and something distracted his pursuers. Hyun heard a voice commanding him to run and not stop. The voice came from the roof of an abandoned building, and it was very familiar and beloved. Little Aaron was sitting on the roof with his crossbow. He knew that without him, they would not be able to cope, and preferred to stay and act on his own discretion. Meanwhile, the battle between Sun Woo and the Orc King continued. Fortunately, ordinary orcs did not dare to interfere in their lord's battle. The Orgmak was not supposed to interfere either. It turned out that everything was in the hands of the young man. However, the orc's powerful resistance was very difficult to overcome. The boy did not try to defeat the Orc King. His goal was to attract the creature's attention so that the hunter Hyun could escape with Gevel. The young man activated his moonlight sword. Perhaps this improved his situation, but not by much. In response, the Orc King used some kind of crazy discharge that knocked the young man out. The young man flew a great distance, once again feeling the incredible power of the orc. Holding a protective energy ring around himself, the young man waited for another attack from his opponent. Then the Orgmak joined the battle, waving his staff. It was unclear why he dared to interfere in the king's battle. The mage lifted a huge building into the air. He possessed telekinesis. The young man built a protective energy shield around himself, hoping that it would be enough. However, the building did not fly at Sun Woo. Hyun rushed through the streets with his burden. He was able to break away from his pursuers thanks to Aaron. The boy used crossbow arrows to distract the orc hunters. He hoped to remain unnoticed, but at the same time buy time for his comrades. Unfortunately, the orc hunters noticed the boy, and he was so busy with his task that he did not sense the approaching danger. The boy shot at the hunters, not understanding why they weren't rushing at him. Perhaps they were too stupid. The orcs saw him but did not attack. They seemed to be looking away and not approaching the boy. It was very strange. The young man looked up and realized where the orc hunter was looking. A house was falling on the boy from above. Could anyone have survived? But clearing his throat and dusting himself off, Aaron realized he was alive. Little Minnie came to his aid. How did she get here? She explained that orcs are called orcs because they resemble the lowest-ranking monsters from popular children's games. Meanwhile, Sun Woo continued his battle with the Monster King. He fought his opponent, continuing to accuse him of weakness. The latter had attracted not only orc hunters, but also an orc mage. The young man used a new fighting technique. This technique was difficult to use even for the leader genes. He could only hope that Hyun would dodge part of the building. But all the attacks remained very weak because the Orc King did not even feel their impact. However, the young man hoped to at least cut off the mage. The young man used a technique that maximized sensitivity in exchange for the power of an infinitely small sword. The next clash had no new consequences for the monster. The young man felt that he no longer needed to worry about the Orc Mage's interference. He had swallowed many cores, but it was clear that the Orc King was going to kill him. But from the very beginning, Sun Woo only wanted to buy time, and now he just needed to disappear. He needed to hide from sight right now. In response to another attack, which was supposed to simply occupy the Orc King, the young man used an explosive sword. This technique caused an explosion of flames right in front of the monster's face. The young man realized that this was his chance, and while the orc was blinded, he needed to escape. And just as the boy began to strengthen his legs, the orc grabbed him in the process. Caught in the middle of his body, Sun Woo couldn't use any of his skills. He pulled a sword from behind his back and tried to fend off the attack. In the next moment, the sword broke, and only a stump remained in the young man's hands. The guy didn't expect that. He stuck the sword into the orc's mouth, and that was supposed to conduct the concentrated energy of the core. If it connected with his internal energy, there would be an energy explosion. The explosion was powerful enough to knock the Orc King unconscious, at least for a while. The young man did not wait for his opponent to recover, but took advantage of the strength in his legs and ran away. At that moment, the other orcs, who had not dared to intervene in the battle, were given carte blanche and opened fire on the young man. He ran at full speed under a hail of arrows, using his protective energy shield. However, his strength was waning, and an arrow pierced the barrier. The young man's shoulder was torn apart by excruciating pain. Most likely, the arrow was poison. He knew he had to hurry and used his acceleration once again. Finally, having broken away from his pursuers, the young man slowed down. After catching his breath, he noticed the tracks of giant wolves. However, for some reason, the tracks split. Could it be that the orc hunters had decided to surround him from two sides? Sun Woo was gone, and he didn't remember Hyun using any cannonballs. Then he saw the bodies of an orc and a demonic wolf. Fortunately, the hunters had taken care of them. Sun Woo stood in the middle of the street and called out to the hunter. The burly Hyun responded. It turned out that he was in the nearest building, and Gevel was lying unconscious. He tried all the items with healing properties, but the girl did not regain consciousness. Grumala himself was also injured. Sun Woo asked how Hyun managed to avoid the building that had fallen on him. And then Hyun realized that Aran had fallen victim to the orc mage. Aran did not return to the zone. He hit and shot at the orc hunters who were pursuing Hyun and the girl, and he survived only thanks to the boy. Sun Woo realized that the split trail had gone in search of the boy. The young man left the shelter and rushed to rescue the boy. He found the tracks and followed them, hoping that Eren was still alive. Sun Woo knew that the Orgmak was capable of sharing his vision with other orcs. Thanks to this, it was possible to see exactly where Eren was. The young man had very little energy left, enough for only one orc, but then a giant wolf came out to meet him. Sun Woo took a defensive stance, even though he knew it would be difficult to deal with this monster. Suddenly, Eren appeared behind the beast. He distracted the wolf, ordering it to sit. After the huge demonic animal gently nuzzled the boy, he said that he seemed to have awakened. He said that during the orc's attack, he had dropped his gun and couldn't reach it. It seemed that salvation was no longer possible. The orc stabbed him in the back with his spear, but the boy was so angry that he awoke. Some kind of incomprehensible burst of energy occurred inside his body. A huge, intense pain tore through his chest, and suddenly he heard a voice. This voice asked how it could help and whether the boy wanted to live. And this voice did not belong to a stranger, but lived in his head. And at the moment when the orc was about to devour the child, Aran realized that he could read his thoughts. It was the same as reading the wolf's thoughts. After that, the boy simply gave orders to the demonic creatures, and the giant wolf happily bit through the orc's throat. Aran reached for his weapon and ordered the animal to move away. And when nothing stood in his way, he shot the orc in the head. Sun Yu healed Aran's wound with a healing pack. Now nothing threatened him. Sun Woo realized that Eren's ability was to tame evil. Although it belongs to the 6 main types of metal humans, this ability is very rare and is possessed by only a few awakened ones. Sun Woo congratulated Eren on this and said that his ability would be very useful in the future. The boy became a meta-human whose qualifications were sufficient to join Noda's headquarters, where Eren would be protected from dangerous situations. In general, Sun Woo hoped that they would continue to live together, be friends, and carry out missions. When their hands touched, Sun Woo did not hear a voice in his head demanding that he kill and devour the metahuman. He wondered if it didn't work on everyone, or if his absorption ability had simply ended. Sun Woo didn't understand, but he remembered that this had happened to him before. Once in a past life, he had met a person he couldn't absorb, and now he didn't know if that was good or bad. Gable finally came to her senses and jumped up, throwing off the blanket. She was lying on a sofa in an unfamiliar room. After walking around the entire building and climbing onto the roof, she met her friends there, who were having fun with a giant wolf. The girl didn't understand what was going on. Besides, she couldn't remember anything. Why were they still here? Why hadn't they returned to Nod? And where was she now? Sun Woo said that they were now on the Noda transport ship and were heading to headquarters. This news literally knocked Gable off her feet. The ship was huge and luxurious. It sailed across the sea under a clear night sky lit by the moon. Sun Woo admitted that he knew the outcome in advance. He knew that the city would be destroyed, but he understood that the girl would not believe him, and they just had to go through all these events together. This city was home to people who had fled from demonic beasts but could not find a place for themselves anywhere else. It was their home. Sun Woo suggested that the girl stop blaming herself and start blaming only him for everything. After all, he had saved only her, not the others. He was prepared for her to hate him, but hoped that she would also hate the demonic beasts. He said he was forming the strongest squad to wipe these monsters off the face of the earth, and now her task was to help him, not run away from danger. Suddenly, a sailor's cry interrupted the conversation. Jeju Island appeared on the horizon instead of where Noda's headquarters were located. The friends looked at it with apprehension. They were entering the tiger's lair, so they had to remain alert at all times in order to survive. 3 months had passed, and the people on this coast were now completely different. They had grown up and matured. Sina called out to the commander, reminding him that the briefing was starting in 10 minutes and everyone was already gathered. Hunter Kim Sung greeted all the participants and immediately got down to business. He announced that today they had a mission, an operation to clear the coastal caves. Sitting in front of the commander were faces that were so familiar and close, yet at the same time so changed. He warned that today's training would be the last, but that they would face real monsters, and only the recruits would participate in this confrontation. Today, the team would be divided, then given combat skills and taught how to use weapons suited to their individual abilities. He thanked all the guys for their enthusiasm in learning and their successes, but warned that this mission was known for its frequent fatalities. It would be disgusting if they failed and died immediately. And how pleased Noda would be if his team failed to defeat the monsters. It would mean they couldn't win in a real battle. The squad stopped in front of an iron gate, behind which was a bunker built before the disaster during the Japanese occupation. After the disaster, a monster associated with this cave even appeared, but it won't be there today. They are about to encounter mermaids, demonic creatures of the 10th rank, half human, half fish. They live in the oceans, but it is believed that they gather in this cave during spawning season. Each time, the team is given missions appropriate to their rank, and they can also take mermaid horns and cores as trophies. There are expected to be about 50 mermaids, but they can use their full power in water, and there was no water in the cave at the moment. Ran asked what kind of monster Esrang was expected to be. Hunter replied that there was no need to worry about it. It had been eliminated by Nod several years ago, and there had been no further reports of its appearance. The matter was closed at that meeting. The group went to the cave to practice their skills. It was quite spacious, and Hunter divided everyone into groups of 5. After that, he sent 2 newbies ahead to scout. They lit flames in their hands and sent them ahead. It was very exciting and responsible for the guys to encounter a real monster for the first time. Sun ordered them to move slowly and check the walls and ceilings for insects or monsters. The whole team spread out across the width of the cave and plunged into its depths. Suddenly, something caught Hunter's attention, and he pointed it out to his companions. There was water at the bottom of the cave. This shouldn't have been possible. Water helped mermaids increase their power, and the scouts had warned that there was no water in the cave. The water was knee-deep, so Hunter decided to continue the mission. A small amount would not greatly affect the mermaids' powers. Sun treated the recruits very carefully to support them and help them use their powers during the battle. He sent another pair of warriors ahead to check the water level and warned them to signal immediately if they noticed anything strange. It was clear that the recruits were very nervous, and it was cute. While waiting for the scouts to return, everyone was on alert and did not relax. Suddenly, Hunter's bracelet went off, signaling a problem ahead in the cave. With cries of help, the 2 unfortunate scouts returned to them. Barely alive from fear and what they had seen, the guys jumped out of the water as if it were burning their heels. Following them was a flock of ugly sea monsters, mermaids. Hunter immediately took command and ordered a defensive barrier to be set up. One of the squads was to destroy the mermaids, while the others were to set up the barrier and cover the rear. Sina also participated in the command. She sent a small group to the cave entrance in case help was needed. The warriors immediately got to work, and the protective barrier began to be built. Within seconds, the first layer was already in place. Next, they activated their powers to establish the main energy shield. By the time the mermaids reached the soldiers, the protective shield was ready. The creatures tried to break through it. They banged, gnawed, and dug in with their teeth and claws. The energy shield was strong enough to keep them out. However, as they continued to attack, the boys' strength was depleted, and the number of mermaids was growing by the moment. It soon became clear that the strength of the shield was in question. Sun reminded the soldiers, as soon as they lost control, the shield would collapse. Soon this happened. The order was given to open fire. However, weapons could not be used in the cave to avoid collapses. A hail of fiery arrows flew from the warriors' crossbows. They struck the monsters and sent them to the afterlife. The battle took on enormous proportions. The mermaids continued to climb, and arrows alone were not enough to hold back their attack. So the more experienced soldiers activated their inner abilities. Soon, the hunter Kim Kool joined the battle. Everyone fought to the best of their ability. If the position was breached, it would be difficult to restore it. Soon, another squad received orders to take over the attack. Not a single monster could be allowed inside. The boys and girls fought desperately. Finally, it was Hyun's turn. At that moment, one of the monsters broke through the shield, but its life was greatly shortened. The huntress Kool had always been known for her fierce temper. She sank her teeth into the neck of the vile creature, and it did not survive. Sun always admired the girl's incredible strength in close combat. She knew how to fight from birth and acted like a professional fighter. The hunter Hyun also joined the battle. He was no genius, but he managed to compensate for his lack of talent with diligent study and physical abilities. Hyun was not yet accustomed to the abilities within his body, but one day they would help him at the most opportune moment. Finally, all the gaps in the defensive shield were closed, but it was unclear how long that would last, as there were more mermaids than expected. The commander not only monitored and directed the battle, but also found time to praise each participant individually. The moment came when he himself joined the battle. He also had to fulfill his mission, so his favorite sword was unsheathed and activated. One of the squads rushed into the attack with him, admiring their commander and not wanting to be outdone in any way. On command, the protective shield was removed, and Lexi, who was responsible for Sina's health, began to examine the wounded fighters. The rest prepared for the attack, and the mermaids also lined up and waited for the battle. Hunter Sun activated his powers and entered into battle with the demonic creatures. He fought fiercely, leaving no one alive behind him, as if a hurricane had swept across the coast. His comrades noted that there was no need to pick up after their commander. No one else followed him. Sun activated the Moon Sword, further enhancing his abilities. Although the commander had adjusted his power by a third, he realized that it was time to unleash his full power and continue training at maximum capacity. At some point, the commander realized that it was time to return because there were too many mermaids, and the sword was practically useless against them. Suddenly, a voice rang out in his head, giving him orders, and he realized that it was the voice of one of the mermaids. This mermaid had hypnotic abilities. She tried to convince the young man not to resist, otherwise they would all be killed, and they would have food. But then another mermaid jumped in front of one of them and started pushing her away, saying that he had already eaten. A fight broke out. In less than 2 minutes, the whole pack of mermaids began fighting among themselves. They bit each other's throats, beat each other with their hands, broke bones. The battle was very fierce. The fighters watched with interest, genuinely surprised by what was happening. It turned out that Plan B, which this time fell on Aaron's shoulders, had worked. The guy gave orders to the mermaids left and right, forcing them to fight, scratch, bite, break, and kill each other. When the commander explained the plan for controlling the mermaids to the boy, he immediately agreed with enthusiasm. This meant that if they succeeded, they would be able to control high-class monsters as well. The boy understood the commander's plan. He had to focus on the furthest enemy in order to engage all layers of the enemy. It soon became clear that the plan had worked. The mermaids fought each other and paid little attention to outsiders. Hunter gave the order to attack, and everyone who was not wounded or busy with other tasks took part in it. The warriors on the right and left cut down the mermaids, who were engrossed in fighting each other. Then the young man felt one of the monsters approaching him. It did not want to die at the hands of a human and did not understand why they were doing this to it. The monster opened its mouth and prepared to pounce. However, Sun was faster and pierced the leader's heart with his sword. At that moment, a loud cry rang out. It was Aaron. He felt a terrible pain in his heart. Sina rushed to him to give him first aid. At the end of the battle, the warriors gathered the corpses and cleaned the cave. Sun was very upset because Aaron's psyche was still too weak. He could feel the pain along with the leader. Aaron pretended that everything was fine, but he couldn't always hide his tears. Sun recommended that Iran monitor his health and rest while they explored the rest of the cave. It would be difficult to use Iran in battle. If the death of the main monster harmed him, there was hope that he could control the monster Esrang, but so far it wasn't that simple. The group continued to advance deeper into the cave. Why didn't the scouts report the lair, since there were so many of them here, significantly more than agreed upon? Sena wondered if the commander had looked at the recordings of previous training sessions and seen anything strange there. She was referring not only to the appearance of the mermaids, but also to their number. Sun confirmed that they had destroyed a huge number of mermaids, but the strange thing was that the mermaids were at the entrance to the cave, and no one knew what was deep inside. Most likely there was a lair there, but no one had ever written about this lair or mentioned another creature. All participants in the battle agreed that the number of mermaids was significantly higher than expected. It seemed as if the scouts had not entered the depths of the cave, but had simply turned around, left, and concealed this information. Hunter noted another oddity. It was said that mermaids came here to reproduce. However, this was very strange because they came here, were destroyed, and continued to come for the sake of offspring that were potentially threatened with death. So there must be some other reason why these creatures flock here. Perhaps there is something deep inside the cave that the team is unaware of. Something real that compels the mermaid flock to come to this place and risk their lives. No one had received any reports of adjacent logs, replied the training headquarters instructor. There was nothing like that in the records. There was no certainty that the group needed to move deeper into the cave. And if there were other creatures in the lair, it meant that not all members of the team had completed the task. If it was a new passage, it meant that a monster was hiding underground, making its way through, which is why it had not been seen before. The instructor warned that if the group left the site before the situation was clarified, the mission would be considered a failure. Hunter could not allow such a turn of events, so he requested new instructions, which he received shortly thereafter. The commander said that they would have to go back into the cave, but not the whole group, just 4 of them. A helicopter would arrive from headquarters in a few minutes. In the meantime, he gave the order to prepare to re-enter the cave. The instructor said she would send a group of regular troops, and Sun and his assistants would provide support. A team of regular troops got out of the helicopter to check the cave. It is difficult to find even a drop of oil in the desert, but there is plenty of it in the city, according to the helicopter that brought only 4 people. Kim Sun-woo warmly greeted the newcomers and introduced himself. He was met by Lee Dong-min, a member of the Border Guard Corps and captain of the team. His friends were So Bong-gwan, Dix, and Sakura. The team seemed strange. 2 swords, 2 hammers, and no secondary abilities. Sun said he had received a message from the instructor to meet the regular team and provide them with logistical support. Captain Lee said that anything beyond the training curriculum for trainees was too difficult. Hunter Sun said that they would provide a doctor and a healer to help restore energy, and that he and 2 metal men would cover the doctor. Captain Lee thanked him, although he said he didn't know if it was necessary. But if the trainees wanted it, then why not? Hunter felt that the captain was mocking them, but decided not to complicate the situation. Soon, both teams descended into the cave. Captain Lee's team examined the cave because they knew there had once been a bunker there, and the soldiers themselves had trained there even before the mermaids. However, they had never encountered such a lair in the past. It was not like the cave they had just passed through. The walls seemed unnatural, as if they had been artificially created. After carefully examining the walls, Dix saw something interesting. It turned out to be a plaque with hieroglyphs. The inscription read, "First." The tunnel must have been built during the Japanese occupation and blocked for some reason. However, it was unclear who had unblocked it. Now that would be the mission of the main group. Throwing a stone deep into the dark cave, they tried to determine its depth and length. Judging by all appearances, there were at least 100 meters ahead in the darkness. Captain Lee took command and led the squad to explore the cave, while Hunter remained with his men, with nothing to do. Seeing practically nothing in front of them and having no connection to the outside world, Captain Lee's team moved deeper into the cave. Suddenly, the girl stumbled and was supported by a comrade. Everyone's nerves were on edge. 10 minutes or more had passed. The cave was too hot and humid, but it was unclear what to do next. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and Captain Lee ordered his group to stop. Shining his flashlight underfoot, he saw a human skull. Judging by its condition, it belonged to a soldier or worker from the era when the passage was built. What could have happened was completely unclear. Soon, a fur ball fell at their feet. The soldiers didn't know what to do with it either, so they ignored it. Hunter Sun noticed that the high temperature in the cave, the humidity, the thin air, and the darkness were causing great exhaustion. and these soldiers were just as nervous as the young man's team. If the team encountered a high-ranking beast in this state, it was unclear how it would end. The soldiers were completely exhausted and sat down to rest. Even their training couldn't save them. Sun pondered. He imagined the cave he was in, and it was unclear how much space lay ahead. Commander Lee complained in a friendly manner that difficulties had begun from the very first mission. Captain Lee said that, according to rumors, some scouts had left without waiting for the mermaids. Everyone was upset. The girl felt that some kind of trouble was approaching. Suddenly, the walls of the cave seemed to vibrate, which caught everyone's attention. Captain Lee ordered his squad to get ready. Taking up defensive positions with sledgehammers and swords, the team waited for the enemy to attack. At first, some kind of fiery butterflies appeared in the darkness. They turned out to be the eyes of mermaids. It turned out that Sun's team had not destroyed them all. Moreover, these mermaids were much larger than the previous ones, and the battle promised to be difficult. However, Captain Lee forbade them from joining the battle. It turned out that all these huge demonic mermaids were already under the control of the military. They worked quickly and smoothly, leaving the monsters no chance. In a matter of minutes, using swords and hammers, the 4 trained warriors dealt with the entire herd of demonic creatures. Sun noted that the regular army was indeed very different. He offered them help, but they replied that the regular army's task was not only to defeat the villain, but also to prevent the trainees from being injured. This was very impressive and professional, and Sun understood that he would have acted similarly if he were a regular soldier. The battle continued, and the mermaids were scattered to the winds. Sun watched the battle with admiration, not knowing if they would get even one mermaid. The team knew that their duty was to follow orders. Safety came first, and they were only to help in cases of extreme necessity. But it seemed that such a necessity would not arise this time. Everyone was doing an excellent job with their mission. Gromila Hyun was genuinely impressed by what he saw. Sun initially thought that the balance in their team was wrong, but in terms of combat power, the 4 of them could defeat a whole horde of monsters. A combination based exclusively on hand-to-hand combat is the strongest in such an attack. Suddenly, Hunter saw an opportunity. One of the mermaids broke away from the herd. However, its life was immediately cut short by Dix, and Hunter noted that the group had done an excellent job of holding their own against the mermaids, so their offer of help was unnecessary. Thus, within a few minutes, the herd of mermaids was finished off. The fighters dusted themselves off, tidied themselves up, finished off the wounded creatures, and prepared to continue their mission. Sun and Hyun were finishing off the mermaids, which caught Captain Lee's attention. Hunter replied that he would need to fill out a report and record how many mermaids had been killed, so that none would be missed when the cores were extracted. Captain Lee noted that the guy was well trained. Hunter confirmed that he had lived in the wilderness for a long time, and finishing off the enemy had become a habit. However, Hunter's composure was also noted by the military. Dix said that he had already traveled this road once before, and it would be just as difficult as the previous one. Hunter continued to estimate how tough these soldiers were. In half an hour, the 4 of them had killed more than 30 strong monsters. It was interesting to find out what rank they were. It was clear that there were many strong soldiers in Node, and it turned out that Sun's plan and the leader of the squad to destroy the creatures of this world was not a dream at all. Ha-yeon continued to ponder how cool it was for a mediocre guy like him to find himself in such awesome company. It was still unknown who was scarier and more cunning, the monsters or Nod, but they would have to find out later. Suddenly, Captain Lee called everyone over because he saw something above their heads. They found themselves in a wide cave with a glowing ceiling. They had never been in caves like this before because the glow was natural. The cave ceiling and walls were dotted with fireflies. They were not monsters, but insects that had lived on Earth before the catastrophe. They themselves posed no threat. The problem was only their habitat. It turned out that they were in a natural cave, and the entrance to the cave where they went on their first mission to destroy the mermaids was also a natural cave. But this natural cave had a completely different type of soil and rock than the first one, and that says a lot. Nowhere else on the island were there such rocks, and these fireflies were inhabitants of the Pacific Ocean, and they should not have been here. This meant that this space was the only place where some enormous power from another continent was hidden. Suddenly, everyone felt some kind of vibration. It seemed as if an earthquake had started, and the fireflies simply began to fall from the cave ceiling. As the fireflies fell, some kind of incomprehensible entity emerged beneath them. Dixie suggested that it was the King of Mermaids, but no one had any information to confirm or refute this version. The creature showed no signs of life. It seemed to be a petrified corpse. Even if it was a corpse, something big might be lurking right under the nose of Nod headquarters. Hunter looked closely at the creature, and immediately ordered his men to hide behind the rocks and get ready. His order and commanding voice alarmed the team, but no one argued. At that moment, the strongest of the soldiers decided to deal with the pile of dirt that occupied half the cave. Suddenly, the creature's eyes lit up. Its chest expanded, revealing a muscular purple heart. It seemed that Sun knew something. He rushed to help, but it was too late. The creature grabbed the soldier's leg with some kind of tentacle and pulled him up as if he were a feather. He didn't even have time to activate his protective layer before the creature's chest closed, trapping part of his leg inside. The captain stood with his mouth open, not understanding what it was. The creature's chest, mouth, or stomach. The soldier tried to break free from the tentacle, but in the next moment, his protective layer was pierced. The man was on the ground, and part of his leg was inside the monster. The victim needed to be rescued urgently. Cena wanted to rush to his aid, but Hunter still strictly forbade her to move and suggested treating the patient with her remote ability. He repeated that the situation was critical and demanded that she strictly follow his instructions. The girl began the healing process from a distance. After that, Hunter spoke. He thought that Regia was in front of them, and if so, the lives of his comrades were in danger. Regia was an S-rank demon monster with the ability to control minds. She had appeared in New Zealand 5 years ago and taken many lives. Only after the OA intervened was Regia destroyed. Everyone knew that the OA and Regia disliked each other, but in this situation, they joined forces. Hunter stopped arguing and noticed that the monster had stopped attacking, so he suggested they take the chance to escape before it woke up again. But it seemed too late. Regia's eyes lit up with fire again, and its chest began to open. The captain suggested that Dixie distract the creature so that he could attack it himself. Dixie activated his abilities and rushed headlong toward the monster's head. Without even turning around or using its tentacles, the creature burned a huge hole in the soldier's body with a single glance. It was horrific. Everyone present was shocked, and the soldier's body fell lifeless. Hunter noticed that the soldiers were beginning to panic. They had never encountered C-class monsters before. It turned out that his fears were correct. Regia was putting pressure on their minds and bodies, and it was at this difficult moment that they encountered the monster. Faced with the unknown, they were unable to act at even half their usual strength. Hunter shouted for the guys to wake up and ordered everyone to use their shields. The captain suggested cutting off the tentacle. He created a shield film and rushed at the monster. But the brave soldier didn't even make it to the monster before he was incinerated by its gaze. Even the protective shield didn't help. Ignoring her rivals, Regia grabbed Dixie's body with her tentacles and began pulling him toward her chest to eat him. Sakura was so thrown off balance that she could no longer attack or control her feelings and emotions. She ran away in panic. In the next moment, a huge hole appeared in the middle of her body. The surviving member of the team tried to crawl away from the monster, but his chances were slim. Regia cut him in half. Hunter's subordinates, standing behind a rock, watched the scene in horror. He ordered them not to move and to stay where they were, to remain calm because the monster couldn't see them and they were safe. The young man did not understand why Regia had not killed him yet, even though she had the opportunity to do so. He also understood that they couldn't relax. They had to avoid the monster's beam while it was distracted by eating the corpses. Hunter activated his protective shield, used his leg acceleration, and tried to run behind a rock. However, the monster activated both beams, emitting waves, and directed them at the young man. Unfortunately, the protective shield failed. The beam reached the young man and injured him. Seeing this, Gebel activated her shield from a distance and transferred it to Hunter. It worked. Part of the cave wall collapsed and the young man was able to avoid the beam. Gebel herself was very exhausted. She didn't have the strength to help anyone from a distance. Hunter thought that if they slipped up, the team would die, just like the soldiers. They needed to come up with a plan. He suggested holding out until an opportunity to escape arose. He estimated that it was very far from the rock behind which he was hiding to the exit, and there were no shelters along the way, which meant there was no chance. It turned out that they would just sit and wait for their death. And if even a team of highly trained soldiers couldn't stop the monster, what awaited them? They were in despair because they had encountered an S-rank monster for the first time and witnessed the destruction of the team. But that didn't mean they would suffer the same fate. They needed to stay calm and think about survival. Hunter wanted to tell his comrades that he had encountered and defeated S-rank monsters many times before, though not in this life. When Regia last appeared before humans, he was on a mission in the desert and did not meet her personally. If they had just killed the mermaids and not gone deep into the cave, they wouldn't have awakened the monster. The guy didn't understand if it was a good thing that he had completed his mission so well. It was strange that Regia was here alone. Hunter replied that they had tried to destroy her 5 years ago in New Zealand, But why was she here? While the respite lasted, Sena began to examine the monster and saw something amazing. Behind it was a magic circle. This circle was similar to those belonging to the metahumans. There was a special rare ability related to magical practices. It was a magic circle to seal monsters, some kind of witchcraft. Of course, it was more like a fairy tale or science fiction and was alien to humans. But if the magic was strong enough to seal an S-rank monster, then the awakened magic was also S-rank. This entire room, this cave, looked as if it had been brought there from another place. That meant that the magical awakening was the teleportation of the cave, and there must be at least 2 S-rank monsters there. Apart from Nod, only one group is capable of possessing such power to carry out this magical transfer, and that is the OA. It turns out that the OA sealed Regia here. Perhaps it happened by accident. Even if Nod and the OA are on bad terms, transferring an S-rank demon is an open declaration of war. Or maybe it was placed here by mistake. Even an S-rank mage cannot accurately transfer something so significant through space and time. It's like sending a package to the wrong address. Very funny, ha 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 ha. While our friends were talking, some vibrations started again in the cave. The monster began to shake off the stone growths and free itself. As soon as Regia started walking, there would be no point in hiding. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. Hunter tried to find the monster's weak spot. While it was busy finishing off the soldier, the young man shot an arrow with a poisoned tip into the monster. The core flew into Regia after the corpse. There was a powerful explosion that shook the entire cave. Regia was unharmed. More precisely, she didn't even flinch when the core exploded in her stomach. Hunter was distracted by watching the monster, and at the last moment did not manage to dodge the beam that hit his shoulder. The guy was wounded. He had given up his shield for the sake of the shot. In any case, he tried and tested one of the options. Sena began treating him from a distance, but Hunter stopped her because he didn't want her to waste the strength she would need to save herself. At that moment, the cave continued to shake, and Hunter saw a new passage that had formed after the collapse. This passage was much closer to his team. Hunter decided to attract the monster's attention and ordered his subordinates to slip through the crack and break through to the new passage. They were to head for the exit when he ran. Activating his abilities, Hunter used the Swanslayer's Moonblade. He knew that Regia would be distracted by him, and that would give the team a chance. The next moment, for some reason, the monster shut down all its senses, and Sun and the team ran forward. They rushed at full speed toward the newly formed passage, hoping to slip through. But the cunning creature immediately turned on its eyes and began to burn the space. Fortunately, there was a protective shield in the path of the rays. Hunter realized that he couldn't use anything at the same time as the shield, but he could use the acceleration of his lower body to react faster to Regia's actions. The monster's beam also increased in power, and the young man felt the cave walls begin to collapse. He hoped that the passage would not collapse before his companions could escape. His teammates' eyes were filled with anger, anguish, pain, and sadness. They did not want to abandon their leader. The young man understood that they were worried about him, but he had made his choice. He activated the Swanslayer's explosive blade and aimed it at the monster's head. At that moment, the ceiling began to collapse, permanently blocking the team's escape route to safety. Hunter realized that his comrades would be powerless to do anything if they reported the problem to headquarters. That would be the ideal scenario. Due to the destructive beam, the cave began to crumble, and then a familiar cry rang out. It was the cry of mermaids, which meant they were being manipulated. Sun realized that soon all the mermaids would gather here. He needed to get out of there quickly. The monster continued to devour bodies. It was a beast that consumed human flesh and converted it into energy. After many years of imprisonment, its energy was depleted, and now it was regaining its strength. Sun realized that the monster had not yet recovered enough to break the stone with its beam, which was why the team had survived. But as soon as it finished devouring, it would surely break free. Suddenly, the boy realized that if food made Regia stronger, then Hunter had a similar ability. He could devour energy. And if he could steal the power of the S-rank demon, it could significantly change the situation for the better. The idea seemed good. The young man activated his powers and began the process of absorbing Regia's energy. The monster strained hard to withstand the attack. Hunter used acceleration, but it didn't work. Carnivorousness had no effect on monsters, and the young man wasted his strength on the maneuver. Regia continued to devour the bodies. Soon he would replenish his reserves, get out, and run away. Only Sakura's body remained. Hunter knew he had to interrupt the meal. He prepared for the next attack. And when the monster grabbed Sakura's leg with its tentacles, the young man used the moon sword and cut the tentacles in half. Regia screamed at the top of his lungs, the tentacles writhing. Sun didn't have time to launch any attacks because the monster broke free, and its beam became powerful enough to shatter rocks. The only option was to run to the passageway. The boy replayed the cave's layout in his head. He knew that the passages were uneven, and he needed to run to the nearest turn, beyond which the beam could not reach him. Sun assessed his strength and realized that he had to use his shield and acceleration wisely. He activated the lower part of his body, turned on his shield, and rushed towards the passage. The first beam did not hit him. The cave was already close by, and he could even see the corner where the young man was going to hide. As soon as he activated his protective shield, the monster's beam pierced it. The second attack was repelled, and although the boy was holding on with his last ounce of strength, there was still hope. One last jump, and the young man disappeared around the corner. Now the monster's beam couldn't hurt him, at least for a while, but there were still other troubles that were minor compared to Regya. The team members were safely making their way toward the cave exit when they fell into the water. The water indicated that the mermaids were approaching. The vibrations also continued, and it was impossible to stop for a moment. The next moment, the monster appeared in close proximity. The friends decided to ignore them and just run as fast as they could. This was very difficult to do because a huge crowd of monsters was not far behind. The next moment, Gramila Hyun stopped and announced that he would fight. He believed that it was only a matter of time before the mermaids caught up with the boys, so while he still had the strength, he decided to fight back. There were many mermaids, perhaps several dozen, and he was alone. But the young man made a choice. He said that Sun was fighting Regya to protect them, and he could no longer be weak. Sina said she would stay on the sidelines and help him with remote healing. It was still unclear what Lexi would do. The fact was that no one knew what her special ability was. She never remembered it after the puppeteer brainwashed her. Gramila Hyun was already fighting fiercely. His sword flew from right to left, cutting down mermaids. They, in turn, hurt and wounded him. Sina was constantly healing the guy. She was expending a lot of energy on it, but it wasn't doing much good. Gramila Hyun tried his best. There were many mermaids, and the outcome was predictable. He thought he was the strongest among his peers in terms of physical strength, but it seemed that this was not the case. His wounds healed very slowly, and his strength was running out. But suddenly, a particularly powerful wave washed over Hyun. His regeneration accelerated noticeably. His wounds closed, and his strength returned. He didn't understand what was happening. It turned out to be Lexi. She remembered her special ability, which was to enhance someone else's abilities. Hyun became very strong physically and energetically. He accelerated his shield to full power. After that, the battle took a completely different turn. He cut through the mermaids like butter and was more powerful than ever. Lexi sat there completely exhausted. Her special ability to replenish another person's energy at the expense of her own had drained her, and now she had minimal strength because she had given everything to help her friend. Sun never said anything about Lexi. However, it was clear that he was very interested in her because he kept her in his squad and gave her a chance to recover. But Sina thought there was some other secret that was the reason Sun never talked about the girl. It so happened that Gramila Hyun defeated all the mermaids. He rushed to the girls with gratitude when suddenly the ground began to vibrate and the ceiling of the cave crumbled. Sun continued to fight Regya, causing the earth and space to shake. The shaking intensified. He rushed through the passages of the cave, hoping to get out before the collapse. The ceiling was no longer crumbling with just sand, but with huge rocks. It was necessary to use a protective shield. But unfortunately, Lexi couldn't move. She was exhausted, so the girl pushed Sina away with her last ounce of strength. Sina ended up near Hyun, and the beautiful Lexi said goodbye to her friends. The burly Hyun restored his protective shield, which saved them from the falling rocks. Lexi, however, was buried under the rubble of the cave.